MM Pan will be joining us soon. Professor Sheng Lung Peng, Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, Vice Principal ITS UG Campus, Professor Nancy Sharma, participants and faculty colleagues. Good morning. I welcome you all in the National Summit on Cybersecurity, issue of concern for business challenges and opportunities and remedies. Cybersecurity is the protection of systems, networks, and data in cyberspace. It's a critical issue for all of us, whether we are from technical or non-technical domain. Cybersecurity will only become one of the most important or more devices, the Internet of Things becoming connected to the Internet. We all should be aware about the cyber threats, cybercrime, and its preventive measures. With this objective and to create awareness and sensitize people about the cybersecurity, the issues and challenges, the Institute has organized this National Summit. Now, before proceeding further, I request Dr. Umang for event brief. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Vice Chairman, ITS the Education Group, Shri Arpit Chadha sir, distinguished guests, respected Air Marshal P.K. Roy sir, Professor Vineet Kansal sir, Professor Sheng Lung Peng sir, Professor MM Pan sir, Director IT, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey sir, Vice Principal UG Campus, Professor Nancy Sharma, invited delegates from various institutions in this National Summit from nation and international level, faculty colleagues, and dear students. Good morning and namaste from India. I, Dr. Umang, on behalf of organizing team, Department of IT, I welcome you all in the online National Summit on Cybersecurity, issue of concern for business challenges, opportunities, and remedies, organized by ITS Ghaziabad, Delhi NCR, India. The COVID-19 catastrophic situation has witnessed increased online activity and massive migration of technologies on cyberspace. This has attracted with antisocial elements seeking to exploit this pandemic for personal gains. And the reason has seen a rise in fraud, phishing scams, business email compromises, ransomware and malware attacks, fake domain registrations, illegal fund transfers, identity challenges, and third-party risk with the cloud momentum and remote user access in the past few months. As enterprise continue to support 100% remote workforce in COVID scenario from start of the year 2020, they have been compelled to adapt new technologies and frameworks to secure the remote access. Most of the news we hear about the cyber attacks these days are concerning large business entities and organizations. However, the threat is also very real for small businesses that could be financially devastated by the fallout and losses inflicted by a cyber attack. Hackers are becoming increasingly sophisticated in their methods in their digital world, and what is more concerning is the institutions with top-notch security systems, such as banks, have been repeatedly victimized due to the security breaches. Keeping this in view, Institute of Technology and Science, Ghaziabad has planned this important and unique event where globally renowned experts from various facets, including national security, defense, cyber crimes, investigating agencies, industry, academia, and research, cyber laws, ethical hackers, experts shall be addressing and interacting with the audience of all across the country throughout the day in the different sessions of the event. In inaugural session on the theme, Cybersecurity Challenges and Opportunities, renowned distinguished speaker from defense and academia shall be addressing. The National Summit will also focus on technical sessions on theme, Information Technology and Cyber Warfare Global Challenges, in which participants will listen, experience success stories by eminent distinguished speakers from defense sectors and law practitioners. And technical session 2 on theme cybersecurity, research issues and opportunities to counter cybersecurity challenges will be enlightened by the renowned academicians and industry leaders as well. And real life stories and deliberations on the theme surge in cybercrime, how to be safe in cyberspace, and related case studies will be shared by the distinguished speaker from police sector and cybersecurity experts and leading industry experts. We are sure that this summit will provide a great source of learning knowledge platform to all delegate and participants. We wish you wonderful learning day. Thank you so much. Enjoy the learning day. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Vineet Kansal, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, has also joined us. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Pooja.
Now, before inviting our Honorable Vice Chairman, ITS Education Group, Shri Arpit Chadha, sir, I would like to introduce him. Shri Arpit Chadha, an alumnus of University of Delhi, is a postgraduate in business administration and currently vice chairman of one of the leading group of educational institutes of North India, ITS Education Group. The group offers 17 diploma, UG, PG, and PhD programs in the area of IT, management, engineering, dentistry, pharmacy, biotechnology, and physiotherapy, along with 2 hospitals. The group was started in 1995 and has grown in 4 different campuses, 8 institutes, with over 8,000 students studying at any point of time and competent pool of more than 800 faculty members. Under the visionary leadership of Shri Arpit Chadha, ITS Education Group is creating benchmarks in the field of higher education to be followed by others and is committed to provide high quality education and to serve the underprivileged segment of society. These efforts are well recognized and appreciated. Shri Arpit Chadha is an active member of various professional bodies, including FICCI, CEGR, IMA, ICCI, ICPI, member FICCI, Vice President Ghaziabad Member Association, Vice President Table Tennis Association, Vice President Chess and Sports Association of Ghaziabad. Shri Arpit Chadha ji was awarded with Most Preferred UG and PG Institute of the Year by Bharat Ratna Padma Vibhushan, His Excellency ex-President Shri Pranab Mukherjee. He is the recipient of Young Entrepreneur Award by leading media house of Delhi NCR, Hint Media Group, Mahatma Gandhi Skill
Professor Pooja, I'll take over. I'll take
sir.
over.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Respected Dr. Kansal, thank you for joining in today. Respected A.K. Marshall ji and other distinguished guests who've joined in today. I know this is not a good time for all the introduction and everything. I will not take much time of yours. There are great people who've joined in from India and abroad. I could see a few speakers from abroad as well. I can see around 250 participants have also joined in. The topic is very nicely picked up by Dr. Pandey, cybersecurity, something which is really in these days. To begin, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sunil Pandey and his team for managing and pulling off this cybersecurity online seminar, which he is conducting right now. Talking about cybersecurity, if I talk about from education point of view, we all saw what happened in lockdown. Everyone was shut. And I'm happy to share being amongst the top in IT in the fraternity education area in Delhi NCR. We were the first to go online. Having said that, there are always challenges. As the other host of the event was telling, that bank even suffers the frauds and everything. There are duplicate websites which come in. There are messages. There are emails which are which 100% look like original, and then they are actually not true and end up fooling the customers, and it affects the customer in the end. Cybersecurity is something really important. As I was saying, coming from education point of view, online classes were conducted for good 6 months. It was a very good platform for every one of us to see that things can happen that way too. But the challenges, what I personally felt was the attendance of the students. Yes, students were there, but then as they say, there's a very good method to be there and not be there. Switch off your video and you don't know whether a student is attending the classes or not. I will not take much time. Thank you for all the guests who've joined in. I'm sure all the participants, there's a lot of learning here today. Be open, have an open mind, open ears, and I'm sure there's a lot of learning your way. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now, before inviting Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, I would like to introduce him. Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, with an experience of over 23 years in industry and academia, presently working as Director IT and UG at ITS Ghaziabad, having interest in database technologies and soft computing. Dr. Pandey has published more than 85 research papers in national and international journal and conference proceedings, book chapters with leading publishing houses, including Springer, IGI, articles, interviews, views, and edited 11 volumes of different relevant themes on information technology. He has been providing and coordinating training and consultancy to various reputed organizations, including officers and air warriors of Indian Air Force, renowned Manipal Group, Bangalore, MIC Ghaziabad, district administration in its automation of its functioning. He has been awarded with many prestigious awards in academia and IT industry, including Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, Database Quest, Data Quest, Business Standard, IT Next Magazine, 9.9 Media, Dell, VMware Enterprise. Yes, sir.
Hello. Pooja ji.
I request and invite Director IT, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Pooja Dharji. Honorable Vice Chairman, ITS Education Group, Shri R.P. Chadha, sir. Keynote speaker of this inaugural ceremony of this national seminar on very important and pertinent topic. Air Marshal P.K. Roy, sir. The eminent speaker of this session, Professor Vineet Kansal, sir, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. Professor Sheng, the faculty members and people from industry, those who have joined in this inaugural session of this event, and the students. It's really good to see that this event, how important this event has, that participants in throughout the day in different sessions, around 1,000+ participants covering 26 states of the country and 17 other countries, which includes United States, Canada, Mauritius, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and others. So 17 such countries, the people from these countries have also joined this event. It itself speaks that how much concern this cybersecurity has in present context, especially with the digital revolution around all of us, and the way, especially this massive adoption of technology during this pandemic COVID-19, whether it is academia, whether it is industry, whether it is any sector we take, whether it is manufacturing or retail or pharmaceuticals or FMCG, including our academic institutions like us, or defense sector, or whatever sector we see, everyone has got in some other way to find out some alternative way to keep things continue. And the thing which made sure that things are continue was the information and communication technology and its enabled services. This massive adoption of technology, new applications coming up to cater these new needs, have created a wide presence of not only the industry people, the various sector, but the common man also have got this as the only medium to get connected and preventing themselves, their houses, as a separate island. And this massive adoption of technology and wide reach of these tools have also attracted the people, those who have malified intention, to affect the systems which are running, to find out the loopholes into the system, to get into it, and then exploiting it. Even I was going through a research report where now during discussions, this top leadership, the CEOs, they are of the opinion that by 2025, 40% of the companies, they are going to have a cybersecurity committee as part of their organization, which was earlier not there. If we see in last 1 decade, the only person who used to look after this ICT and ICT infrastructure and the services deployed in an organization were the CIOs or CTOs or CISOs or CSOs. And that one person, along with his maintenance team, used to take care of everything. But now it is said that the data breaches, the way they are impacting the businesses in 2021, by end of 2021, it is predicted that the total volume, if we quantify in terms of monetary form, it is going to hit about $6 trillion cost to the data breaches which are coming up. The upsurge in cyber crimes and cyber security related factors, they have forced the organization to rethink, to revisit their existing infrastructure, their existing resources, and look into it so that they can have a more robust system which is safe, secure, and caters to the business needs. Now, the role of every individual who is part of organization in such capacity is changing like anything. ongoing cyber crimes, the new kind of the impacts which every day is coming up, the way with the speed this cyber crime this is increasing many folds, it not only creates a need of awareness about why the cyber security breaches happens, how it impacts all of us at common man, and how to keep individuals safe, how to keep businesses safe, how to keep the different organizations safe. It creates a need of such discussions where people, those who have been leading this entire system, they come forward, they share their perspective and sensitizes the masses so that we are well prepared to respond to all these things. Because the way technology is increasing, whether it is automotive happening, where now we are seeing that the driverless cars are coming up. If driverless cars are coming up, everything is going to be connected through internet. Now, if somebody gets into that driving process, which is being controlled by automated process, then entire system is going to be on a stake. The integrating artificial intelligence, now we are seeing that in last 2 to 3 years, especially, of course, that research is going on for a longer time, but in last 2 to 3 years, people have started discussing more on AI, machine learning, and deep learning concepts. Now, there are more and more systems are coming up. And when these systems are coming up, now people have also started on thinking that if our systems are capable enough, are robust enough to utilize that AI, machine learning, and deep learning principles and its benefits to integrate into the cyber environment, so that up to large extent, the cyber security concerns are taken care of by the system itself. So inclusion of AI is another trend which is coming up. A mobile phone, we all know, and this mobility, when we discuss about the ICT infrastructure, we know that the mobile connectivity plays very crucial role, very important role in massive adoption of technology, because now these portable devices in affordable range have created avenues for everyone to follow. The clouds, we all know that in last almost 5 to 6 years, cloud implementation has gone up like anything, and especially during this COVID-19, when in-premise infrastructure was mostly migrated to cloud. Now these clouds are also becoming a target for the people, those who wish to get into the system and exploit it. So cloud security, the vulnerability in the cloud environment is again a challenge which needs to be taken care of. We every day we see, recently we saw that data of customers of different banks, different organizations in hospitality sector were stolen. Recently, we saw that data from even the online portals, e-commerce site where we visit frequently, the customers' data were stolen. The IoT and 5G, with the advent of this implementation of IoT, especially because IoT targets on connecting the devices and communicate without direct intervention of human beings. Now, if more or more devices are going to be connected with each other, which we expect that by 2030, around 50 billion devices are going to be connected with each other. Now, if these connected devices without direct intervention of human being, if they communicate, now how much complex network they are going to create, and to handle that network, the challenge is going to be there, because most of the IoT devices will be working on very crucial platforms for very crucial applications, which will enter inside our homes also. So this is another area which needs to be taken care of. Then ransomware are something which is now impacting not only businesses but individuals too. Recently, 3 days back, a case was reported in Lucknow where a Facebook request was received by somebody. On that Facebook, while messaging, they requested for WhatsApp number. That WhatsApp number was shared by the person, and the moment it was shared, immediately a WhatsApp video call was received. And before he could understand what actually is happening on that mobile screen, within 20-25 seconds, 30 seconds of video was captured. Now, immediately after that, a ransomware message was sent for payment of rupees 5 lakhs. Somehow he could manage to give 86,000 rupees by taking from here and there. And then finally, when the people insisted that if you do not pay this, we are going to make that video viral. And then that case was reported to UPSIT cell, and people from UPSIT and the investigating agencies, they will be discussing about such cases in the afternoon in last session. And then cyber warfare, of course. Now, in most of the places when experts speak, they say now we are in an era where wars are not going to be in conventional mode, and the wars would be won without shedding a drop of blood. Now, if that is the thing, that is the arena where we are entering into, it is very important that we try to understand the fundamentals, the course of the issues. And if we have to survive, sustain, and be safe in this cyberspace, there is no other way out. And with that objective, this event was planned, as Professor Dr. Umang has already mentioned. We have eminent guests, starting with our keynote speaker, Air Marshal P.K. Roy sir, with us in this inaugural session. And I'm sure that this entire day, immediately after this session, we have a session where leading experts from defense sector, they would be discussing about different challenges, different issues which are present, and how we propose to counter. Thereafter, we will have another session which will be more focused on research and real applications as well as technology is concerned. Then we have a dedicated session where all of us, as part of community, we are living an era that small negligence or ignorance may lead us into a situation from where it may be impossible to come back. In afternoon, we will have a team of police officers, the investigating officers, those who are into investigation of such cyber crimes when it comes to the common man. And I'm sure that this entire deliberation will provide an input to all of us to think, to ponder around, to understand that how much risk we are living into, and how to make sure that we are not leaving technology, but adopting technology with more carefulness, with more understanding. And this awareness will help us to keep ourselves safe, secure, and still with technology in time to come. On behalf of ITS Mohanagar Ghaziabad, I once again welcome to Professor Vineet Kansal sir, who is our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor sir, our keynote speaker of this inaugural session, Air Marshal P.K. Roy sir, Professor Singh, who would be speaking, and Professor M.M. Pant sir, who will be joining shortly. Thank you so much to you, Professor Pooja Dhaji. It's up to you. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, sir, cyber security is the topic, the talk of the town. Today in this summit, we have speakers, eminent speakers in this summit. And before inviting our keynote speaker, Air Marshal Shri P.K. Roy sir, I would like to introduce him. Air Marshal Shri P.K. Roy, PVSM, AVSM, VM, VSM, National Security Expert. More than 40 years of distinguished career in Indian Air Force, he has commanded the only unified command of Indian Armed Forces at Andaman and Nicobar Islands. As the Commandant of National Defence College of India, conducted year-long courses on national security and strategy for senior Indian defence and civil services officers, as well as the defence officers from friendly foreign countries. He has represented India at the Asian Regional Forum Conference at Bali in 2011. He has led the NDC delegation to 6 countries, Israel, Sweden, Mexico, Chile, Morocco, and South Africa. He has led the defense delegation to China for discussion at the Shanghai Institute of International Studies. He has a diplomatic experience of 3 years at the military and air attaché at the Indian Embassy, Ukraine, and Romania. Presently, he holds the Admiral R.D. Karatia Chair of Excellence at United Service Institute of India, New Delhi, for research on Strategic Vision 2030 for security and development of Andaman Nicobar Islands. He is a member governing council of United Service Institute of India. He was also the commandant of National Defence Academy of India, New Delhi, and commander-in-chief of Andaman and Nicobar Command. We welcome you in this summit, sir. Now request and invite Shri P.K. Roy, sir, for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Mr. Arpit Chadha, the Vice Chairman of ITS, Dr. Pandey, for inviting me on this momentous occasion of the summit on cybersecurity, issues of concern for business, challenges, opportunities, and remedies. It's heartening to hear from Dr. Pandey that there are participants from 17 different countries in this, and it speaks volumes of the effort put in by the team ITS on this seminar or the summit, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure most of you must have attended a large number of seminars, discussions on cybersecurity. It's an in thing now. But looking at the program of this summit and the eminent speakers that you have invited, I feel this one will be a little different from the normals. And I'm sure at the end of the seminar, you will walk away from here with a different appreciation of the laptop that is on your table now, of the phone that you carry 24 hours nowadays, the businesses that you are involved in, and about the banks in which you hold your money, hard-earned money. The word cyber is now deeply entrenched in our language, in our mindset. Today, we live in an age of technology. Dr. Pandey explained it to us. And we depend on this technology for every aspect of our life. Maybe starting from national security to the economic health of the country, economic health and well-being of your family, for your own personal well-being. In fact, the very fabric of our society is defined by the technology that we depend on. That is the inroads that technology has made in our life. But then this very technology will continue to work as we intend it to work if we protect it from being hacked, if we protect it from being manipulated, or if we protect it from being controlled from outside by somebody inimical to you. Protecting this technology upon which we depend should be our priority, should be the priority of the government, should be the priority of the business and the industry. Dr. Pandey just spoke about introducing of various systems which organizations are going through. The academia, more importantly, this is extremely important. And every individual who has a smartphone in his pocket. And this is where another important word gets linked to technology and cyber, and that is the cyber security. Therefore, technology, cyber, and cyber security are intimately intertwined. Must remember that they cannot be looked at separately. The issue of cybersecurity is thus as vital to our way of life as the technology itself. If you can't live without technology, you cannot live without cybersecurity today. This summit, I am sure, will serve as a guide for you all to the greater sphere of cybersecurity. In this sphere of business, that is the main topic of yours, which is an important part of today's discussion. If you are an executive or would be an executive, if you are a board member or would be a board member, business leader, or a simple IT professional, this is an important opportunity to verse yourself with the ecosystem that exists in the world, to verse yourself with the threats and opportunities that will be explained to you during the course of the day in order to deal with issues and responsibilities around cybersecurity within your own organization, within your own family, within whatever setup you are in. This seminar should also be able to provide the basics and a clear overview of how cybersecurity relates to you as an individual. Today, we are at the crossroads as we move from a society already entwined with the internet to the age of automation and to the age of AIs, as Dr. Pandey said just now. As I said, we are becoming totally dependent on technology. Not good, but it is a fact. It's a reality we must appreciate. While this technology is bringing ever greater benefits to us, to our society, it is also bringing ever greater threats. It has become a focal point for cybercrime. It is also bringing focal point for industrial espionage, focal point for cyber attacks. And in the hands of less than I'm being decent here, in the hands of less than favorable organization, people who, or let us say, of the criminals, it will be, let me go one step further. In the hands of individuals, governments, or organization, this technology could be turned against us. Therefore, protecting it from such people should be a priority to ensure that this very technology works the way we want it to work. Today, when you read reports of crippling fully automated infrastructure, look what happened to in Bombay. People are blaming it now on China doing it. I don't know. Nothing has come out officially, but there's talk about it. Report of multi-million dollars bank thefts. Report of million users and user details and passwords leaked on the web page, or scams of milking millions from the vulnerable people. What you are actually reading about is the lack of cyber security, about failure to protect our systems, about failure to protect our processes and data, thereby enabling exploitations of ourselves. Cybersecurity, therefore, must underpin every technology that we develop, every gadget that is developed, every application, or every information that we store somewhere. Humans are more than just a lucky country. We are early adopters. We are tenacious inverters. We are a nation with the skill and talent to lead the world in cybersecurity, and with the right mix of leadership and commitment and academia, we as it is lead the world in IT. And cybersecurity is a part of it. Individual play. I'm talking to each one of the participants. Remember, we the humans are inherently complex and multifaceted creatures with our own agenda to trusting. We trust each other too much. We need to appreciate that even the most hardened system can be breached through social engineering. Some amount of secure network topologies or the firewalls or security software can email link. You just heard the example given by Dr. Pandey. Or being convinced to give out his or her login details over the phone by someone pretending to be from your bank or from your IT organization. This is where the human hacking comes in. And so, as a result, cybersecurity isn't just about technology defenses. It's also about people. It is also about us. From the home user through the industry to the government, everyone needs a basic understanding of cyber threats and how to recognize them. Something which comes under the umbrella of a digital literacy. That is important. We're talking of DBTs every day. We're talking of so many things. We need to educate our people. Also, combating cybersecurity is a multidisciplinary affair with that spans from hardware to software through policies and people, as we just saw. All of it is aimed at preventing cyber crimes occurring in the first place or minimizing its effect thereafter. But it is important to appreciate that there is no silver bullet in this. Cyber security is constantly evolving, is constantly active process, just like the threat which we aim to prevent. There is a constant race between the two all the time. Therefore, one fact that remains very clear is that cyber threat and consequently cybersecurity is only going to increase as we develop technologically. As we integrate technology further into our own lives, the opportunities for abuse also grows. And that is why most modern countries are now treating cyberspace as another military domain, in addition to the land, air, and sea power as brought out by Dr. Pandey just now. Now we are in the age where governments, political groups, criminals, even the corporates can engage in cyber espionage, cyber warfare, cyber terrorism. We now live in a world where warfare can be conducted entirely virtually, as we are discussing now. But then the consequences almost always have in one of the sessions. What are the challenges that the nation and the business enterprises face in this way? And in my mind, the first and foremost challenge is the leadership. Lack of leadership is a key challenge, if only because it takes a concerted effort to recognize the threat and take action. From the government, where they believe that it is appreciate that it is an important facet to be taught to the students. Therefore, leadership is required to tackle the issues of cyber security and to ensure we can adequately protect the foundation of trust upon which we all depend. Next challenge is collaboration. If there is one lesson that you can learn from the cyber criminals, is that what is called is collaboration is king. It is a fact that cyber criminals work together exceptionally well. They got stolen data in the open market, where they work together to develop new hacking techniques for infiltrating into your systems. However, by contrast, when you look at the people who are being attacked are siloed security vendors, competing products. You don't want to tell each other what is your system. There is very little cooperation between the government and the industry in this. It has started increasing now, but still there's tremendous scope to increase this. Organizations, companies, businesses are afraid to share the fact that they have been hacked for the fear of impacting their business, their share prices. And unless you exchange this, somebody else will get it. Collaboration is important because keeping breach secret not only helps the attacker. If a breach isn't made public, it can be used against the next company and the next, and it goes on till it becomes general knowledge. In order to stop it, free sharing of information amongst the business and enterprises regarding cybersecurity. I'm not sharing everything. Among cybersecurity professionals and among security software vendors is essential. Huge thing to say practically, and awareness. As we move with the knowledge economy, need to expand degree of specific to cybersecurity disciplines at the university level, which you are doing, I know. And we need to increase emphasis on entrepreneurial business skills that will help to get today's youth to track for roles of cybersecurity industry as well as the ICT at large. Education must also include embedding cybersecurity in work practices. As you just brought out, Dr. Pandey, that 50, when you discussed with these 50 odd organizations they are implementing, that should form a part of your education in the education institutes. Next challenge, of course, is privacy, discussed in part earlier. There has to be an appreciation of the fact that in today's digital world, services come at the cost of privacy. There is an inherent trade-off. And while the privacy of our data is extremely important, we must factor it into our solutions to cybersecurity also. Where necessary, reviewing the laws and regulations to facilitate better communication and collaboration for the purpose of cybersecurity may be required. Therefore, when you are looking at the road ahead, it is clear that cybersecurity is pivotal to both the economic future of our country and indeed the very fabric of our society. As we develop and embrace more and more technology, cybersecurity will become even more important. In conclusion, I would like to say that ensuring a secure and successful environment ultimately comes down to every government, every business, every academic institute, and every individual across the world. This is for the 17-odd country participants. All are targets to cybercrime. Cybersecurity is all about processes and procedures, is about good government regulations, is about skilled and qualified IT staff in your own organizations, is about education on common scams and how to avoid them. Finally, I will end by saying what the Sony's boss had said about hacking of the PlayStation network and theft of personal data way back in 2011, and it's valid today and will be valid all throughout our life. He had suggested that it might not be possible to for any company to be 100% secure. It's valid today, and described the attack as the beginning and the shape of things to come in the future. We are saying the same thing today also. He said, it is not a brave new world. It's a bad new world. It's true today also and will be true for the future. What it boils down to is that when it comes to security, you can never completely eliminate the risk. You can only minimize and mitigate it. Therefore, ultimately, for majority of cases, the security is about making the cost of entry higher than the value of the assets being protected. I will end here with wishing you the very best for the seminar, and one personal request to each participant here. That is, Corona is spreading. COVID-19 is spreading. This is not the second wave. Some are calling it third wave. Please take precautions. Look after yourself, your family, your friends, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Truly mentioned by you, sir, that now the time has come when we can't live without securing our cyberspace, where we are living, and our dependency on the technology is increasing day by day. And at the same time, we have to be aware about the threats as well. Once again, thank you, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this national summit. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have Professor Sheng Lung Peng today with us in this summit. Before inviting Professor Sheng, I would like to introduce him. Professor Sheng Lung Peng, Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering, National Taipei University of Business, Taipei, Taiwan. Professor Sheng has done PhD Computer Science from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. He has done MSc Computer Science and Information Engineering from National Chengcheng University, Taiwan. His research includes designing and analyzing algorithms for bioinformatics, combinatorics, data mining, and networks. He is the Director of Department of Creative Technology and Product Design, National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan. Director of Chinese Association of Public Affairs Management, Secretary General of the ACM ICPC Contest Council for Taiwan, Director of Information Services Association of Chinese Colleges, Taiwan, Director of ICPCA Asia Taipei, Director of Institute of Information Computing Machinery, Supervisor of Association of Algorithms and Computation Theory, Taiwan, Supervisor of Chinese Information Literacy Association, Taiwan, Editorial Review Board Member of International Journal of Ambient Computing and Intelligence, Director of the Taiwan Association of Cloud Computing. He was a professor of National Donghua University, Taiwan. He was a supervisor of Interlibrary Corporation Association. He has been the conference chair and keynote speaker in many international conferences. He is a recipient of Lifetime Achievement Global Outreach Education Award 2019. He has published many research papers in international conferences and journals. Now request and invite Professor Sheng Lung Peng for his address. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. Okay, for making sure you can understand my means, so I want to give this talk using the slides. Okay. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, okay. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Congratulate you organize this a wonderful event. Okay, I'm Sheng Lung Peng. Okay. Good morning, my dear friends, and many thanks for this invitation. Okay, I'm very happy to be here for sharing something with you. Okay, I know that due to this pandemic, we have to work learn via way. So certainly everything will go well after this pandemic. Okay, so by taking this opportunity, I wish everyone a healthy and happy life every day. In particular, a successful Zoom meet for today. I'm Sheng Lung Peng. I moved to National Taipei University last year from Donghua University. So if you visit Taiwan, you can come to here to find me. So today I want to talk something to you, only focus on some research issue for cybersecurity. So I give this hierarchy of security issue. Okay, sorry, I think. Okay, so I think when we want to keep our things safe, we have the security problem. So the total overall we call it's the information security. Okay. Under it, we have this cybersecurity. It deals with protecting an organization's internet connected systems from potential cyber attacks. Okay. Usually, we study the network security. It has been studied for a long time. I think it's a very long research on this network security. Network security is focused on protecting an organization's IT infrastructures from online threats. Okay, so actually, cybersecurity is occurred only for recent years, so it's quite hard problem. So I would like to show you this study. This study from this one, the complexity of cyber attack in a new layer security model, and then the maximum weight rooted subtree problem occur in the appeared in the ACTA Cybernetica in 2016. In this paper, it defines the problem, the decision version like this. We are given a tree T rooted at a vertex R, penetrating cost H function C on T, a target acquisition vertex function P on T, the text budget B, and the gain over ratio K. The problem is to determine the existence of a rooted subtree T prime of T within the text budget with total acquisition value more than the gain over ratio. So for example, we can see this tree. It's a tree. Okay, it's if we can check the subtree T prime. Okay, we have to pay this cost. By the definition, it cannot be more than B. Of course, we can obtain the profit defined on these vertices. Okay. Usually, we want to obtain this profit as large as possible. So it have to be greater than K. Okay. So for the optimization version, okay, also we have to pay this cost, and then we want to maximize the profit. A logical view of this problem, we are given a tree, a rooted tree, okay. So the root is the starting vertex. So we define the cost on the edges, okay. So this one, okay, and then the profits on vertex. Okay, so if we can attack this subtree, yes, we have to pay this cost, and then we can obtain, this edge is define the cost, and then we can obtain the profit from this subtree. Okay, the tree T plum, like this one, yes, and this one, so this is the original defined problem in this paper. Any question? Okay. So what is the possibility for generalize this problem? I have two directions for this one, and one generalization. It's a graph model like this one. We have this cost function and the profit function, and we have model this cybersecurity system as a graph. Yes, so in this model, any vertex can be a starting vertex. So for example, if we use this one as a starting vertex, so we can attack this subgraph. Okay. So what is the cost for attacking this subgraph? Usually we can define it. The cost is this red lines. Okay. Actually, it's the minimal spanning tree of the G-plot. Okay, so this is the minimal cost if we want to attack this subgraph. So this problem, we generate this problem into this one. So for the decision version, we are given a graph G, an integer K, and penetrating cost function C on E, a profit function P on V, and the attack budget B. The problem is to determine whether there is a subgraph G prime of G with T prime being its a minimal spanning tree such that the total cost that we paid is no more than B, and we obtain the profit is at least K. Of course, we can have an optimization version. In this version, the different should be this part. We want to maximize this profit. So another generalization, I call it. I define this one called a single attack model. In this model, we want to attack the whole system. It means we may have a lot of budget, enough budget to attack this system. The only problem is we want to attack the whole system as soon as possible. So in this version, the cost can be defined as the time. Okay. So we do not need this one, and we do not this one, and do not this one. Instead, we will need this one. We want to attack the whole graph. So actually, we have to find a minimal spanning tree to attack the whole system. So for example, this one. So the minimal cost is defined on edges in the spanning tree. Okay. So of course, I think you can check. It's a very simple problem. Okay, this is a solution. It's just a minimal spanning tree. Okay, so the problem is a polynomial term solvable. Okay. However, if we allow multiple attack, it means we are allowed to attack the whole system in parallel. If we have K teams, people to do the work. Okay. So if for example, if we have two teams, one team to attack this subgraph, the other team to attack this subgraph. Okay, so what is the cost to pay for this attack? Actually, we can define it as the maximum. Okay, the cost because we define in this model, the cost is the summation of the time defined on these edges. Also, this one because the cost is the bottleneck is on the maximum one. So we define the cost is this one. Okay. Okay. Actually, if we study in advance, we can check. Okay. Maybe this problem is a little bit like this one. This paper proposed at 1996. But anyway, if this multiple attack, we allow this multiple attack, this problem, I think it becomes very hard. So the decision version, we can give this definition. We are giving a graph G and an integer K, a cost function C, and a text budget B. The problem is to determine whether there is spanning K forest. Okay, K means we allow K team to attack the whole system. Okay, such that the maximum cost is no more than B. Okay. For the optimization version, we are given a graph G and integer K and a cost function C and E. Okay, the problem is to find a spanning K forest of G such that its cost is the minimum. So what is the future work for my proposed problem? Yeah, the first one we can ask, what is the approximability for the proposed problems? And also, how about an exact algorithm for the proposed problems? Okay. So we know that research is a role for finding truth, it's new knowledge, okay? Also, I think it's also a role for solving problems for us, for our for us in the engineering and the science people. Okay, and I think I believe it is also a searching process because research, okay, it's a searching process again and again. So I show you this two possibilities. So please enjoy it. Okay, so thank you very much and welcome to my university. Okay, and any question you can write to my email. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing the research perspective of the cybersecurity systems. And I'm sure that it will be beneficial to all and mostly for those who are working in the research area of cybersecurity. Once again, thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is a person that whenever we listen to him, it is always an update in our knowledge. Before inviting Professor M.M. Pant, sir, I would like to introduce him. Dr. M.M. Pant, former Pro Vice Chancellor, IGNOU, founder and chairman, Planet EDU. He has done the PhD in computational physics along with a professional law degree, has been a practitioner in the field of law, IT-enabled education, and IT implementations. Drawing upon his experience in world-class international institutions and having taught in various modes of face-to-face, distance learning, and technology-enhanced training. Professor Pant has been the Pro Vice Chancellor at Indira Gandhi National Open University and the faculty at IIT Kanpur, MNIT Allahabad, and on faculty and visiting professor at University of Western Ontario, Canada. He has been a visiting scientist to research centers in Italy, England, Germany, and Sweden. He has delivered the international lectures with about 80 published papers to his credit. With his interest in law, backed with the practicing of law in a high court and his basic training in science and IT, Professor Pant has been particularly interested in cyber law, patent and trademark issues, intellectual property right issues, and has been involved with many activities, conferences on law and IT. He is a one-man committed to create the project report and legislation for Delhi IT-enabled open universities. He is advisor to the Delhi government of Asian network of major city projects, distance learning project, and being pursued in the association with Tokyo Metropolitan Government. With his mission to create and implement new business opportunities in the area of e-learning and learning facilitations, Professor Pant has been promoted Planet EDU Private Limited as its founder and chairman, along with a team of highly experienced and skilled professionals from the education and training operations, IT and finance. Now request and invite Dr. M.M. Pant for his address. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Pooja, and many thanks to the ITS team headed by Dr. Pandey and blessed by Arpit Chadha for picking up this theme. This theme actually is the most important theme today for the world. It's also a great thing for students because if they pursue this as part of their career, there is 0% unemployability, 100% employability, and like Air Marshal P.K. Roy just said, this will continue to be so for quite some time. So all the jobs which AI will take away, cyber security and cyber safety will bring more jobs for doing this. You have a huge panel of eminent speakers and lined up, and therefore I will try to, in my brief thing, point out to certain things which are off the beaten track, so to say. The first thing that I want to share with you is that if you look at the news around you, there's so much news about, cyber crimes increasing, cyber hacking, even TV talks about this, etc., etc. Again, social engineering was mentioned. I would like to summarize it into one sentence for the kind of people that we have. In any system, it is the weakest link in the system which has to be broken. So if I am a hacker, I don't have to worry about your cryptography, what algorithm you have used. I will simply bluff the person to give me the password or to give me access and so on. And people being greedy are willing to say, you say, okay, I will give you vaccine out of turn, he will let you access. I will give you this, he will give you access. This is the simplest part. So it is basically not meddling with the difficult part. But as you people are more technical type, I want to share with you what the technical things that are coming up and why there is a big opportunity. I mean, not just ordinary career jobs, becoming IT manager, this, that, or what Dr. Pandey said, head of cybersecurity in an organization. You have a chance today of becoming as important as Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates if you are able to create some solutions to this cybersecurity thing. Because as you've seen, this is in Houston. And I will give you some more things which you may not have even thought of. Air Marshal P.K. Roy concluded with referring to the COVID-19 as something to be aware of. I am saying learn from the COVID-19. Learn from the COVID-19 and you will be amazed that our cybersecurity system is a complete analog of our natural immune system, which this COVID-19 was breaking. This is exactly the thing that was happening, breaking. And I don't think any one of you will guess it. Dr. Pandey talked about so many technologies. Everybody's talking. In MIT Technology Review, and you can Google it and see it, it talks about the top 10 technologies of the year 2021. What do you think is at number 10? I mean, at top, number 1 or number 10, whatever you like. What technology do you think MIT Technology Review says is the top technology for the year 2021? It is not 5G, it is not IoT, it is not driverless car. It is messenger RNA vaccine. You see, this is the big thing that has happened. And why I'm saying this is that I really want you to realize that cybersecurity, some people said it is a cooperative issue. You have to learn from biological systems as well. Very often we have this, even in messaging, we say it is a viral spread, the message has gone viral, etc., etc. We need to understand that a little more. But let me come to the earlier other parts. So one is explore the similarities between the immune system and the cybersecurity. See, in the immune system, what is happening? The immune system job is to distinguish between the self and the non-self. And first, not allow a non-self to enter. And if it enters, identify it and demolish it. For the humans, our biggest thing, and we never realize that as an organ, our biggest organ is the skin, which protects us from all kinds of infections. You see, it is like your firewall. And this is where it gets very exciting. When you start comparing your immune system with the cybersecurity system, you learn a lot. And messenger RNA vaccine have actually showed this and so on and so forth. But I will come to some, basically what I want to say is the rate of change is very fast. You have to learn a lot, learn from all kinds of places. Don't think of a specialist in cybersecurity. It is going to be something which will come from all kinds of directions. And many of you who have sort of, good cars. So in the car, you will see in the rear view mirror, it is etched, objects are closer than you think. Why has this been said? Because you see this in a convex mirror, it looks very small. We are trained to thinking that things look big when they are close and small when they are far. Therefore, we think it is very far. This whole issue of cybersecurity and the challenges to cybersecurity is nearer than what we think. It is not something far away. Oh, we will see in 2040, 2030. It is happening right now, here and now. And therefore, the model of learning has to be accelerated learning. We can no longer have that thing that, 3-year course and 2-year course and so on. You have to accelerate because the virus is accelerating. You can deal with an accelerating thing only if you also accelerate. Now, the virus is growing at this rate, and you say, I will do 100 things per day, or I will do this. At 5 o'clock, I will close office. 3 o'clock, I will go for lunch. It won't work. You have to work with an accelerated thing for learning and dealing with it. And for technical people, I want to kind of briefly say that. So, as I said, the weakest link in the system is there in the social engineering, behavior, promise of something, etc., etc. But let's say we go beyond that and people are able to come in and you find the core of your thing is the encryption, decryption, and safety system. Now, encryption is, when people are talking of warfare today, no, the Second World War was won because the Allies broke the encryption of the Germans. And that is where computers became important. Alan Turing's work, all this at Bletchley in UK, this was all about breaking the code. And in fact, those of you who like to read popular reading, there's a very nice book by Simon Singh called The Code Book. Very nice story about how encryption happens and so on. But I will jump fast forward because what the problem in encryption is that I should be able to encrypt very easily, but the other person should not be able to decrypt easily. Now we have this problem with our passwords. We make passwords which are easy, then everybody can guess that password and he breaks it to 2021, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So people are able to break. Now, the challenge of encryption is it should be easy to encrypt, but very difficult to decrypt. And the prevailing standard for that is what is called the RSA security system. So RSA was created by 3 people, Rive, Shamir, and Alderman, and it relies on a very simple principle. It is very easy for all of us to multiply, but to factorize is more difficult. So any small child also, if you give him a big number, 2 big numbers, he will do column by column and over some time will be able to do the multiplication. To ask him to factorize some large number, especially if the factors are prime numbers, then it is very difficult to do so. And RSA became famous because they took a 64-digit prime number, a 65-digit prime number, multiplied it, got a 129-digit prime number and put it on the internet and said, who can break it? Of course, it was broken. Today, what we use is an RSA 2048 bit kind of encryption system, but our entire encryption depends upon this thing, that with present computers, it will take a long time to be able to do it. And as again, I think Marshall Piquet Roy himself said, if the cost of encryption is so difficult, much more than the value of the asset, you will not like to worry about it. This looked very secure. We got kind of complacent about it, and so much so that you know that the government of India is thinking of doing some cryptocurrency. They don't quite like Bitcoin, so they may do some RBI given cryptocurrency, whatever. But inside, the crypto mechanism will be same, elliptic cryptography or whatever. Now, when I said objects are closer than you think, that object is quantum computing. So Peter Shor in 1994 or so had created an algorithm called Shor's algorithm, which could factorize any 2 numbers. With the computer that we had at that time, we could only factorize simple numbers. But people project, and you know, IBM, Microsoft, billions and trillions of dollars are being spent on making quantum computers a reality. The day quantum computer is the reality, Bitcoin is over. Cryptocurrency is over. All this, somewhat you remember like the Y2K problem we were having at one time, that on that day, everything, we will have that point. And therefore there is already a mission there's something called NIST, which is saying that, okay, in a post-quantum era, what will we do? And so on. And this is why it is so interesting that if there is scope for completely fundamental thing. Very often we work in fields where can you make a better chip than what Intel makes or these people make, etc. It is unlikely. They're already doing an atomic level, nano level, etc., etc. But finding a new way of solving a problem is something we can do, and we are good at it. I'm not talking only of Ramanujam. If you look at, there is in mathematics a famous award called the Fields Medal. The last two Fields Medal were won by Indians, Manjul Bhargava and somebody else. And I will now quickly try to get to you to tell you that the key thing. So what you should now have part of, if you want to be in the forefront, you should know what is RSA algorithm, how does it work? You should know about Shor's algorithm, how does it work? You should see what the future is when quantum computers, which already start coming in, which can do this, which is in the 5-10 years, but sometimes it gets surprising. Another terminology, another algorithm I want you to start looking at, because these are difficult things you need time to learn, is called the LLL algorithm. And this comes in a field called lattice cryptography. So now they're looking, what is it that quantum computer will also not be able to crack? And the current flavor is LLL algorithm. And this is based up to 3 people. 2 of them are brothers, Lentra and Lentra, and one of them is Lasswaz. And Lasswaz got the Abel medal for mathematics. Abel is like the Nobel Prize for mathematics. Actually, Alfred Nobel didn't quite like maths. Maybe his maths teacher must have failed him in school. So he did not give any Nobel Prize for maths. It was only for physics and chemistry and biology, medicine and economics was later added. But there's no Nobel Prize for maths. So for Nobel Prize for maths, it is either Fields Medal, which is given once in 4 years, or Abel Prize. So this was got the Abel Prize for this work. What I'm trying to say is that computers, see, we often think of computer as basically an offset of electronics. But electronics is only the medium for a certain time. Computers is the result of mathematics. And that mathematics, which electronics is not able to do easily with bits, can be done with qubits. And therefore, we are looking at quantum computing. And just like we talk of electronics, there's a whole field called spintronics, which is looking at the spins of electrons. Electronics is looking at the charge of electrons. Now, why I'm saying this is that this is very exciting times to be in. I mean, I really envy the young that this is what they have. And you're talking of a convergence. You're talking maths, physics, biology, etc., all working together, both to protect and to attack, or to figure out how to save yourself from attack, how to reduce the thing. And even if you can lengthen it, see, one of the things they're saying, even if the time when a person trying to break becomes longer, then there is enough time for you to intervene. So somebody is trying to break your lock. You can hear the sound of somebody trying to break your lock. There's enough time for you to intervene. So I wish to congratulate once again the ITS team. It is very exciting. I am myself very excited about the subject. I keep on learning something new every day. And it is going to be a very active field. So AI is being used now for detecting intrusions, etc., etc. Quantum is going to, so all these 3 fields are together coming into something which is not only just practical, but is going to become the most valuable. So earlier it was pure theory. Prime numbers, who cared for it? Number theory, prime numbers, nobody bothered. Only somebody doing MA in mathematics or research or PhD will do that, because what is the prime number? What is the properties of prime numbers? Who cared, correct? But today it has become very important. And similarly, lattice, so there's this thing is called the shortest vector model algorithm, etc. So completely different things are coming up. So what is the conclusion? Desire to learn a lot. Learning in breadth, not in narrowness. Learning fast. It is not enough. You must have seen there is a Red Bull advertisement I see on the television very often. There are 2 people sitting there and a lion is coming up and one of them is drinking Red Bull. And they say, do you think you will run faster than the lion? He says, no, I have to run faster than you. So all you have to do is to run faster than the others who are not learning all these things. And sort of, the accelerated learning, mastery learning, learning new, and learning self. Somebody, I think, said earlier speaker, we need a massive program to educate people. There's no time for that. You have to learn yourself. You cannot wait. I remember once I was giving a session somewhere, I was talking of the new technologies, and somebody was saying, "Sir, ye syllabus mein kab aayega?" The syllabus mein kabhi nahi aayega. You have to learn it yourself. So you have to be safe, secure, and so on. And there is a fundamental principle in law, especially in criminal law. It's the ignorance of the law is no excuse. In life, ignorance is no excuse. If some hacker is going to hack you and you have no idea he's hacking me, then you will suffer. So I wish you, the whole team, once again, a great thing. And I'm sure that everybody will have a lot of learning from this, and continue exploring that learning. Don't be limited to what has been said by the experts. This is a time where experts give you a word or a phrase or a sentence, and from that onwards, you learn on your own. So once again, best wishes for a very successful seminar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words with us. As mentioned by you, that it is the weakest link in the system to secure the system. And absolutely, sir, we should learn from the consequences of COVID-19. And your address will definitely help the participants to work in the cybersecurity research area. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this national summit. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Today, we are again blessed to have Pro Vice Chancellor at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Dr. Vineet Kansal sir with us. Before inviting sir, I would like to introduce him. Dr. Vineet Kansal, Pro Vice Chancellor at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. He is the Coordinator Technical Education Quality Improvement Program. He has been the Coordinator Uttar Pradesh State Entrance Examination UPC. He was also the Dean UG and Entrepreneurship. He has done his PhD and MTech from IIT Delhi. He is the Program Director and Project Coordinator, UP Innovation and Incubation Project from 12th March 2018 to date. He is the State Project Administrator, State Project Implementation Unit, World Bank Supported Technical Education Quality Improvement Program in the state of Uttar Pradesh. He is a Professor in Charge T&P since September 2017 till date. He has received many awards, including Patron of CSI Ghaziabad Chapter, CSI 2020 Annual Convention, 18 Jan 2020. He is the Award of Appreciation by Center of Continuing Education at IIT Kanpur, Certificate of Appreciation by NPTEL IIT Kanpur, a Certificate of Appreciation by National Project Implementation Unit, a unit of MHRD Government of India for implementing of World Bank assisted projects in the technical education. Is honored by Dr. Mahesh Sharma, MOS, Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Government of India for valuable contributions in the field of education and social service by Rashtriya Sakshita Mahasangh UP. Is the award of recognition, Department of Computer Engineering, College of Technology, GBPU, and at Pantnagar, sorry. University Merit Scholarship and Bronze Medal. He is the Member Secretary Steering Committee for Implementing New Education Policy 2020 in the state of Uttar Pradesh in technical education. Member MOOCs Coordination Committee for getting prepared the digital content for the courses offered by the university. He is the Chairperson Standing Committee for reviewing proposal for academic autonomy from private affiliating institutions in accordance to the provision given in the university regulations. Now request and invite Dr. Vineet Kansal sir for his address. Over to you, sir. So you are mute. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for making me unmute.
Sir, our apologies.
This is a digital blessing, and this allows you, to somebody to speak and not to speak, and how much to speak, and when to speak, and when not to speak. Thank you very much once again for inviting me. It's a very, very important and very, very critical area to deliberate and to work upon. Thanks, Dr. Sunil Pandey, Professor Pooja Dhar, Professor Umang, and the entire team Smita ji, and all the people who have been, working hard to make it a success. I understand taking many people onto the board for a day, for some time, it's a Herculean task. An entire team has been doing this fabulously. So I really appreciate and put my sincere thanks to each one of you. The inaugural session, I've been attending almost since beginning, and I could hear the people who have been talking just before me in this inaugural panel. Professor Pant, the professor who joined out of India, and the professor, the Air Marshal Ray, all the people have been deliberating this topic very aptly, and they have given their wisdom. I have, not much to contribute, but I have 3-4 points which I would like to add on, and I think which are very important to this important theme of cybersecurity issues, challenges to the business and to the mankind. And the first to me is, there is a no formal framework or mechanism of do's and don'ts. So, we see all the youngsters, it's very popular fashion. Whenever any, social tool, social media, cyber gadget is there, you plug in and you join it, whether it is any kind of social media, whether Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and you become YouTuber. And then you have other gadgets which are very popular, from tablet to desktop. I still remember 25 years back when, having a desktop was a, used to be a luxury, and it was tuning to the rupees of 50,000 of that time. And having a laptop was 2 lakhs plus, and it was beyond imagination. And tablets, and it was a dream. I don't think it was existing that time. So the things, the technology is really at ease and within the access, and the people, especially the youngsters, are using it fabulously, for various purposes, for entertainment, to learning, to other things. But do we have a mechanism? Professor Pant very aptly and rightly mentioned, and I seriously appreciate that point of view. It's a time when we talk about self-learning. It is not, we should expect, it is going to be taught in class, it is to be taken into the university or college curriculum or framework. Many things we need to learn, and we need to learn as a part of our, practice. We need to learn our own benefit for welfare. And if we have a mechanism, formal or informal mechanism, whereby there are do's and don'ts of social medias and digital media engagement, and I think many of the issues can be addressed. Whenever we plug into any site and we keep on saying yes, even though we do not read, we do not have that patience to read and the terms and condition, and we compromise many of the things which may avoid. And when it comes to the media flare, then we check, oh, this is the way to do it, and this is the way to do the settings. Further, many of the people are into the fantasy of, having a presence on social media and saying, this is my official social site, and this is my unofficial social site. I sometimes wonder and, think how once you are on social media, you can have multiple presence. Is that some isolation word, or are you in silos where there is no connection? I think you are just making yourself, comfortable while assuming that, which is not actually true. So I think once we have those mechanisms in place, then it is to be taken up. We keep on experiencing many things which we do not need to, and many are the people are doing and keeping their everyday moments in track. Just a minute, give me a second only, please. Give me.
Yes, sir.
So people are, putting up their everyday, experience where they are moving and everything onto the social media, and that becomes, their interest, their flair, their thought process, and with the advent of, computing science, cognitive computing and other things, we are intelligent algorithms and tools whereby we can map a trend and put you into a bucket. You are of that kind of person, and probably that kind of things, business opportunities. So for some people, it's an opportunity. For some people, it's really a threat. As an individual, it's a threat. You are inviting somebody to intrude to your zone of privacy and where somebody should not, but it's an opportunity for some people who are doing business. So that is number one. Number two, there is no uniformity of cyber laws. So cyber world is a global village to me. And once you are saying you are in India and you are in US, you are in some other part of the world, there are different cyber laws, and probably there are no laws at all in some of the countries. So having stringent laws to no laws to other laws. So if there is once we are talking about cyber world as a global village, and having no uniformity of laws is another issue or challenge, as an opportunity again, which everybody needs to see and to work upon. Third issue as a challenge and to opportunity to me is the psychological issues. Once we are hooked on to these cyber worlds, and the engagement has been so wide, because the researcher, I could just recall there was a paper onto this social media engagement, and whereby the people have been categorized on their psychological behavior on hooking up to the social media and social sites. And the extreme side was the woodpecker, whereby you keep on checking every second. And if you do not see your social site to which you are engaged in, then you become restless, you become breathless, and you have very, very uncomfortable. And if somebody's mobile or that gadget is being taken, then probably you have a syndrome which are even far more severe than you are being devoid to take a drug if you are a drug addict. Something of that nature. And people, once you post something and the people do not like for some minutes or some hours, you become restless. The people do not give some thumbs up, then you become it's a problematic. And the people who see your WhatsApp thing and it becomes a blue tick and they do not respond, you become jealous and you become furious. How dare somebody is not to respond to you, and you start quarreling. And then there are other ways of doing it. Then you become non-blue tick options, and there are other things. So to me, it's an issue of psychological disorder, and this is another area of challenge which to me needs to work upon. Then the issue is of especially women and the children, their upright, their dignity and their uphold, which needs to be questioned, which is being questioned by this cyber world, and that needs to be seen. That I think on 8th of March, when we are talking about Mission Shakti and other, there are a lot of debates and deliberations have taken place. But to me, for women and to children especially, there is a lot of things which are unwanted, untoward, which are taking place. Child trafficking and other things which needs to be addressed and needs to be needs an address, which to me are challenge. Of course, then there are financial issues. There are issues which have been addressed by the previous speakers, deliberated by Dr. Umang, Dr. Pooja, and Sunilji himself. There are issues of financial transactions, financial issues, bitcoins. Again, it's a matter of rule. Some place where you have cryptocurrency are legitimate, and some places it's not legitimate. Some people see as a threat to the security, national security, and to the breach to the financial system. And some places in some countries it is not. So there are again a differentiation of rules which needs to be seen it. Then again, a lot of opportunities are there when you're talking about. Then you see a lot of apart from e-commerce side, then your collaborative gaming issues are there, and then through gaming again, you are going to breach the security issues. So I think to me these are a few notable issues. A lot of algorithm, different quantum issues to lattice issues have been already deliberated by Professor Pant and learned speakers, and there will be special sessions today in different tracks when you have the specific case studies of cybercrime, cyber securities, and it would be definitely a learning opportunities for all the students who needs to take up this as a career. very rightly mentioned, this is the area when if you are expert, the more you deep dive, the more you learn, and the more you learn, the more edge it would give you. And it is irrespective of, irrespective of your being of that trade. You may be of any trade, but if you have a passion to pursue this, cyber trade, cyber security concern, any trade you pick up, any dimension of the multidimensional issue you pick up, then I think you would be a successful either entrepreneur or a professional, you call it, to deal and to fix up this issue, which is challenging and enigma in the time as of now. So thank you very much for inviting me. This is a small thing which I need to submit from my side. Thanks once again, the team ITS, for inviting me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating words. Absolutely, sir. Nowadays, technology is at ease and people are more dependent on it. And definitely, we should be updated with the time. And at the same time, we should be aware while we are on social media. And truly mentioned by you that instead of controlling technology by human being, sometimes technology controls our mind. And at the same time, there are many opportunities available in the cyberspace. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time from your busy schedule for this National Summit. Thank you so much, sir. By this, we came to the end of the inaugural ceremony of today's National Online Summit. Now, request and invite Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for presenting his concluding remarks for this inaugural ceremony. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Pooja Darji. In fact, listening to such wonderful people, those who have spent their entire lives on educating people, on creating awareness among masses, it is always enlightening. Today, in the inaugural session, which was in his initial address, our Vice Chairman, Shri Arpit Chadha sir, he himself started pointing out certain areas that while massive adoption of technology is the need of the hour, because in this global competitive environment, to sustain and survive and then progress, it is very important that we understand what is happening around, and then we have to adopt and follow the mechanism through which we can lead the people and keep country on the path of progress. Air Marshal P.K. Roy sir, in his opening remark, he presented a broader perspective that what actually cyberspace is and how the cyber. Hello.
Audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it was really so he presented a broader perspective on cyberspace and how this cyberspace is becoming part and parcel of everyone's life, whether it is business or we as common man, and how to go ahead to by keeping ourselves safe and secure. Professor Sheng, he presented a wonderful hardcore technical algorithmic explanation of how this cyber security could be taken care of, because most of the time it happens, we wish to have a deeper insight of how technology could be developed, but when it comes to develop the technology, the underlying principles, the fundamental concepts, the mathematical foundations are very much important. Thank you so much, Professor Sheng, for sparing time from your busy schedule and enlightening us on that algorithmic model. Professor M.M. Pansar, as always, he himself has been involved into continuous learning. We have been blessed to be mentored by him. And he presented a perspective of the direction in which technology is moving forward. Today we have something, tomorrow we may have different thing. But one thing is going to be the common, is always there would be demand of technology, there would be demand of application, there would be demand of softwares, and heavily those things will be dependent on ICT and ICT infrastructure and ICT enabled services. But with the increased usage of technology, with increased usage of technology adoption, with massive reach, which now is on priority of all the governments, whether it is central government or it is state governments, everywhere we are seeing that government's emphasis is on creating ICT infrastructure and taking the public services to the common man while making systems transparent. And in this process, the way technology is moving ahead, he nicely mentioned the transformation from bit to qubits, where now instead of having large number of bits for data representation, the qubits, where by superimposing different bits, we could be able to represent 0 and 1 in a single bit. So that's the way, that's the direction what we are looking at. And once that technology in practical comes before us, probably there will be lots of things which will be happening, and there will be many issues which will be resolved. At the same time, there would be certain new challenges which will keep coming up. And those challenges will always have a requirement for competent professionals, those who can visualize, those who could foresee the coming challenges, and then accordingly work on creating certain solutions. Professor Vineet Kansal, sir, we are blessed to be mentored by him. And in fact, we at ITS, whatever we do, it is under his inspiration. He was the person who in fact started guiding us to take all these things, all these initiatives. And whenever we approached him, we know that the kind of schedule he has, university examinations are going on, lots of initiatives, especially in the field of information and communication technology. Our university, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, has taken lots of new skill development programs have been initiated. In fact, yesterday there was a meeting where he was heading the discussion where now university is thinking about what kind of new skill sets should be included to make our syllabi, make our course curriculum relevant in the present context. So all those initiatives has been taken by the university. He very nicely pointed out the issues which as common man we all face. Because there are people, those who take care of businesses. There is huge research and development going on to protect the businesses. But when it comes to common man, there are small things, and many a times, in most of the cases, due to sheer negligence or ignorance or non-awareness, becomes the problem where we get into trapped, and then it becomes very difficult to come out of it. And there are people, those who were trapped, and they didn't have other option, but many of them have committed suicide. There are a number of cases which are registered every day, and especially during this COVID-19, the surge in cybercrime cases, which is directly targeted to common man, is increasing like anything. So he touched upon the issues which are related to common people like us. And I'm sure that all of us in this session have got a broader insight of what actually cyberspace is, what kind of challenges exist there, and what are the issues where as common man, we need to be aware, we need to educate ourselves. Now, we have a great panel with us. I can see we have been joined by Major General Sasi Asthana Sahab, Lieutenant General Pawar Sahab, then Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra ji is also joining. I'm sure this session is going to be a wonderful session with a unique insight of the theme, because I was discussing with a number of people, those who are participating also today. They were mentioning this, that whenever cyber security things come, generally we have a discussion on a specific theme. But this particular event, as Professor Vineet Kansal sir has already mentioned, Professor Sheng also mentioned, that having a broader perspective of what actually cybersecurity is, we can appreciate if we have understanding of what actually it is, what is going on, and what various dimensions are going to be impacted from. I'm really thankful to all the guests, those who have addressed in this session. And on behalf of Institute of Technology and Science, I welcome all the eminent guests, those who have joined in this session. So Professor Pooja Dharji, you may continue.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. That's how we conclude the inaugural session. And we would be starting the inaugural session in a couple of minutes.
We can start. Sir has joined.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Professor Pooja Dharji can take over.
Sir, we are starting within a couple of minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. I request you all to be pleased with us for the next technical session. Sir, should we start?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, sir. Okay. Honorable Vice Chairman, ITS Education Group, Shri Arpit Chadha, sir. Today's eminent guest, Major General Shashi Asthana, Lieutenant General Dr. R.S. Pawar, Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra, Advocate Puneet Bhasin, she will be joining us soon. Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, Director Management, Dr. Vidya Sekri, Vice Principal ITS UG Campus, Professor Nancy Sharma, participants from all over the globe, and faculty colleagues. Good morning once again. I welcome you all in the technical session 1 on information technology and cyber warfare global challenges. It is important to learn and understand cyber warfare due to simple reason that it is because of the environment that we are in now. The environment is the information technology environment, the online environment. There are many literatures written defining cyber warfare. One of the literature defines cyber warfare as attacking and defending information and computer networks in the cyberspace, as well as denying the adversary ability to do the same. And I'm sure that in this session, it is going to be an informative and eye-opening session. Before starting our first technical session, I request Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for his welcome address. Sir. So you are mute.
Thank you, Professor Pooja Dharji. I think we have such great speakers among ourselves in this session. Formally, on behalf of Institute, on behalf of the organizing team of this one-day event, I welcome you, sir, Major General Shashi Asthana, sir, Lieutenant General Dr. S. Pawar, sir, to Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra, sir, and of course to Ms. Puneet Bhasin, madam, who would be joining very shortly. Sir, this session is a unique session in its own because normally, as a citizen of the country, we have been educated by the people in industry that what is happening in industry, how this cyber issues are taken care of, what kind of security solutions industry is having, how these security issues are tackled by the CTOs, the CIOs, the CISOs or CSOs in the business organization. We have been learning from different sources how the common man is going to be impacted by this cyber security, and there are a number of case studies which we come across. But in this session, I'm sure that all the participants would agree, the kind of perspective we all are going to have is something which is uncommon, which is very less told. Of course, in public domain, that will always be discussed with restrictions. But the kind of initiative, the kind of challenges, and the kind of warfare we are listening from here and there, everyone has that tendency to form his or her own illusion about what actually the challenges are and how things are changing. I think the best people, those who could enlighten us on this, of course, are you, those who have spent entire life in serving the country, in keeping the nation secure. We feel secure because you were there. Your leadership was there, and which is still there. And leadership in the form of strategizing our country's safety and security. And this merely your presence, presence of people like you, gives us not only confidence, but it also gives a feeling of being important. On behalf of the Institute, I and the organizing team of this event, we are really thankful to accepting our invite and request. And I wish to share with all the participants that I had discussion with Pawar sir, with Asthana sir, and they were the people, they were so particular that what should be spoken and what should be the point of discussion. And I didn't have anything to say because I knew that I can't tell anything what they should cover because they know well. And the kind of perspective both of them had given to me, it was really enlightening. And I'm sure that all of us, those who are part of this session, are going to have same experience. Welcome, sir. And today though we are in virtual mode, but very soon we look forward to have your blessings and your presence at the campus also. Once again, welcome, sir. It's over to you, Pooja. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Today in this technical session, we have eminent speakers from defense and law. Before inviting our next keynote speaker, I would like to introduce him. Major General Shashi Asthana, Global Strategic and Military Analyst and Chief Instructor, USI. Major General Shashi Asthana is having more than 40 years varied experience in national, international peace and UN. Known for strategic vision, in-depth analysis, globally acclaimed strategy and military author, analyst, and international national affair. Authored over 200 publication articles and over 180 blogs, regularly interviewed by various national and international media. Chief Instructor at USI of India on Advisory Board of Swedish Armed Forces, International Center Sweden, member Norway-based UN organization, Effectiveness of Peace Operations Network, Board of Advisory, IOED, International Police Commission, CEE, Security Council of 4 union organizations. He's a life member IDSA clause, FDI Associate, Australia. He delivers talk in universities, examiner at Indian Institute of Public Administration, Punjab University. Vast experience with UN managed joint training with over 13 countries, selection for UN and international events, represented Indian delegation to Bulgaria. As Director Logistics at Defense Headquarters, macro managed logistics and supply chain of Indian Army, equipped contingent to UN missions. He is awarded with the Commandant card twice by COS, former Chief Logistic Officer, DCISS, UNMEE, awarded twice by UN Command, conducted course at UNLB and many UN courses abroad. He is a guest speaker at CUNPK, Brigade Commander Insurgency Areas, awarded VSM by President of India. As CO, he is awarded with Sena Medal by President of India in Kargil War, counter-terrorist operation in Kashmir, Sri Lanka, Northeast India. He is awarded for international diplomacy and global conflict resolution by the International Organization for Educational Development and International Police Commission, IPC India, by former Prime Minister of Moldova. I request and invite Major Shashi Asthana, sir, for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Respected Shri Arpit Chadda ji, Vice Chairman ITS Group of Education, Professor Pandey, the faculty, esteemed guests, eminent panelists, participants from the world, and dear students. When I say, firstly, thanks to the ITS group for giving me an opportunity to interact with the education providers, whom I call as nation builders, the students, whom I call as custodians of the future nation, and all other guests, whom I call as fellow passengers in this challenging world which we all face. It's an opportunity for me to be learning from the expert minds and the brilliant minds which are there on your panel earlier and now. As we speak, the world is going through a plethora of challenges. We all are aware of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resultant economic and health emergencies which are accrued. But you always have a notorious mind who want to make best use of the medium which you work, and they don't spare even COVID-19. The fact that the cyber attacks were done to steal the research of the COVID vaccine indicates as to what this IT infrastructure is being threatened with by the notorious minds in the cyber domain. We also know that various examples, like in Mumbai, the entire power grid was taken away and was shut down for some time, allegedly by, again, the cyber attacks. So these are the kinds of challenges to the services and challenges to the adversaries. And when I say adversaries, it is adversaries are countries, adversaries are human beings, adversaries are groups, adversaries are institutions, adversaries are business, adversaries are social groups. The adversaries are also your essential services, which you can't live without. So therefore, there is a dimension of this adversary. So there is a cyber offense, and therefore there is a cyber defense, and therefore there is cyber warfare. Now, speakers before me, they have spoken about the virtual space, the challenges in that space, and the opportunities which this space gives you. But I'll touch upon few specific issues. One is that I'll link this with the cyber warfare. How dangerous is this dimension of warfare? How difficult it is to control globally, and then what is being done at the global level and the United Nations level. And then what more needs to be done. So coming on to the first part of it, that is the dangerousness of this. You see, when I said adversary and I defined adversary, it almost includes everyone, whether it is a state or it is non-state actor or it is in the individual capacity. So therefore the threat is present. The threat is to everybody. And when I talk of the dangerousness, I would say that the dimension of the warfare keeps changing as the innovative mind keeps inventing the new methodologies to change the adversary. We used to have conventional war, now it has become cost prohibitive. You can't have nuclear war because it is a self-assured mutual destruction. We also have space warfare, but it is far too costly. We also used to have terrorism, but then it requires a non-state actor to execute it. And therefore, all these examples are the examples of a kinetic war. Kinetic war means something is physically being applied or moved. So therefore, the innovative minds have now gone into the non-kinetic warfare, which is the cyber domain. They all realize that now you are used to a medium which you can't live without. And if you can't live without, it is an essentiality. And since it is an essentiality, it's a common space. And if it is a common space, then I might as well utilize it. And once I utilize it, certainly I can utilize it for warfare. Now, the important thing is that firstly, this kind of warfare does not require a declaration of war. For conventional war, there is some build-up to take place, and then there is a declaration of war. But in cyber warfare, it is still existing. Today, we are on warfare. Cyber warfare is on as of today. So, no declaration of war. There are no boundaries. It is omnipresent. So, that is another challenge. And then the biggest challenge is that this warfare can be combined with any kind of warfare. It can be combined with conventional warfare. It can be combined with terrorism, and you call it cyber terrorism. It can be combined with, let's say, normal, even with the nuclear warfare. If at all a threat is to be posed, somebody's nuclear arsenal can be blocked. Now, that is also cyber warfare. So it could be combined with everybody. And then the problem is of the deniability. It has the advantage of deniability. The other important thing is, since I mentioned the number of adversaries, so therefore there is no dearth of targets. For other kind of warfare, there are specified targets. For conventional warfare, you need military targets. For terrorism, you want innocent people or people who can be targeted and who are not that well secured. But for this warfare, there is plethora of targets. So it is a warfare in which I think target is not a restriction. So then becomes the challenges as to how do you control it. Now, as I said, that it's not only the non-state actors which are doing it. The state has got involved. The states have improved their capabilities. We are aware of various countries who are trying to target our country and the other countries, and they have a full-fledged organization to deal with it. And all countries, by and large, are trying to raise organizations. And some of my co-panelists will be touching upon those organizations as far as our country is concerned and as far as other countries are concerned. So, therefore, there is an organization that place, and organization is state as well as non-state actor. Secondly, there is an possibility of a false flag operation, meaning thereby that state X want to launch cyber warfare against state Y. He puts his non-state actor in state Z, and then he executes it from there. Now what happens is, the state which is sponsoring it, it has got full deniability, and the non-state actor which is somewhere else, you can find that the target country will perhaps have strained relations with the country from where it was detected, number one. Number two, the other state is having a laugh that, okay, he has made spoiled the relation between two countries which were actually not doing cyber warfare with each other. Now, this is another dimension which has come up. The fact that ISIS could gather so many recruits all over the world is also an element of cyber terrorism, because they chose this medium to firstly get into your personal space and then to get into your ideologies. And when they found that your ideologies are somewhat in sync with what they were looking for, then they targeted on you and gave you some kind of lurement to get into these such organizations. So this is the dangerousness as well as the difficulty. The second part of the difficulty is that once it crosses the boundary, your legal laws are not applicable in the other countries. Whatever are our cyber laws, when the attack is being launched from, again, Y country, then our laws are not available and not applicable in Y country. So he derives an immunity out of it. Firstly, he's got the anonymity, but if you break the anonymity and if you are able to break as to from where it has been done, then comes the immunity part of it. Because even if you have identified who the guy is, then the guy is, you have to approach that country, and whether there are adequate laws to that effect, that I'll cover a little later. Then there is a side effect of it, which I think one of the panelists did talk about, and that is cyber panic. The fact is that your system can be targeted, you are under panic. Number two, your fellow system has been targeted, you get panicked. And second is that whenever effect is targeted and this information flows all over, then again a panic starts. Similarly, people use this panic for profiteering also. Like somebody wants to sell his cyber product, or shall we say cyber protection product, he will first attack you, and then when your computer creates a problem, then you get panicked. And then he will say, no, I think your computer is facing so many problems, and therefore here is a solution to it. And then he gives you the solution. And in that solution, not only he solves the previous problem, but he creates some new problems. And by creating those new problems, obviously, he has been able to make some money out of it. So that is another dimension of the problem to deal with it. Then there is a factor of the transparency. Now, what happens is, you want to deal with cyber warfare. You want, for dealing with that, obviously you will have to get into network, and that will amount to getting into somebody's privacy. Now, globally, the ICT privacy is very dear to everybody. Everybody wants to be safe, but nobody wants that you encroach into my privacy. Now, all cyber terrorists, they are using your WhatsApp group. But the moment the government wants them to get into your WhatsApp group, then there is hue and cry everywhere. For example, I'll give you we are all aware of the abrogation of Article 370. The nets had to be switched off, and the WhatsApp arrangements have to be switched off in Kashmir. We knew that earlier when we had some similar kind of situation, there were far too many killings when some of the key terrorists were killed. So when we did this, and this time when the internet was switched off, all over the world there was hue and cry. The reason is, and I remember categorically, I was in Washington last year, or year before last, somewhere in the later period of last, once we had switched off the internet. I was asked by a group of people in United Nations, why have you switched off the internet? And they all were saying, you can't live without internet, because their life is so used to it that they are absolutely restless. And they must be thinking that all the Kashmiris are also restless accordingly. Then I had to tell them very simple thing and explain it in a very simple military-like language. I said, yes, there is a right to privacy, but there is also a right to life. If I open up the privacy part of it, and if thousands of people are killed in Kashmir, you are not responsible. My government is responsible. So I have to choose between the two. I don't mind some of the guys suffering because of not having internet, but if I, in that bargain, if I can save thousands of lives, I will prefer that, and that is a sovereign decision of my country. So let's be quite clear as to I have to choose between these two rights, and these two are both are basic rights. And I think right to life is certainly more important than right to privacy to that extent. So, but this right, I should say, a fight for right to privacy, it still continues. Even today, the government is approaching the High Court to say that no, we should be getting access to WhatsApp, because if we don't get access, then how do we catch? So, and this thing is already on, and the court will have its own view. Now, these are some of the challenges as to what makes it difficult to fight the cyber warfare. Now, what has been done so far? There has been some sessions in United Nations General Assembly. Now, there were two resolutions passed. One was Resolution 7327. It deals with the field of information and telecommunication in the context of national security. Now, although the resolution has been passed, but when we start using our sovereign rights to prevent cybercrime, then people are still criticizing us. So that's one part of it. And it's not us, it is all other countries as well. The second resolution was 73/266. Now that is advancing responsible state behavior in cyberspace in context of international security. Now what does it mean? These two are controversial. Different countries in the world have different definition of freedom and different definition of privacy. So therefore, there is a governmental group of experts, which is called as GGE. They have been made responsible to come up with a study, and that study is supposed to be completed by 2020 and 2021, and it is going to come up. And once it comes up, we will have something as to what can there be a common ground to make some United Nations conventions on the cyber security. So this is where the United Nations stands as of today. The other problem is, in absence of this, most of the countries, whether it is India or in the United States or it is anybody else, they all are making their own capacity building to fight a cyber warfare. And this cyber warfare is also for your data sovereignty, it is also for your data production, it is also for your cyber defense, as we call it. So your cyber defense will have to move into civil as well as military domain. I'm sure other panelists will also speak about it. So I won't dwell too much on that. Now, to choke the cyber attacks, certainly we need to get into the cyberspace of the state actors as well as the non-state actors. And when I say state actors, then there is a need for collaboration of various countries. And unless you have the collaboration, it's almost a no-go situation, and we all are fighting isolated battles. All countries are fighting isolated battles. There is also a need for capacity building. Today, the Defense Secretary is here in the country, and even in Quad, it was mentioned that we are looking towards technology cooperation with the United States in improving the capacity for the cyber defense. So that is one of the items which is certainly on the agenda. And another dangerous factor of this cyber warfare is that it is an asymmetrical warfare in a manner that the person who is not that empowered can attack the most empowered person and the most technologically savvy person in a manner that the United States, which is so advanced in the cyber domain, even they are facing perhaps the largest amount of cyber attacks. So this is another dimension to it. So now, therefore, what needs to be done? Certainly, we need a legal framework, not only within the country, we also need it outside the country. We have certain gaps in the legal framework within the country. I'm sure somebody is going to speak on that. And even outside, there is an article called as Article 51 of UN Charter, which gives you right for self-defense. Now, what is being thought of is that this right for self-defense must also get extended to right for for the data security as well, for data sovereignty, as well as right to protect yourself from cyber attack. Now, that should also become a basic right. Similarly, there need to be some binding agreement between at least the governments to start with. Although non-state actors will never bind themselves by agreement, they have never bound themselves by now. And so is the problem with in tackling with it. Then is the problem of the transparency. And I said there is an accidental triggering of cyber warfare by a non-state actor. Somebody sitting in some country starts off against a country and gives the identity of another country, and two countries start fighting without actually having a cause for it. So this is called as accidental triggering of cyber conflict. So therefore, there is a need for bilateral mechanism and there is a need for multilateral mechanism. The fact that I referred to Quad was that we are now looking at the multilateral mechanism to do such a thing. Then another thing which is coming up, in fact, that is something which I have written on various occasions in various forums, is that we need to have the global condemnation of the cyber attack once identified. And this global condemnation should be something on the lines of, we have something called as FATF, for terror funding, there is a financial action task force. Why shouldn't there be a task force to punish the cyber offender? And if it is a state, certainly why not to boycott that state? So this is something which is, again, I've thrown a point. Let's see how it goes. I have echoed in certain United Nations forums also. Let's see where it goes from there. Then when it comes to own, I think a number of speakers have already spoken. We certainly need to improve our cyber hygiene, and nations must have to share their technological expertise with the not so technologically empowered country to build up their capacity so that they can also do it. So at the end, I would say that certainly there is a need for UN resolution. There is a need for treaties. There's a need to promote the peaceful ICT environment in the lines of arms control treaties and punitive action against the cyber offenders and the cyber terrorists and the states who sponsor such kind of terrorism. So there is a cyber warfare on. Can there be a cyber peace is a question which we all have to answer. And it is, as of now, it is a distant dream. I rest my case here. Over to the ITS.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience with us. Definitely, sir, there are challenges in cyberspace and how difficult it is to control the warfare and cyber terrorism. As mentioned by you, that cyber warfare is already on, and there is no dearth of targets where target is not restriction, which is the most challenging task for all of us. Once again, thank you, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this technical session in the National Summit. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce Lieutenant General Dr. R.S. Pawar, our next keynote speaker of the session. Lieutenant General Dr. R.S. Pawar, a distinguished alumnus awardee of IIT Bombay with 4 decades of military experience in technology-based warfare. Spearheaded after 40 years of active military services in Corps of Signals, Indian Army in April this year. Last appointed was Commandant of Military College of Telecommunication Engineering, which carries out training of officers and soldiers in the fields of ICT, electronic warfare, cyber operations, and is also the designated Center of Excellence for the Indian Army for these disciplines. Sir holds MTech and PhD degree in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay, as well as a Masters of Management Studies degree for Osmania University, Hyderabad. He is graduate of prestigious National Defense College and have attended a special one-semester cryptology course at IIT Delhi. He has commanded a wide range of units and formations, including in the Armored Division, Communication Regiment, and an Electronic Warfare Group, both with operational tasking in the desert sector. Credited with the several significant enhancements to Army networks towards sharing in the network-centric era in the highly active operation environments in J&K, and also as evolving organization restructuring models as part of Indian Army transformation studies. He has published many research papers in reputed journals. There are many honors and awards in his credit, including Ati Vashisht Seva Medal by President for Distinguished Services rendering to the nation, Distinguished Alumnus Award by IIT Bombay for outstanding achievements in research and application in services of nation, Seva Medal of India for distinguished services rendering in the operationally volatile Northern Theatre, Dr. Deepak K. Merchant Memorial Prize from IIT Bombay, Department of Defense Cash Award from the Ministry of Defense, President's Gold Medal at the National Defense Academy for outstanding first in the overall order of the merit. Now request and invite Sir for his address. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhar, for that nice introduction, and greetings of the day to all the eminent panelists and participants. It is indeed an honor for me to participate in this National Summit on Cybersecurity, and I would like to thank Dr. Sunil Pandey and his team at ITS Ghaziabad for extending me this opportunity. I was chosen to speak on the subject of cyber governance in India, which is going to be somewhat different from probably what you normally hear on this topic. And so I hope you find it useful. And I shall begin by making some introductory remarks. Over the last decade or so, cyberspace has emerged as a new arena of conflict amongst nations, with cyber warfare growing in intensity with every passing year. To address this challenge, the more agile nations have brought about transformative changes in their cyber defense organizations. Most notably, the United States, China, UK, Russia, and Australia. The cyberspace governance models adopted by these countries vary in the role allocated to the armed forces vis-a-vis agencies responsible for internal security, law and order, and also the intelligence agencies. In India, the two main agencies tasked with the defense of our national cyberspace are the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, or the NCIIPC, which is a unit of the National Technical Research Organization, and the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, called CERTIN, which functions under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It needs to be analyzed whether such an arrangement under the coordination of the National Security Advisor and the National Cybersecurity Coordinator is the right apex structure for the defense of our cyberspace. During my talk, I shall attempt to tackle the subject of cybersecurity from a national strategic perspective. In the process, I shall be giving out my views on the importance of treating cyberspace as a warfighting domain, as many of the earlier speakers have already touched upon, and the special role which our armed forces need to play in securing this new frontier of warfare. Now one might ask, how does a talk centered on warfare relate to the cybersecurity concerns of the industry, which is the theme of today's seminar? Well, I would respond as follows. Firstly, the industry is deeply involved in provision of our critical infrastructure, and cyber defense of our critical infrastructure is an important segment of my talk. And secondly, and this applies to the students too, it is always good to know the cybersecurity environment in which one functions, even when you are working on cybersecurity issues, the extent to which one can expect the state to safeguard one's interests, which in turn would dictate measures which the industry would need to take to defend itself. Well, with that introduction, let me plunge into the main subject of my talk. Why is cyberspace a warfighting domain? And what is the rationale for armed forces to get involved in the defense of cyberspace? With a heavy dependence on networks in the 21st century, cyberspace is proving to be of critical importance for the projection of military force and has been formally designated by many nations in their respective military doctrines as the fifth domain of warfare. The other four domains being land, sea, air, and space. This was touched upon earlier by one of the earlier speakers. This emergence is arguably the most fundamental change in warfare in the past half century. Networks are emerging as future battlefields where cyber weapons attack and defend at electronic speeds using strategies and tactics which are still evolving. Thus, the traditional physical battlefield is gradually metamorphosing into a battle space with physical, information, and cognitive dimensions. The US-wide strategy for operating in cyberspace of 2011, as well as its doctrine for cyberspace operations of 2013, was a first to formally recognize cyberspace as a domain of warfare. India too, in its Joint Services Doctrine of 2017, refers to cyberspace as an operational domain. And although the current military doctrines of some of the other major players such as China and Russia are not readily available, it is evident from the resources and capabilities being developed by them that they regard cyberspace as a warfighting domain. At this point, let me attempt to sketch the contours of a notional model of our national cyberspace for the purpose of further discussions during this talk. A formal definition of the term cyberspace apparently does not exist in any military doctrine, nor is there any globally accepted definition of this term. However, a US Department of Defense document appropriately captures the essence of cyberspace by describing it as an independent network of IT infrastructures, including the internet, telecommunication networks and computer systems, and the content that flows across and through these components. Now, while attempting to arrive at a suitable cyber governance architecture, it is important to formulate a national view on the contentious issue of cyber sovereignty. The earlier speaker just touched upon cyber sovereignty. The idea of national sovereignty is intimately tied to the sanctity of territorial integrity. I'm talking of national sovereignty now, which is intimately today tied to the sanctity of territorial integrity. In terms of the traditional physical warfighting domains of land, sea, and air, territorial boundaries are in general well demarcated. Space, that is the fourth domain, is also a physical domain, but it is a global commons as per the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, and hence the idea of national sovereignty cannot be extended to this domain. Cyberspace, in contrast to the other four domains, is a virtual domain, which lies in the information realm. Because of its nebulous nature and its perhaps inaccurate identification with the internet, which is perceived as a global commons, it may not be so easy to set up barriers around national cyberspace. Nevertheless, the Great Firewall of China is an example of attempting to do just that. We just talked, some speakers talked about privacy. The Supreme Court of India has ruled that the freedom of usage of the internet is protected under the Constitution. Such rights associated with the free flow of information in cyberspace are an important concern while attempting to draw secure boundaries around our national cyberspace. Nevertheless, given the increasing intensity of cyber attacks, General Asthana just spoke of the right to defend. So given the increasing intensity of cyber attacks being mounted by all types of actors, many of which have strategic connotations, there is a need to have a national strategy to defend our cyberspace. In other words, the concept of cyber sovereignty and how we wish to define cyber boundaries needs to be deliberated upon and crystallized from a national security perspective. Keeping the above considerations in mind, one possible conceptualization of national cyberspace, or also called national information infrastructure, is as follows. The collection of all individual computer systems and intranets and the information residing in them, which are owned by a nation. By that I mean all Indian citizens and national entities. In this model, all networking links internal to an entity, that is not routed over the internet, are considered as part of respective intranets. Importantly, the internet is taken to be a global commons and not included within the logical expanse of national cyberspace. The collection of all these computer systems and intranets may be grouped into three components: critical information infrastructure, called CII, defense information infrastructure, DII or defense cyberspace, and non-critical information infrastructure. Now, CII, that is a critical infrastructure, have broadly been identified by the Government of India as intranets which fall in the following 6 categories: government, transport, telecommunications, power and energy, banking, financial services and insurance, and strategic and public enterprises. I bring your attention to the recent cyber attack on the power and electricity grid in Bombay. So that's a critical infrastructure. Defense cyberspace would include all infrastructure. Infrastructure is a term which I use here synonymously with information infrastructure and intranet, which are owned and used by the Indian Armed Forces. That's defense cyberspace. And lastly, national cyberspace, less the defense cyberspace and critical infrastructure, would classify as the non-critical infrastructure. Now, with such a conceptualization of national cyberspace, individual computer systems may be visualized as point elements and each intranet as a blob, with all these elements and blob plugged into the global cyberspace, that is the internet. In other words, in this model, national cyberspace is scattered in bits and pieces within the logical expanse of global cyberspace. Importantly, each such element or blob needs to be individually protected from attacks launched from anywhere in global cyberspace. On the other hand, if the entire wide area network and information systems within the country are modeled to be part of national cyberspace, inclusive of the internet links interconnecting them, then the gateways which connect this national cyberspace to the global internet would constitute the boundary between national and global cyberspaces, and suitable protection measures put in place there. Now, such a model would correspond to the Great Firewall of China, which, as we know, is frowned upon by the liberal democratic world. So unless I specifically state otherwise, the first model, which considers the internet as a global commons, would be presumed by me for the balance of this talk. Now, given this notional model, may sound a little complicated, but I hope the general picture is there. I shall now briefly dwell on strategic cyber threat vectors and targets, some of which have been touched upon by the previous speakers. Broadly speaking, cyber attacks may be classified under 5 heads, namely cyber crime, cyber hacktivism, cyber espionage, cyber terrorism, and cyber war. Cyber espionage may be of 2 kinds, namely industrial cyber espionage, where the industry is interested, and strategic cyber espionage at the national level. Cyber war here refers to cyber attacks carried out by a state, either through state-owned cyber capabilities such as a cyber command, or sponsored through non-state actors, both with the intention of achieving strategic objectives. Out of these categories, strategic cyber espionage, state-sponsored cyber terrorism, and cyber war may be classified as strategic cyber attacks. Also, all cyber assets which make up the defense and critical info spaces are strategic cyber targets within our national cyberspace. So, what should be the strategies which would be most appropriate to defend against strategic attacks on a sovereign national cyberspace? It is often said that offense is the best form of defense. Let me therefore highlight the main elements of a cyber defense strategy based on the principles of offensive defense, sometimes also referred to as active defense. Presently, the defense cyberspace is topologically structured as a three-level hierarchy. At the highest level, the entire network is air-gapped from the global cyberspace. At the next level, there are station access networks, and at the lowest level are networks serving individual establishments. Protection measures are implemented at each level of hierarchy. This is an example of a defense in depth strategy. In contrast, for the critical infrastructures and non-critical infrastructures alike in the industry, etc., network architecture is usually structured at a single level of hierarchy and is not air-gapped. For reaping the advantages of defense in depth, at least for our critical infrastructures, there appears to be a case for implementing a multi-tiered network security architecture in conjunction with secure cloud services. Now, there's also an aspect of cyber deterrence. In defense strategies, deterrence precedes protection, resilience, and response. A robust defense and defense strategy by itself has deterrence value, which is referred to as deterrence by denial. In addition, there's a deterrence by retaliation, which is again a potent deterrence strategy, which leverages the fear of retaliation induced by the declared possession of offensive cyber capabilities. Deterrence by retaliation is quite different from offensive defense. It might sound a little confusing, but it's different from offensive defense in that the former implies a force in being. It is only a deterrence, while the latter involves the actual employment of offensive capabilities. And both need to be incorporated into an effective cyber defense strategy. I stated earlier that the Great Firewall of China, which is an example of national security taking precedence over free flow of information, is almost universally derided by the liberal democratic world. However, with the increasing intensity of cyber attacks with significant strategic effects, this view is gradually undergoing a change, with the notion of cyber sovereignty gaining ground over the current predominant view that cyberspace should remain a global commons. Thus, there is a need to consider setting up of a suitable architecture for firewalling our entire national cyberspace, sometimes referred to as an internet kill switch, to be activated in terms of national emergencies. With this, now let us have a look at organizational aspects by first reviewing the existing governance setup in India. Presently, the following establishments are tasked with the defense of our national cyberspace. I already mentioned the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. It functions directly under the PMO and is designated as the National Nodal Agency for Critical Infrastructure Protection, Information Infrastructure Protection. Its charter includes identification of critical infrastructure, development of protection strategies, and issuance of cyber advisories. However, it does not have accountability, and its charter states that the responsibility for protecting the critical infrastructure lies with the agency running the critical infrastructure. So for that means that if industry is running, let's say, electrical grid, the responsibility for protection lies that with the industry and not with the NCIPC. The Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, the CERT-IN, under METI, issues advisories in response to cyber incidents. Here again, its charter shies away from accountability. Broadly speaking, CERT-IN caters for the non-critical infrastructure, while the NCIPC focuses on the CIM, just very broadly. The Defense Cyber Agency, the DCA, has recently been established for providing cyber operations support to the Indian Armed Forces. It is a whittled down version of the Cyber Command, establishment of which was proposed as early as 2012. Then there is a Cyber and Information Security Division of the MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs, which deals with matters relating to cyber security and cyber crime from an internal security perspective. At the apex level, the National Security Council Secretariat, headed by the National Security Advisor, is the apex body responsible for national security, and under it, the National Cyber Security Coordinator coordinates with different agencies at the national level for cybersecurity matters. Now, currently, our strategy for the protection of national cyberspace can briefly be summarized as follows. Our existing cyberspace governance architecture appears to be premised on cyberspace being a global commons and not on the notion of cyber sovereignty. We do not yet have a national cybersecurity strategy, and while one is expected shortly, it may not adopt the philosophy of deterrence through retaliation. This reflects our essentially passive defensive approach towards protection of our national cyberspace. This mindset is also manifest in the fact that we possess limited offensive cyber capabilities. That's my view. And in my view, we need to reorient our strategy and enhance our offensive cyber capabilities for engaging in cyberspace conflicts at the strategic level. Now, before attempting to recommend a suitable governance model, let us review the stance adopted by some of the major global players towards protection of their respective national information infrastructures. Firstly, the United States. The cyber governance architecture adopted by the United States strikes a synergetic balance between the US Cyber Command, which came up in 2010, the National Security Agency, and the recently established Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency under its Department of Homeland Security. The US Cyber Command is tasked with tackling external strategic threats in cyberspace, while the Department of Homeland Security focuses on cyber threats from the perspective of internal security. It is worth noting, though, that 13 cyber mission teams of the US Cyber Command are meant specifically for the protection of critical infrastructure. Further, the authority for the conduct of offensive operations in cyberspace appears to be vested solely with the Department of Defense. United Kingdom. The UK established the National Cybersecurity Centre, the NCSC, in 2016 under the Government Communication Headquarters, also referred to as GCHQ, which is an intelligence agency which provides signal intelligence support to the government as well as the armed forces. The NCSC subsumed the functions of UK's erstwhile Centre for Protection of National Infrastructure, something like a NCIPC, as well as CERT UK. So both of these were subsumed by the NCSC when this was raised. The British Army launched a new cyber force in 2020, namely the 6th Division, which is the largest of UK's 3 divisions and is organized to focus on cyber, electronic warfare, intelligence, information operations, and unconventional warfare. It is clear from UK's National Cybersecurity Strategy of 2016-21 that active defense is central to protection of their national cyberspace. Offensive defense, active defense, central to protection of their national cyberspace. The NCSC focuses on cybercrime, but for providing cyber operation support at the strategic level, a new national cyber force was established in November 2020, very recently, as a partnership between the armed forces and the GCHQ, with its primary charter being offensive cyber warfare directed against external threats in cyberspace, something like the US Cyber Command. China, our primary adversary, is now very well structured to defend its national infrastructure. The recent raising of the PLA Strategic Support Force signifies the operationalizing of its well-developed concept of integrated network electronic warfare, which includes cyber warfare, as well as the 3 warfares concept, which is psychological operations, etc. This transformative reorganization has resulted in integration of not only cyber attack and exploit capabilities, but also of cyber, electronic, and psychological warfare capabilities under the PLA, thus considerably enhancing China's capabilities as a dominant power in cyberspace. Russia. All the details of the cyber governance architecture of Russia are not readily available in the open domain. The strategic nature of its preparedness in cyberspace may be gauged by its infamous information warfare campaigns conducted by it across the globe in recent years, which have served as a wake-up call for the United States, the European Union, and even China. It has also been established beyond doubt that the GRU, the main intelligence directorate of the Russian military, was behind the cyber attack on Ukraine's electricity grid in 2015, the devastating 2017 NotPetya cyber attack, which affected businesses across the globe, the interference in US presidential elections in 2016, and the hacking of the French election in 2017, amongst others. So Russia has been most proactive in carrying out state-level cyber attacks. Finally, I would like to now present my views on the transformative restructuring which India needs to undertake for addressing strategic threats in cyberspace. The governance model which I am proposing here envisages a central role for armed forces and cyberspace defense, much in line with their role in the physical domains of conflict. This involves bringing about a significant change in our doctrinal thought, as well as operational capabilities in cyberspace. At the doctrinal level, our national cyberspace needs to be recognized to be as important a sovereign asset, albeit virtual, as our physical territorial assets. Further, the mandate for handling the full spectrum of strategic cyber conflicts must rest with the armed forces. The Major Asthana brought out cyberspace. One of its attributes is it can be carried out across the spectrum of conflict and is being carried out on a daily basis. So the mandate for handling the full spectrum of strategic cyber conflicts must rest with the armed forces. Such a charter would cover state-on-state cyber attacks separately or as part of multi-domain operations, as also strategic cyber terrorism and strategic cyber espionage. Most importantly, development and operationalizing offensive cyber capabilities at the strategic level must be the exclusive domain of the armed forces. And for armed forces to take on this responsibility, it is imperative that the recently created Defense Cyber Agency be upgraded to a full-fledged cyber command at the earliest, with commensurate transformative changes in HRD and cadre management policies. Also, cyber expertise within the DRDO must be placed at the disposal of the Cyber Command for developing suitable cyber weapons and technologies. What are the role of the other government agencies? Well, with the armed forces under the MOD, if they are given a pivotal role for defense of a national cyberspace, what would be the charter of these agencies? The proposed restructuring envisages an enhanced role for the Ministry of Home Affairs, while at the same time limiting the charter of intelligence agencies. Protection of CII, being an internal security matter, must logically be brought under the aegis of the Ministry of Home Affairs in the following manner. I'm proposing that just like the CISF under the MHA provides physical security to critical infrastructure, a new para-cyber force should be raised for providing cyber protection to the critical infrastructure. For government and public sector critical infrastructure, that is railways, nuclear installations, defense PSUs, etc., the para-cyber force would be mandated to provide all echelons of cyber protection. However, in the case of critical infrastructures owned by the private sector, that is private power generation, banks and financial institutions, etc., the para-cyber force would work in close conjunction with the chief information security officers of the private enterprises for provision of additional tiers of security firewalls, as also to carry out external audit by adopting measures such as ethical hacking and red team. A national cyber security security operation center or cyber SOC needs to be established under the Ministry of Home Affairs, manned by the para-cyber force, which would subsume the responsibilities of the current NCIPC as well as CERTIN. The alerts and advisories issued by this center would benefit the non-critical infrastructure, including individual citizens, while incident reporting and response by this center would mostly be restricted to the critical infrastructure. In case of major incidents, this support could be extended to the non-critical infrastructure as well. Most importantly, if at any stage the imminent threat to one or more of our critical infrastructures attains strategic dimensions, the task of CIA protection would be handed over to the armed forces. This could be done, for example, by placing the National Cyber SOC under the Cyber Command. Cybercrime would continue to be handled by the Ministry of Home Affairs, as is being done even now. What about intelligence agencies? Intelligence agencies such as RAW and NTRO would continue to carry out cyber espionage and counter-espionage in conformance with their traditional mandate. Now, there may also be a need. We talked about the non-attributable part, and this is exploited at nation-state levels. There may be a need to enrich the services of existing hacker groups in order to leverage the advantage of plausible deniability where needed, as in all probability is being done even now, or even facilitate the creation of cyber militias with state backing. Now, this, however, would be part of covert operations to be conducted by agencies as permissible under existing provisions. What about human resource development? It is pertinent to highlight here that the armed forces are well geared to take on the enhanced role proposed for them. By that I mean they can quickly upscale to carry out this role. I have commanded the Military College of Telecommunication Engineering, and this is what we do there. So they can be quickly upgraded to nurture much higher levels of specialization, to upscale, provided a cyber command is raised and the HRD policies are upgraded to nurture much higher levels of specialization than existing today. The same, however, cannot be stated for the Ministry of Home Affairs, where much greater effort would need to be mustered if it is to play its enhanced role in cyberspace. Well, with that, I come to conclude by saying that in 21st century conflict scenarios, cyberspace has emerged as a formidable new domain of warfare only over the last decade or so. Given that the threats from our adversaries in cyberspace are already manifest and will rapidly intensify in the coming years, it is imperative, as opposed to an incremental approach, the recommended transformative changes to our cyber governance architecture be undertaken as a national priority and on a war footing. Thank you very much. I hope you find these inputs useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. As mentioned by you, that every country is living in global space, cyberspace, and it is difficult to build a barrier on the borders of the cyberspace. We all have to take care while we are sharing our information in the cyber world, as it may be a threat to the person, society, and maybe the nation too. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this technical session in this National Summit. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra, our next keynote speaker. Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra, Assistant Vice President, Tata Teleservices. Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra believes in nation comes first, always and every time. His professional titles have ranged from Assistant Vice President of Engineering and Head of Telecom Products of Program Project Manager. He is also an innovator, a visionary, a storyteller, a leader, a problem solver, and a collaborative business partner. At the start of his career, he joined the National Defense Academy after being inspired by a war hero. He got commissioned in the Corps of Signals, where he gained valuable experience in combat communication, signal intelligence, tactical networks, strategic networks, electronic warfare, and Fisher oversight. This experience paved the way for a successful career in engineering and product innovation. As a senior engineering leader, he developed an accomplished background leading the design and rollout enhancement of technologies that support business goals, organizational transformation, and innovation. He specialized in developing and implementing processes and solutions that redefine operational value, stimulate performance improvements, and meet regulatory and business requirements. He has also experience in building and leading high-performing teams and establishing positive cultures focused on productivity and performances. There are many key achievements in his credit, including steered the Command Information Decision Support System project for Bharat Electronics Limited, leveraging by strengths gained during his time of service in the Indian Army, as well as training in IMA and NDA to ensure the project success. He was the lead team of the 124 engineers through the design and launch of hardware and software for secure converged communication system used by the armed force. Hired by the Vihan Network Limited to lead the software-defined radio project for the Indian Army. I request and invite Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra, sir, for his address. Sir.
Thanks a lot, Pooja ma'am. It has been an honor. And firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Pandey also for inviting me again for such a fine session. And I'm grateful that I'm sharing this platform with General Asthana and General Pawar. And so I'll start off. General John Boyd, who coined the famous OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, and act, he famously once said that machines don't fight wars. Terrain doesn't fight wars. Humans fight war. So you must get into the minds of humans. That's where the battle is won. Now, with the advent of the cyberspace, the ability to enter the minds of the enemy has become possible. And the ability to control information, cyberspace has enabled actors to not only enter the enemy's mind, but also to inflict physical damage, which is one of the most important things that we have to actually get into this discussion, and to try to find out as to how we stop this kind of a major threat that is being faced by our nation. The issue of concern over here is, I would state that when initially, as we start in 2015, Edward Snowden released certain documents. And I would say that I'm very thankful to a person like Edward Snowden that he made the world visible to what kind of a sneaky world this cyber domain is. And in those documents, he confirmed that in 2007, Chinese hackers had stolen secret data about the F-22 Raptor, F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, and many other classified design through a complex covert operations, what the CIA called the Byzantine Head hacks. Now, these Byzantine Head hacks was not a one-day affair. I'll just go into slight depths as to how it happened. So the Chinese compromised the hardware, the firmware, the drivers, as well as the software, the computing and the routing hardware deployed in tier 1, 2, and 3 military contractors of DARPA, which involved a total of 141 organizations. And they did it over a period of almost 2 to 3 years. And the first part of the operation, which was Titan Rain, was followed by a rash of espionage incidents, which were codenamed Byzantine Heads, GhostNet, Aurora, and a list of names. Actually, you go into that Mediant report, which came out in 2013, 2 years before Edward Snowden made it public. That there were about 30,000 hacking incidents, which compromised about 1,600 DoD computers. And this, researchers tracked down the hacks there were two ways in which they did it. One was the BGP poisoning, that border gateway control protocol, which is the one which is deployed on the routers. So China established certain points of presence inside the US, and those points of presence were deployed using Chinese routers, and these Chinese routers poisoned the routes, the trunk routes. As a result, the IP packets, which were actually had destinations and also the origination within the US, traveled all the way to the Chinese mainland and back. So there were certain Cisco routers in the network which actually discovered this anomaly, and they pointed out that there is something wrong, and that is how they started getting into it. And the thefts were then the investigations went on, and the thefts were attributed to Unit 61398 of the PLA. Now, during these attacks, the Chinese stole 50 terabytes of data. That's a huge amount of data. And that apart, despite the fact that they had this information since a long time, and to 2007 and onwards, and yet they do not have a true 5th generation aircraft, is again an anomaly, because you can steal somebody's data, you can cheat. It is something like in a classroom you can cheat and become attain higher ranks, but ultimately in the long run in life you will fail. So the thefts did not give China the leading edge that they wanted to have, but yet they had the latest design of the stealth bomber, the space-based lasers, the missile navigation tracking system, the CAD drawings, the nuclear submarine, the anti-air missile systems, etc. There was another incident that I would like to highlight before I go into the other aspects of how to counter these things and how these things are being done. is that Russian attack on the Ukrainian power grid. So in 2015, cyber attacks by the Russians on the Ukrainian power grid and distribution system knocked out the power supply to almost 250,000 people. This was one of the most complicated attack on a physical system. And it literally resulted in, and that was in the midst of winters. I mean, it was December. So it literally resulted in deaths. So here you were looking at soft power, soft power, or rather the software based or the internet based systems, resulting in deaths of people. And these malicious firmware were developed, uploaded as standard system updates. I mean, they used to, like, whatever you do with your devices is when you have a device or you have your Android phone, and then after some times it tells you that, okay, you have an update available, and from a bona fide site, you download the update, and that update actually gets installed on a system, and now your system is on the new update. So the Russians used these updating techniques to update literally very bona fide hardware with malware firmware. And these SCADA devices, which are supposed to control the power grid, were corrupted, and hence they were able to create the power outage. So these were the two very, very great attacks which happened and which have to be actually seen as major power that the cyber security has. Now, how do you compromise the hardware? Earlier, used to have viruses, and these viruses used to be, you know, most of them used to be traveling around on the either the application layer, that is the application what you're using, or on your browser, or on the operating system. But slowly when the antivirus systems became more and more capable, they started attacking the hardware itself. So in 2015, Amazon began evaluating a startup called as Elemental Technology for acquiring certain video streaming service servers, which is now available as a service. They wanted to launch a service called as Amazon Prime Video. This third-party company was then the third-party company, which is based in Canada, was hired to scrutinize these Elemental servers. And the Supermicro servers, which were supposed to host the Elemental the video compression software, were sent to Ontario. And after testing, they found out that on the motherboard, there were certain microchips, not bigger than the size of a rice grain, which was supposed to create a side channel attack. What is a side channel attack? So all the communication that happens on the top of a motherboard is between the processor and the most, I would say, the most insecure part of a computer is the communication that happens between the processor and the RAM, the random access memory. You would be aware, you'll be getting your phones with random access memory and the solid state memory and all those things. So the random access memory is the volatile memory, which stores the information only when your system is on. Now, this communication happens. It's a von Neumann architecture where I mean, most of the people in ITS will be aware about it. So it's a store, compute, store, compute, store, compute. So the compute part is done in the CPU, and the storage part is done in the RAM. And once the store compute cycle is over, this information is pushed towards whichever side. I mean, either to the hard drive or towards the network side. Now, what they did was they created a side channel. So once the information has come to the CPU, what the CPU does is, in most of the communication that happens on the internet, is that internet packs the information into the encrypted packets. And those encrypted packets have to be decrypted. Once they are decrypted, the CPU does the processing of it, whether it has to be distributed locally or it has to be stored or it has to be streamed, whatever it has to be done, and thereafter it encrypts it again and sends it back. But the information, but this store compute, what I told you, this cycle, during this cycle, the information is absolutely unclear. And if you can intercept this store compute cycle, then you can get both parts. You can get the encrypted part also, and you can get the clear part also. And that is where the vulnerability of the entire system of encryption lies, because encryption has become so strong that getting into a network is almost impossible unless and until you can break something which is below the encryption layer. And what is below the encryption layer is this, the hardware. And so the Chinese went into the hardware systems, and they had implanted these on the super micro servers. And these super micro servers were supposed to host the Amazon Prime Video. And also, there was another connect to it. The same elemental server was supposed to be given to CIA for doing their video surveillance, for managing their video surveillance network around the world. So once the report came out that the schematic of the hardware doesn't match the actual hardware, and they identified this, the entire Supermicro contract was very silently cancelled. When the Bloomberg brought out this report on the, in fact, you can see it on the web, when the report was brought out by the Bloomberg, at that point of time, everybody came and pounced on them. And supposedly these were all these Chinese paid people who came and pounced on them. This is not realistic, or you are trying to cook a story, you are trying to, gain a TRP, etc. Now, as a result, that Bloomberg report remained a covert kind of a report which was not read by many people. And there are ways and means in which you can actually turn down the publicity of such reports. And you know about it, how it is happening on Facebook, and how the Chinese are stubbing the information about Uyghurs and about the Tibetan movements. So this report remained very unknown for a very long period of time, but slowly it spilled out. And thanks to Snowden, this report is also part of his revelation. And again, now, how do you detect this? It's very difficult. While in Tata's we were manufacturing, we had this thing. So when we were building the tactical the router for the Indian Army, we had this thing in mind that we have to have our own hardware. The entire hardware has to be our own, right from the scratch. I mean, the PCB has to be designed by us. The PCB should be designed by us, and it should be inspectable, in the sense that I give the design of the PCB to a inspection agency or the Indian Army's authorities who take over the device from us, should be able to verify that everything that they wanted to be, that was supposed to be there is there, and nothing is there which is extra over and above it. This is one thing which is very difficult, because when you're looking at the shrinking components, you can hardly actually see them. Some of them you can't see through, with bare eyes. They have to be inspected. And when you're looking at 22 layers, and one of the backplane, the terabit backplane we had created was 48 layers. Now, in which of the layers have they embedded this device is very difficult to even see. So you have to have a very high-end 3D X-ray machines and all those things, which we then installed in the Tatas, and we had it ready for, creating a kind of a lab which can do that kind of a job. What the lessons learned as a part of this was that China makes about 75% of hardware for the world's mobile market, 90% of PCs, as well as networking equipment. People say that we can buy this because the design is US or the design is Korean. It is being manufactured in China, and the entire supply chain is guaranteed by XYZ world standards. But I don't believe in it. If they can do it with Supermicro, which was again not a Chinese design, it was a US design, and it went on and became a you can say infected system, then it is possible with anything that goes there. So when Apple phones are getting manufactured in China, it's no different from a MI phone, which is a Chinese phone, because of course, if they can implant a side channel attack chip inside a normal American hardware being manufactured there, they can do it very well with their own phones or with with foreign phones. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge is that we are moving from a software-centric cyber world, cyber attack world, into a hardware-centric hardware attack world. And to this, I will try to get you into the 2008 attack of the Syrian reactors. By the 2007-8, the Israelis attacked the Syrian reactors using a system called as the Suthar. There is a US program called as the Suthar. It is based on Colonel Suthar's name. And what they did was that, I'll just give brief. I have a separate whole talk on it separate. Now, what they did was that they initially attacked the M3, M1 Tor system of the Russian air defense using the F-16s. And based on whatever information the radar, the air defense radar complex gave out, they created a virus which can be injected over the air. And that injected virus created kind of a Trojan effect inside the entire air defense network. And the entire air defense network, during the duration of the attack, when the F-15s of the Israeli Air Force, they also call it IAF, went in, bombed the Syrian nuclear reactor and came back. That entire 4 hours, the entire air defense system of Syria was off. At that point of time, it was supposed to be one of the most modern air defense systems in the world. So now that is again another kind where you are not using the network, you are not using a regular internet to get into the systems of a adversary. You are doing it through the air. You can do it through the Bluetooth. You can do it through the Wi-Fi. So you can get in like a bona fide user and implant virus without you, and which fails your entire protection system that you have in place at any point of time. That, and now there's another thing that is being detected, and which is again not being talked about very much, is that injection of malware through the power systems. Most of our power systems have become very, very complex. If you look at a normal adapter, it has got a lot of circuits inside. If you cut open your own computer's adapter, the AC-DC adapter, that small black box which is there, it's a very complex system of electronics. There are a lot of MOSFETs which convert the alternating signal into a direct current and all that. And through that also information can be pushed. And if you don't have the right, you can say air-gapped separation, which is only possible through the old generation, you can say transformer-based stabilizers, you will always have a possibility that a malware can be injected through the power systems. So you have a infected hardware, you have the possibility of over-the-air injection of malware, and then you have the power systems through which you can inject malware. Now, these are the three things which are there in each one of our houses. And let's talk about the fourth thing, that is our telecom infrastructure. So if the telecom infrastructure also has these compromised systems, then it becomes very difficult. So I remember during when we used to discuss our strategic network, and when we used to talk about that, how do you have a very fail-safe network in place, then we used to always talk about the dark fiber and a network which is totally segregated from the commercial network. And that is what we achieved after a huge thought process, after we had the brains from the IITs and people discussed it. And of course, we can't talk much about it. But yes, we did come to a network which was totally segregated from the normal national backbone, and which would function on its own. And the very reason was that the national backbone has about 60 to 70% of Chinese ZTE and Huawei routers. Those things have to be removed if you have to have control over your national backbone. So when you talk about the Mumbai power outage, maybe just like the attacks which the Bloomberg came out with about Supermicro, maybe the Mumbai attacks will also go into a kind of a haze of public opinion kind of a thing, in which the reality will never come out, and people will always say that whatever you are saying is incorrect, but because there is no proof. And such things never have proof. You have to have, if you have to protect yourself, then we have to know where all these kind of attacks are going to come from, and have a foolproof method by which you are fully protected. At least your critical infrastructure will always function even when you are under full attack. So most of the things have been covered by the journals who have spoken before me, and those things are being implemented in a very, very high accelerated fashion. And in fact, it has never happened in such accelerated fashion in the previous so many years. So that is very good to know, and that is very good to feel comfortable about, that yes, we will have in a few years a system which will never go down. And in the conclusion, what I would say is that over 10 years ago, we saw the malware Stuxnet. And when Stuxnet attacked the Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility, it caused huge damage, and it delayed the making of the nuclear bomb by Iran by almost 5 to 6 years. Now, US has been doing espionage through implants into their Cisco routers and their network gear, which Snowden had exposed. China has progressed aggressively in this, and it has surpassed the US and the West in many big ways. And their economic and military and technical espionage has reached an intolerable level. It has become difficult, and almost it has been, you can't stop it. It's at that level. Today, I would say that if we come to which is the greatest threat as far as the cyber attacks are concerned, people from Europe and US mostly focus on Russia, but I would say that China is the greatest cyber threat to the world. And these attacks are possible because the entire hardware is infected, and the entire networks are infected with their own designs. The future of cyber warfare will be determined by two things: the mindset of the people and the technologies. Every country, and this is a cycle. Just like Lord Krishna says that yada yada hi dharmasya, he returns, he comes back, because the evil and the good will coexist. It's not that the good will keep on existing and the evil will never be there. The evil will come, and he has to come back. So that mindset that no, we will have a peaceful world, we will never have a warfare again, we will never have these things, and we will always have a foolproof defense. That is a kind of a dream. You have to have offensive as well as defensive capabilities. General has already talked about it, and we have to adopt a hybrid strategy to counter these threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. Absolutely, sir. Now, hackers are not only attacking the software, but the hardware too. At the same time, it's difficult to break the encryption layer, as it is the responsibility of the organization to provide CIA to these people who are working with them or associated with them. Of course, the challenge is to secure ourselves from the hardware attacks too. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule for this technical session in the National Summit. This is how we came to the end of this technical session 1. Now I request Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for presenting concluding remarks of this technical session 1. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Pooja Dharji. It was really a wonderful and enlightening session. And I'm sure that all of us, those who have been part of this session, all of us have got a different perspective altogether, what actually cybersecurity is, and how there is a paradigm shift is visible when it comes to the cyber warfare. Like the Major Asthana sir, he pointed out the strategic issues that how in a global perspective, the cybersecurity is of so much serious concern for everyone, that the conventional systems are to be challenged every day with the advancements of technology, with the inclusion of technology in creating these weapons, and all these warheads are ultimately being now controlled through a non-human intervention systems. So if at a strategic level, there's a strong need to look into the processes, into the systems, that where if there is no human being directly involved into this entire process, if somebody gets into these systems, that entire mechanism could be very devastating. Lieutenant General Dr. R.S. Pawar sir, in fact, we got entirely a different perspective altogether, what actually cyber warfare means. And all of us, those who are part of this session, we all have been being into the civil society. We all used to have our own understanding, our own illusions, our own ideas about what actually the cyber warfare is, because at many places during discussions, during debates, cyber warfare is something where it's a very attractive, very fancy word, and people discusses about it without having proper understanding what actually the war is. So a person who does not have any background of it, and when he speaks based on certain inputs, it may not present correct picture, and then subsequently that misrepresentation or dissemination of information starts taking place. Today, how actually technology is being used in defense sector, how this telecom and this entire segregation of countrywide public network system, and then the network system which is being used by our defense services to make sure that a different level of security is maintained. All these developments, and let me share this here, that our defense services has one of the best infrastructure, because if since we see it from outside, we may not realize, we may not appreciate that what kind of advancements are taking place and what things are going on there. But in this challenging environment where across the globe, countries are working on creating their own units which are dedicated to deal with the cyber risks, where Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra sir had mentioned that the China is coming up with one of the most one of the country which for us have a high risk factor where we need to understand and counter it. I'm sure that though this does not come in public domain, it is not the forum to discuss about all those preparations, but I'm sure that our own country must be working on certain mechanism, and probably that is the reason why a big country like China was forced to take steps back when it came to either Doklam or in Ladakh. So this shows the preparedness of our defense services. It shows the continuous work, effort, research, and development going on into this, where people like Lieutenant Pawar sir, Asthana sir, Prashant Mishra sir, they must be giving their inputs to make sure that our systems are in place, our systems are robust, and any possibility of getting somebody into our systems is ruled out. This was really a unique session because, sir, I must admit that such kind of perspective about specifically from the defense sector is very, very, very rare to come across. Now, I'm really, on behalf of Institute, I am really thankful to Major General Sasi Asthana sir, Lieutenant General Pawar sir, Lieutenant Colonel Prashant Mishra sir, for such a wonderful insight about these systems, about the processes, the challenges, what as a country we have, the challenges, what globally all the countries have, and how they are planning to, or how they are working to counter those challenges. I'm sure under guidance of people like you, our defense services will always be on the path of success in countering these cyber warfare risks. And we all, as a nation, we all will be safe, secure, and will be with our defense services. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time and addressing all of us. Now, I could see Dr. Seema Sharma, madam, has also joined. Professor Lovial, sir, had also joined. Probably he must be trying to reconnect. I could see him joining. Mr. Yes Sridhar ji from Bangalore, Tata Communication, he is joining. So probably he has also joined, Sridhar, sir. And I could see additional SP of Gonda Shri Sivraj sir has also joined us. Welcome, sir. On behalf of Institute, I welcome you on behalf of the entire Institute and organizing team of this event. And now we look forward for a wonderful session now onward. Once again, I welcome the guests of this session, which is now would follow. Dr. Umang ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Umang ma'am to take over the session. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Respected Director IT and UG, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, distinguished guest, Professor D.K. Lovial, sir, Dean and Professor, SCS, JNU Delhi, Professor Sardar Aman Islam Naz, sir, from Victoria University, Australia, Dr. Seema Sharma, Executive Director, Center of Women Policy Research, TEDx Speaker, Head of Department, DU, Shri S. Sridhar, sir, Senior Vice President, Tata Communication, Bangalore. Invited delegates from various institutions in this summit, faculty colleagues, and dear students. Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Umang, welcome you all in technical session of today's session on theme, cybersecurity, research issues, and opportunities to counter cybersecurity challenges. With technology, connectivity, and innovation on the rise, we see various means for greater engagement and impact coming to the surface. Bespoke apps, wearable technologies, radio frequency identification solutions, and intelligence amplification are only a few indicative examples of how pioneering technologies have emerged into our daily life and how we are going to be bound of it. Ensuring cybersecurity is becoming tougher every year as cyber criminals perform new attacks, exploit new vulnerabilities, and execute new attacks constantly, while regulating institutions change and improve the standards. So there is need to identify opportunities to counter cybersecurity challenges. By keeping this view, this technical session is planned. And we are fortunate to have our distinguished speakers with us. Before proceeding, I request and invite Director IT, sir, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey for welcome address. Please, sir, over to you. Can you hear us, sir? So
yes,
you are mute.
Yes, thank you,
sir,
Dr. Umang. In fact, since morning in both the sessions, we came across different areas touched upon by the eminent speakers, starting from inaugural session where we had a broader perspective of what actually cyberspace is, how the cyber security is becoming the matter of concern for most of the people, whether it is industry or businesses or defense or even as common man, we all are countering it. And then how to go ahead to make sure that there are only two options. Either we should keep ourselves away from this entire IT system, this ICT landscape, and live in silos. And otherwise, try to understand what risk actually exists, take precautionary measure, educate ourselves, and then use this entire system for making things effective and useful. Now, all these things require different kind of applications. We all know that since decades, there have been different kind of applications coming up, getting developed, technology transformation we all are witnessing. But behind every technology, there is a concept, there is underlying principle. There are lots of study goes into it. there is a framework which needs to be prepared. Lots of study goes into it. And ultimately, once that study is, when we are able to frame that entire study into a conceptual dimension, where these things could be taken further for realization as a product, as a service, we witness those applications, those systems coming up. So behind that, that entire development, the continuous study, the consistent research, the continuous work goes for years. And that primarily, these things are taken care of by the people, those who are part of this this session. We have Professor Lobial Sab. We have been listening him at different forums, different platforms. Dr. Seema Sharma, we have been listening different places we have came across. We witnessed her wonderful addresses with substantial content. We have Professor Islam. We have been reading him, and it's always great to listen such people directly to share their perspective, their work, and the kind of activities they're involved in, because these things create a path for implementation of those concepts, those algorithms, those processes. I'm sure that this session especially is going to give sufficient input to all of us for not only identifying the areas, new areas of research, but also sufficient input to ponder around, to take those discussions, to take the outcomes further in the form of research or otherwise. On behalf of Institute, on behalf of the organizing team, Professor Islam sir, Dr. Seema Sharma ma'am, Professor Lobial sir, and Mr. S. Sridhar sir, I welcome you, and we look forward for a wonderful knowledge enriching session. Dr. Umang.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. And we are really fortunate and very happy to have renowned knowledge experts who shall be grace the session and are with us on this auspicious moment. Today we have Professor of Computer Science, SCS, JNU, Delhi, Professor D.K. Lobial sir with us. It is always a great pleasure for me to introduce our guest speaker of today's session, D.K. Lobial sir. Alumnus of IIT Lucknow and JNU Delhi, Dr. Lobial is currently working as Professor of Computer Science, School of Computer and Systems Sciences, and Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell at JNU Delhi. In vast experience of more than 23 years of academic and research experience and holding citations 2089, H Index 21 and I-10 Index 42, Dr. Lobial research interest includes mobile ad hoc networks, VOD, bioinformatics, and natural language processing. Dr. Lobial has more than 150 plus published papers in international journals and conference repute. Dr. Lobial guided 22 PhD students and more than 50 AMTech students. Dr. Lobial has worked as Project Post Resource Center for Indian Language Technology Solutions funded by Ministry of Information Technology during 2000-2003 and position-based power efficient data communication in wireless networks funded by All India Council for Technical Education during 21-22. Dr. Lobial has delivered more than 80 invited talks in various FDP conferences, summits, seminars to enlighten the participants. Welcome to ITS National Summit 2021, sir. Now I request and invite Dr. D.K. Lobial, sir, for his address to gathering. Over to you, sir. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Audible?
Yes, sir, you are completely audible, sir.
So I'm at, okay, my network connectivity may have little problem because I'm somewhere else.
Okay.
So I'll finish it quickly in 15 minutes time.
Okay, sir.
I'll not put on video because the network is very slow.
Okay, sir.
Right. So let's thank Dr. Umang and Professor Pandey. Introduction very clearly says that I don't work on cyber. I'm an expert on cyber security, that's very clear. But nevertheless, I have few perspectives about this, which So it's on a perspective of cybersecurity. So I'll put few things forward. I'll not now how I look at I see cybersecurity. If you look at, I'm not going to a very introductory talk on that. That's not the case. Let me put it very simply. At the very standard definition comes with the cybersecurity because it relates with the characteristic or with the culture of computer information technology. But the important part is the virtual reality. That everybody knows that computer information is there. There are certain kinds of attacks, whatever you or. But the important part is the virtual reality. That is what I'll focus. Put it how it is coming up. That's all. And the second part, if you look at the way the internet is growing very rapidly and at the 5G is in line to come, the security threats may be more. That's how I look at it. And so it's not only that the certain activities which are performed on their computers, but through the internet, most important that and the cyberspace, number one. Second is with the connectivity of a lot more mobile devices, definitely the cyberspace is expanding. So cyberspace is expanding into one is more and more mobile. We have moved towards 5G, which is supposed to be delivered by 2020, but maybe 2022 it may come. And that is going to put more challenges to the cyber security. That is how I look at it, and I'll focus on those points in 10-15 minutes. So what I'm trying to say is, but if these are the attacks which are going to come, and then how do you establish the rules and measures, protocols and technologies at the internet, number one, and secondly, regulating, but it also gives you solution to if there are certain attacks that took place through the internet, which the cyber criminals do. That's what the challenge of the cyber security is doing. And look at it may be the various kinds of attacks. If you have heard that the phishing is one of the most serious attacks nowadays with devices. Many of you have watched this Jamtara on the Netflix, that series, how the phishing is being done at the money. It started with Jamtara came into the wife of the chief of Punjab, Captain Amander's wife. I think around 20 lakh rupees from because of this phishing attack in 2018 or something. And then because being high profile, when the police started tracing where it is happening, they came to know attack has come from Jharkhand. And when they went to Jharkhand, the Jamtara is a place in the Jharkhand where this whole gang of phishing is going on and they're earning the money. That's what you can, even the extent of cyber crime and the kind of acts being done because of the extension of the mobility or mobile devices, as well as the network connectivity, because every place now we have a network connectivity. So this is how I see. So if you look from this angle, I think when I joined the previous speak from and other effects, but all because of the expansion, that's what I put it. From that expansion, what I'm trying, with the 5G coming up, machine connectivity, that is one of the theme 5G, which will be IoT, where you have large number of devices connected, because 5G is going to work on 3 different bands. So the conventional frequency using right now for our 3G, it will be using 28 gigahertz and 3.700 megahertz. EBM band and midwave, the 28 gigahertz band, which will be making possible and minimum 7 billion devices at a point of time. And if one person has more devices connected, it will go on 7 billion devices being connected at a point of time in the future. That's what the expansion, massive machine connectivity is going to give. Now, if you assume that way and a lot of devices will be connected, then the security threat you can imagine, which will be coming with this massive machine connectivity. And not only that, the 5G also focuses on lowering down the latency time. And when that is what is going to make virtual reality a real, how the virtual reality will come. Now, that's why I said the massive machine connectivity and the virtual reality, which are the part of 5G theme and vision, is going to put a real threat to cybersecurity. And that's will really put a big challenge for cybersecurity in addition to what is going on right now. And if you look at from the past, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at the 70% or 80% of traffic is covered by Wi-Fi, not by the cellular network worldwide. 80% of the traffic or network connectivity is covered by the Wi-Fi. And if you look at the Wi-Fi security today, and we started around 2009, that simple, what you call wireless equation is based on your RC4, cyber security. But it has a lot of what you call security threats came. And then immediately after that, it was an open, what you call pre-shared key based. Then change it. We moved to other kind of what you call wireless protected access, right? WPA, which was based on pre-shared key notion, but at this encryptions as well as authentications. And most of the authentications, if you look at case of your wireless protected access, what I see is this came with the temporary key integrity, and then even that was not secure if you look from the point of view. And then in 2006, WPA2 came, and which also included your little bit of a blockchaining. That's the important point. So the blockchaining with the added security features with WPA2, wireless protected access 2 in 2006, but it could not even last long. So now what I am trying to say, the security solutions which you are providing, they are not lasting very long. 2000, then 2006, then you move ahead and you will see that WPA2 came. WPA2, they moved to AE standard and other issues, but still it would not a long time. If you look at the enterprise access, probably for individual or small enterprise access, it may work well, but it did not work for a larger enterprise systems. So it also started putting threats. They started developing WPA3, which is called Wireless Protected Access 3. It was developed in 2008, and they also put a QR code connected devices. Even the security measures which are putting is not sufficient. To see an ad on the television which says some phishing attack comes and says, uncle जी से वो अपना मोबाइल नंबर पूछते हैं, वो क्या कहते हैं, अंदर अंकल जी देते, उसके बाद फिर मैसेज आता दोबारा जब मैं to say even that is what the 2018 Wi-Fi protected access for wireless version 6 coming with the QR code connectivity security measures along with. But we never know with the 5G coming whether this wireless protected will be sufficient or not. And the way then 2000, 2006, then 2010, 14, then 18, the way the security measures are developing, I don't think that this 2018 version after 5G will sustain then 2020, 24. then we have a new challenge. Then we have to develop new security measures to protect ourselves from the Wi-Fi. And even having said this, if you look at the kind of the money or the funds being invested on the wireless security is very, very high. A global market of the internet for the Internet of Things which comes, the security expenditure will go up to $70 billion by 2024, and currently it is around $40 billion to be spent on this Internet of Things security. Look at the spending in what you call gateway security, then professional security services. And if you look at the ratio by 2021, what you find is $2,071 million by 2021 has to be spent on professional services. Only $415 million to be spent on what $1 billion has to be spent on endpoint security. So protecting our endpoint, protecting gateway, and in addition to protecting the services is a big challenge, and that is going to put big threat when we have what you call 5G comes in. And thank you, Umang. And any question? And
Thank you so much, sir.
Other speakers, I will not take more time.
Thank you so much, sir. It is true, sir. Each connected devices increases our networks vulnerable to cyber attacks. Thank you for your stimulating address at National Summit, sir. Your immense thought in multidisciplinary domain, cyber security, wireless networks, next generation networks, blockchain, information security in a few minute session, and you have provided us the glimpse of it and its depth insight, which is always knowledge enriching for us. We are thankful to you for accepting our request, sir, and being with us today in spite of your busy schedule and prior commitments. Your thoughts and knowledge will be source of motivation with our faculty colleagues and students and participants who are attending from different corners of the world. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now,
thank you, Dr. Umang. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we proceed further. Let me introduce our next speaker of this technical session, Dr. Seema Sharma. We are pleased to have Dr. Seema Sharma among us. We welcome you, ma'am, on this virtual forum. Let me take an opportunity to introduce Dr. Seema Sharma, Executive Director, Center for Women Policy Research, TEDx speaker, environmentalist. Dr. Sharma is sustainability expert, TEDx speaker, BBC World News panelist, and a mother with varied experience across the sectors, be it academia, industry policy, and even community outreach. More than 16 years of work experience across sectors, academia, industry, policy, research community, and focusing on future projects, environment and artificial intelligence, AI and air quality, AI and biodiversity, AI and waste management, AI and green auditing, etc. Dr. Sharma organized more than 50 workshops, seminars, and published various research publications in international journal repute. Dr. Sharma is member of FICCI and also nominated by Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change as a host member to participate in UNCCD COP14. Dr. Sharma is recipient of 1 MP 1 Idea Award on March 2019, Green Earth Award 2019 by Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Smriti Manch, supported by Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change, Government of India, at Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi, India. and Madam has many more in the list. Now, without taking much time, I will invite and request Dr. Seema Sharma for her address. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umang. And, first of all, congratulations to the ITS and the whole team who has come up with this very important, and you can say that need of this hour kind of national summit. And this particular session, research issues and opportunities to counter cybersecurity challenges, is like the must one. And I have gone through all the sections, and I realized that how beautifully and mindfully this has been planned. And I wish all congratulations and success of whatever you are planning to go ahead with all these ideas, because these are need of this hour, and discussion on all these issues are very, very important. I must congratulate to Dr. Sunil Pandey as a director of ITS, and thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this excellent platform, sharing this platform with, varied, experienced speakers, including expert which spoke right now. And I'm very happy that I'm going to speak after you, sir. It's been honor and pleasure to hear you at the same time. So on this note, I'm just going to quickly start my presentation. Do you think I can share my presentation, Dr. Umang?
Yes, you can share your presentation via the option that is in bottom, share screen.
So I'll just quickly do that.
Yeah.
So, I am not going to take much time, because, I'm sure that the people who are here are more experienced and technically sound than me, because my area is environment. But of course, I'm happy to mention that I have learned coding, Python and all, and I'm doing a lot in that sector. And my experience are coming from connecting the dot kind of concept, like what Dr. Sunil Pandey mentioned. That people and sectors are working in silos, and coming together to solve this issue is really, really important. And I'm going to pinpoint certain issues and area which really need to take care right now, given the context of this technical session. And to start with, the first thing I would like to mention, that the cybersecurity, the threat is human to human. Which is really need to understand. So this is a very different perspective, because generally this is the element which is missing throughout in discussions, and the narrative which comes out is like, it's a technology, something which we don't know. And somehow we miss this thing that, we have to deal with a set of people who are equally equipped and are like us. So whatever the strategy planning need to be done, need to be taken, care and done that way only. So it's not something which is unaware. So I think when this perspective and understanding becomes clear, it's easy to understand, come up with some strategy to, counter back the cybersecurity issue. So here, this is the first point which I have mentioned, that, the element which is missing is human problem and not the tech problem. And of course, need not to mention that, the social and professional life of every individual is connected, interconnected online. So my narrative is coming out from a common man, and the takeaway is for all kind of stakeholders who are here involved. So either it's academia, industry, policy, and community. So the takeaway will be for them for sure, but the coming is from the community perspective and individual perspective, like, our, the professional and personal life is interconnected and online. So what happens actually, so once your account is compromised, your data is available online, including your user ID and password. So you think that, okay, I'm going to change that user ID password, I'm going to create a new, still that doesn't solve the problem. Because the hackers who are humans, as equally intelligent like us, they are very capable to use your new user ID password, crack your new user ID password, and crack your new account and get into, and you can be as an individual or as an organization victim of that. So this narrative is really important for everyone to understand. Now, the problem is that the threat is nowadays so personalized and customized that it is most of the time next to impossible to avoid getting trapped. So this is what's happening. And I will not get into detail, but I am sure that people who are coming from different walks of life and expert areas, they understand this, that, for example, COVID-19 situation, a lot of ransomware or malware kind of, viruses and different kind of things were, getting erupted randomly on different kind of websites, saying that, let's say hand sanitizers are easily available, we are 24/7, we can order it right now and all those, and people were so crazy looking for that kind of thing, and they just used to click it. A lot of things has happened. So this is one of the recent example I'm saying. There are many more, like how they customize is like, they what they do is that they go at a very individual and specific level, like they target you, like I am aware that what you are doing, nocturnal activities which you do, I am aware what kind of websites you are visiting. So they randomly they target individuals, and then that individual is more than enough to get into an organization, institution, and millions and billions and trillions of money, you have to kind of give back to get your things back or restore your information and whatever the data you have. So what is important right now is that we have to, right now we have got so many kind of technologies are there to protect, like, intruder detection systems are there, firewalls are there, antiviruses are there. These are the one set of products which industries are offering to us, but at the same time, hackers are there to crack all these things. Now, so what is happening is that these products which are there is more of human in nature, and what these people, hackers, they are targeting you as a, they are also becoming more human in the sense that they are targeting individual. So some administrator who is there, so they are 15 years back, 16 years back, you had one account which you had created, and your data has got compromised, your user ID password is lying back, and your account is still active, and you have no idea, you are least bothered because you have moved on with some other account and user ID password and all those. But that old user ID password is still being utilized, can be utilized by hackers, because you can change your user ID password every 3 months, but from your pattern, from your date of birth and all these things, your picture and all, they understand that what pattern you are going to create your user ID password will be. It's very easy for them to crack even. So these are basic understandings which need to be there, and the stakeholders, whosoever are there, they have to understand and work this out, that you make sure that whatever the old accounts there, you should delete it and clear it, no matter you have moved on ahead with. And of course, I must mention that whatever the targeting these people are doing for cybersecurity issue, of course artificial intelligence is adding it up like mad. But of course this is a very different area, but contribution is huge right now going on. So, but now the next thing is that what you think, being an organization or being an institution, hackers just need one of your account to get into the university or organizations. Even your old account user ID password will work. Just you have changed it, but still that is very much predictable. They can play with your user ID password, and then they know that you are, you have changed your right now, account every 3 months. You are changing your password. Just you are changing the last digit, or you are just changing the alphabets. They are all aware. They can play with and they can crack it very easily. Now here I want to tell you that there is this website called www.haveibeenpwned.com. So this is a website. Everyone can go back to this website and check that whether till now any of your account, you can check there, you can put your email ID there, and you can figure out that your data has been compromised or not. So this detail you will get, and whatever the old information, old accounts you had, you can check it, your mail accounts, whatever. So this is very important. You please figure out and make yourself, being an individual and as a responsible institute administrator, make yourself, secure as much as possible and as soon as quickly. So this is the very important point. Now, as I told you in start of my discussion, that what I'm going to offer here is that I'm going to connect the dots, and I'm going to pinpoint certain issues and the areas of research which need to be done, being in academic institutions or coming from the academia. I must mention that these are all the issues which now need academia to kind of take a leading position right now, because here community, this is a very representative diagram I've made for different stakeholders. You can take it as a national, international, local level as well, city level. These are the 4 stakeholders, more or less. Now here, if you talk about community, most of the time, they are what they need is awareness, and of course they have to be responsible as well enough, so that accountability is also needed from their side also, that they are make sure that individually they are not doing anything which is correct or incorrect. Now coming to industry is offering a lot of solutions, but at the same time accountability is not there. So this why I'm mentioning here, because government of India has initiated a lot of projects and international programs and all. They have been doing great job right now, but what industry is supposed to play a role is not happening right now. There is a huge disconnect, and I think academia has to pinpoint and take certain issues, those kind of issues, for research, that what is going on. Industry is playing by their own words, by their own rules. They are more or less interested into making a profit and provide services, and number of services one by one, which is, I'm not against it. But the point is, at the end of the day, they will have to come up with policies which should be user friendly. Like, 5-page or 2-pager policy is not a good idea. I think being a user, I think you will have to come up with, because you are making a lot of money, and users are your, you cannot play with them that way. I mean, users will also have to be smart enough to understand and demand that, the policy which we generally never read, whatever the policy, before clicking any ransomware or anything, we're unaware, we just want to get access of that thing and just go, yes. That has to go. So that responsibility industry should take up, and academia and whatever other, policy, they have to kind of pinpoint and raise alarm on this, that, we have to be, on the same page. Policy which are hideous and people are not, because in this social media platform or social media time, I mean, everyone is so become impatient. No one is ready to read anything. They are just forwarding, they are just scrolling one by one. So everyone is getting victimized and they have no idea. So this narrative has to bring out, and this is one of the very important research area you can take at graduation, masters, PhD level, for sure, it's up to them. But academia, of course, definitely can impart knowledge and understanding of the real issues on ground, what is there, where we are lacking, and they can definitely put forward understanding to the industry, to the policy people, for sure, because that is where the lack is. Academia, most of the time working in silos, their connectivity with the policymakers is hardly there. But policymakers also need support, but there is huge disconnectivity. I'm not going into that kind of how it can be bridged, but that has to, get over. And this is how my take is, and I'm done right now. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sunil Pandey and Umang, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for taking the time to speak, to gathering with thoughtful insight on cybersecurity. The threat is human to human. I felt that your point raised on there is a problem with humans, not with technology, was remarkable. And your in-depth way of explaining the key point, which is very enlightening for each participant. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for accepting our invitation and share your thought-provoking word with us. Within a 5 slides, you showed the glimpse, and we look forward to have you in our future endeavors to you. Thank you so much. Proceeding further, we are blessed to have knowledge of eminence from academia with the next speaker, who is going to speak upon.
Dr. Umangji?
Yes, sir.
Sridhar sir has also joined.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to Sridhar sir to a virtual forum at National Summit, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. It is always nice to listen from you, sir. It is always nice to see you at such forums, sir. And we would be happy whenever you visit to this place after COVID gets down, then we will be happy to see you, sir. So
Same here,
now,
madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we would be moving with the speaker who shall be addressing on cybersecurity issues, problems, and solutions, a game theory perspective with the audience. Professor Sardar M. Islam Nasser, Professor, Director of Decision Sciences and Modeling Program, Victoria University, Australia, Distinguished Visiting Professor of Artificial Intelligence, Ansiri, Distinguished Visiting Professor, ORAC. Professor Sardar M. Islam sir has undertaken rigorous scientific studies of emerging issues of different disciplines of artificial intelligence, business analytics, digitalization, management sciences, machine learning, etc. In the vast experience of academic and research, Professor Islam has gained international acclaim in different areas in AI, analytics, ML, data science, as well as received numerous honors and awards, delivered keynote speeches at international conferences in several countries. Professor Islam sir has published 29 authored scholarly academic books in different disciplines, including business analytics, digitalization, management science, and published over 250 articles, including a good number of top leading international journal articles in his specialized research areas. Now I invite and request Professor Sardar M. Islam sir for his address to gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Roman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, and we are welcome to you at ITS Virtual Forum, sir.
Thank you. And also, I am sharing the screen.
Yes, sir, your screen is visible to us.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, my topic is cybersecurity issues, problems, and solutions, a game theory perspective. Actually, you know, many other previous speakers, they have discussed issues, problems, and solutions. And I will be, in my PowerPoints, I have covered those issues, but I actually briefly skip through them and will be actually focusing on the game theory perspective because I have only 15 minutes to discuss. So I'll just go through all the slides, but will not discuss all of them in detail. So you have heard already about me. So that's I'm the speaker. And, you know, just to focus that I do more, you know, scientific humanistic research work, more scientific and humanistic approach, and that is what I am following here also. And that all the PowerPoints are actually structured along all the lines provided here. You know, like the problem of cybersecurity in general, and the risk and cost of the cybersecurity problems and solutions, and the cybersecurity as a multi-agent system. That is my main argument. So I will also mention that, and the problems of multi-agent systems and And then multi-agent game theory is also a multi-agent system. Game theory is a mathematical modeling of multi-agent systems. So, and from there, why we need to do game theory based cybersecurity analytics and programming, that I will also discuss, and how to do that. I'll give you some of the mathematical models how to do this, and then how at the end, if we have follow this approach, what are the outcomes and outputs that we get. So these are the issues. I have PowerPoints, but I mainly focus the important key points because I have to finish within 15 minutes. So we know this is a big challenge, so I'm not going to discuss in detail. All of us, we also know what is cyber security. The main thing that I'm going to mention is that in cyber security domain area, different parties are involved. You know, the cyber security managers, attackers, hackers, regulators, lawyers, security enforcement agents, artificial agents, waves, internet, and so on. So cyber security issue or systems are game theory problems. You know, there are different agents are involved. So there are games among different agents. In game theory, we study different interactions among different agents. So the game theory can be actually applied to the issues of cyber security very appropriately, because in cyber security systems or area, there are different agents. So it's a game theory problem, it's a multi-agent system. So that's the main thing. And my main argument here is that to achieve cyber security, we need a game theory based approach. Develop computer programs, hardware, software frameworks, all based on game theory paradigm. So that is the main argument, because cyber security systems, programs, hardware, software, and framework, rules, regulations, institutions, enforcement, if they are all based on game theory approach, that will provide us the necessary and appropriate cyber security systems for us. So that is the main argument of this presentation. As you know, the cyber security risk and problems are increasing exponentially because of the changes in the world, enormously. So the only way we really can solve this problem, as I have said, is if we adopt the game theory based perspective or paradigm to design cyber security systems. I'm not going to discuss the risk. Previous other speakers, they have discussed those risks, and other speakers also will discuss. And we know that these are the sort of strategies we need to do. So these are sort of a relationship between game theory and cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. The main argument is that cybersecurity systems or the environment is a multi-agent system. In multi-agent systems, often we notice different problems. Because there are different agents, their interests they are different. There are agency problems, conflict of interest, also information asymmetry. One agent knows something another agent does not know. One agent has one interest, the other agents have different interests. The cultures are different. Sometimes information is also imperfect, and sometimes there is no lack of incentive for cooperation, support, and help, and so on. So in economics or in multi-agent systems, so these are the problems. Sometimes we also call agency problems or information asymmetry problem. And the problems of these areas were highlighted by leading economists like Harwich and Stiglitz. And many people actually have worked in this area who have got Nobel Prize. In recent years, most of the Nobel Prizes have gone to the people who are working in these sort of issues, in the problems of multi-agent systems and how game theory can be used to solve these problems of multi-agent system. So this, the paradigms of game theory and multi-agent system information asymmetry, this is actually at the heart of modern professional and academic culture in the world, because as I said, most of the recent Nobel Prizes have been awarded to people who are working in this area, multi-agent system and information asymmetry and game theory area. So the problem, many problems in the world are multi-agent systems, and computer systems are essentially multi-agent systems. So we know that we are the computer graduates, they know that most of the computer systems are multi-agent, distributed multi-agent systems. And in those systems, we have this sort of problems, agency problems, conflict of interest, information asymmetry, and so on. And these problems also exist in the area of cyber security. And so to solve this problem, we need to develop appropriate games among those agents. So, and these sort of issues are studied in game theory. So therefore, the argument of this presentation is that we actually, also other speakers have said, we need a new paradigm. Otherwise developing the strategies, laws and regulations and programs, computer programs, they will not be that much effective unless we really have the appropriate and relevant paradigm, conceptual and theoretical framework. So game theory provides that sort of appropriate framework where we can develop analytics, we can develop computer programs, we can develop cyber security systems that will be more effective and that will give us the secure cyber system that we are looking for. So that is the main argument, and the rest of the materials will be quite technical, but as I said, given my time, I don't think I also can discuss all of them, but I will just skip through all the, just go through very quickly all the PowerPoints slides, and then if academics, PhD students or professionals, they are interested to do this sort of game theory based research for cyber security, they can certainly contact me, then I can follow up and provide more information. Those because game theory is also an important topic in computer science. Those who have studied in especially artificial intelligence, the books and courses, there are several chapters on game theory. So these are the main areas of game theory. Those are necessary for people to do research in game theory area, and especially if you want to do research in using game theory for cyber security design, programming, and system development. Game theory, as a game is a sort of strategy relationship problem. As a game theory is a mathematical modeling of relationship among different agents for strategy formulation. And there are can be different form of games, and the sort of form of games that is relevant for our discussion is in cyber security area. The agents are generally non-cooperative. They have zero-sum games, like one person's gain is another person's loss. There are conflict of interest. So these are the sort of issues. So we need to really understand this sort of game theory models if we want to do cyber security research. And we have different sort of algorithms that developing and solving different different game theory problems. As I have said, we need game theory, and in game theory literature, we call, when we try to develop some mechanisms or try to develop some games, we call this mechanism design. So we need actually a form of game theory which is called mechanism design, that where we design laws and regulations and computer programs and checks and incentives that will help us to achieve cyber security. So that is what is called mechanism design. So as I said, we need a combination of different things that can be used for developing these analytics and models. And mathematically, we can develop a game theory model or mechanism design model in a mathematical form that will look, it's a very abstract form, but in mathematics is briefly, it will look like this. And there are computer programs that can be used to implement that sort of mathematical models for developing cyber security. And what we will get if we have developed that sort of systems, conceptual frameworks, laws and regulations in institutions based on game theory, we'll have people to cooperate with each other. There will be, the conflicts will be resolved, and people will be autonomously interact with each other. That will give us a better cyber security system. So at the end, if we use this paradigm, game theory paradigm, we will have an appropriate framework to analyze game theory problems. We get some mathematical model, computer programs, platforms, and also analytics that we can, develop some platforms and also analytics website that will help us to protect our computer, our systems, our information, and provide us better cyber security system. So, these are sort of more other areas for academic research in this area, especially by computer scientists. So I will not go into those details. But as you know, the managing cybersecurity is a big challenge, but still we can do a better job if we use the game theory paradigm perspective, and then we have to develop the model and implement, and then hopefully our we'll in the future we will have better cybersecurity systems. And this is also a good area for academics and professionals, especially students, to develop their career, cybersecurity, and using a game theory approach. And these are some of the references here. And as I said, if you have any question and comments, that can be sent to me through my email, and you can Google my name, then you will find all my information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insight to observe the nature of cyber incident where network defenders, attackers, and users interact with each other and produce an outcome. Game theory is very useful because it models each player's behavior, their strategies, and captures interaction between opposing players. So thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughtful insight with us on this thrust topic, game theory with cyber security. And we are sure that participants will be beneficial with your address. We are thankful to you for making time in your busy schedule to speak to gathering present today in ITS National Summit. Thank you so much, sir. Namaste from India, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
It is our pleasure and fortunate to have our next speaker of the session, Shri S. Sridhar sir. It is always listen and very happy moment to have you among us, sir. Let me take an opportunity to introduce Shri Sridhar sir, an alumnus of PGCM IIM Kozhikode and AMIE from Institute of Engineers and graduation from University of Madras, and current working as Vice President Tata Communications, founding member of India chapter, leading excellence at Harvard Square. Sir, a proven business leader with 30 years of IT industry experience, having handled various disciplines in blue chip companies, delivering solid results in India and Asia leadership positions, particularly excelling in building new initiatives and turning around non-performing ones. Spokespersons and anchor for analysts and media engagements, are well-respected and sought-out speaker in industry forums and panels. Sir, a strategic advisor to startups on business strategy and marketing, also a recipient of various industry and organizational awards, notably the Indra Super Achiever Award in year 2012. Sir, we welcome you at ITS Online National Summit, and I request Sridhar sir for his address to gathering.
Good afternoon, madam, and thank you for the
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for the generous introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. What I'm going to share over the next 15-20 minutes is more of a business and an IT industry perspective, and what we face every day in our interactions with customers who are trying to enable interactions in various forms. So feel free to drop me a question if at all you have any as I go through this presentation. I'm just going to share my screen. Ma'am, please tell me if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir, we are able to see your screen, sir. Okay. It is perfectly visible to us.
Okay, thank you. So I lead the cloud and managed security services businesses for Tata Communications, and I am based in Bangalore. So what is happening today is that this entire concept of digital transformation is being discussed in the boardroom. It's no more just a IT initiative. It's no more just related to IT. The digital transformation is becoming more and more imperative. Like at one point of time, IT was considered to be a separate industry, a separate field of its own. But today, I think it's completely embedded into every part of the business. Like, for example, in the past, finance used to be a separate function, but today every business unit has got to have its own finance, its own HR, etc. So from that point of view, every business is trying to use IT in a more compelling manner to ensure that the results are there for everyone to see. So how do you build that agility? Because your time to market has to be that much shorter. Your ability to reach the customer should be that much faster. How do you scale the business in the shortest possible time across geographies, across cities, across towns, and across various continents? Today, that's becoming extremely important. And everything is now coming at the touch of a button. How do you ultimately, no one has got all the money that they want. So how do you keep it cost efficient? And most important, though I have put it in the right corner, it's about how to keep it all secure. The more you get to digital means, the more challenges that arise in terms of cybersecurity. Now, what started off very simply as viruses and antiviruses about 25-30 years back, today has assumed significant proportions with the kind of planned attacks and all these attacks, the vulnerabilities that you have and the programmed attackers are a lot more sophisticated nowadays. So what do the digital leaders do in terms of looking at this? How did they digitize the business? What do they need to do to build the globalization efforts? How do they adopt cloud as much as possible? Because gone are the days when you see here, starting from having your own data center, putting things together and enabling infrastructure reach for your company and being bound by wherever your company connectivity is or is not available, has given way with availability of every infrastructure, every possible resources and tools on the internet with just a simple access to the internet. So I'm working from home for the last almost a year now. But our company has been, has shifted from a 5% working from home to a 95% working from home abruptly within a week, same time last year. But we were able to manage because all the resources are available. And today we have been conducting business transactions continuously online. And mobility and collaboration are important tools that they have to enable, especially now with the pandemic, because the more you want to maintain social distancing, the closer you want to get to your customers. And take examples, you want to buy a white goods. How can I enable a demo of that through the internet? And for example, if I want to take a home loan, if I want to take a car loan, if I want to take an insurance policy, in the past, somebody used to come sit in my drawing room, take the details from me, get the inputs from somewhere. But today, everything has to be enabled right then and there through the internet means. Now, what it means is every single contact that you enable that way opens you up to a cyber risk. A connectivity from my house through the router that I have at home to the internet and accessing my company's resources could open up a vulnerability from my point of contact, which is the router at home. So educating people, enabling them, making them understand what the challenges are is one of the most important activities that the CIOs have to undergo. And that's why mobility and talking about mobility is becoming extremely important. This is a Gartner data point. Gartner says by this current year, more than 85% of the enterprise organizations will be using cloud services for even business critical functions. It's not as if you just hosted something on the cloud to have some backup there or to just put some not frequently accessed information on the cloud. No, business critical functions and transactions are going to happen from the cloud. And cloud is also changing. Organizations are getting smarter about how to adopt the cloud. Service providers are growing in our influence and ability to go talk to the customer in structuring a solution with cloud. How do we build next generation capabilities, not just in terms of providing the resources, but in securing each and every part of them and enabling the usage patterns? Because digitalization today is the top expectation. How do we do everything digital? Go digital is the mantra. And at the same time, how do you prioritize this and how do you keep it secure for every aspect of the business? And this digitalization is actually happening right in front of us. This is a chart which shows you what happened in 2018 versus 2019. The planning element has come down and the execution element is going up. And this is happening right in front of us. As a result of this, the way we work has completely changed. Cloud IT infrastructure consumption has surpassed traditional IT infrastructure. By this, what we mean is putting the infrastructure in the organizational premises and spending money on it is now a lesser quotient than putting all the infrastructure on the cloud, which means this transition is happening, which means more and more resources are on the cloud. You also enable virtual desktop access from the remote locations so that no information gets downloaded with or without your knowledge, with or without the permission, with or without the necessary authentication. That is not possible. So you put everything onto the cloud. You have all the virtual enablements available, and hence the virtual desktop is becoming an important method to connect to the cloud. So with all this happening, there is definitely a challenge of enabling all these elements with the right security, and traditional methods are no more sufficient. Why? Because traditional methods looked at the confinement of everyone within their organizational premises, or the way the organization used to be connected across their multiple offices or the multiple data centers that they may have. Today, it's about having all infrastructure everywhere. That means, how do you keep it secure? How do you enable the security without the comfortable cushion of an organizational boundary is becoming important. 93% of the organizations have a multi-cloud strategy. And Gartner says 99% of the cloud security failures will be the customer's fault. But the fact remains that it is a shared responsibility of security. Just because we have an IT function, just because we have a security function in our company, it does not absolve me of the responsibility to ensure that I follow all the security protocols when I log in from my house. Likewise, just because some infrastructure is provided to a cloud service provider, it does not absolve the security organization in a company of taking the necessary precautions. Likewise, the cloud service provider is equally committed to the security of the organization. 56% of the IT decision makers say common security management is a top challenge. And this COVID pandemic has completely overturned the way we looked at IT infrastructure and the way we looked at the security parameters. The CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, he says, we have seen 2 years worth of transformation in 2 months. And I think many of you would have had jokes coming on WhatsApp stating, which is the biggest influence for a digitalization, the CEO, CTO, or coronavirus. That this has necessitated a transformation like never before. And Twitter is an example which says Twitter employees can work from home forever. Now I can take an example of our group company, Tata Consultancy Services, where by 2025, the pronounced intent is to have only 25% of the people come to work. The rest of the people will be working from their remote locations. One of the leading CEOs of Ford, one of the automotive companies, Ford, he said, 26 years in a job, I've never had a business plan that was called pandemic. Now, this has meant 63% increase in the cyber attacks, because as you move more and more to the cloud, as you move more and more to the remote methods, 63% increase in the attack was sensed. A survey done in India in the month of April, May 2020, which is about 45 days after we all started working from home, 84% of the CIOs and CISOs mentioned that cloud security is a very, very core and important priority, and they were afraid if they were ready or not. Over a period of that 45 days, the reason why they were scared was because industry keeps issuing advisories. This comes from internet providers, it comes from IT companies, it comes from cybersecurity companies, it comes from various industry neutral bodies which keep providing inputs to the organizations. 420 plus such advisories were circulated in a matter of 45 days. Now, who has got the time to go through all those, to sift through all the information that is available and build the responses? So traditional responses are not enough. You are not bound by your organizational boundary anymore. And you also have to build the right level of automation. And I think some of the professors earlier also spoke about how you blend artificial intelligence, how do you bring machine learning, and how do you bring a lot more in terms of faster responses to the vulnerabilities that you've created, and hence the attack that could happen to you. I read somewhere that there is only 1 hour 58 minutes available from the time a ransomware attack is initiated to the time it hits an organization. You have all of 1 hour 58 minutes from the time they started it, not from the time you became aware. So which means you are at the risk of being attacked at every single point of time. Now, what does this mean? It means business disruption. It means loss of revenue. It means fines and penalties for industries that have to go for it. And it also means loss of brand value and reputation. Many of you know one of the leading banks in India was taken to task for the kind of responses that they had and for the kind of delays that were there in access, and potentially the kind of cybersecurity threats that could have emerged from there. Now, I've continuously talked about an organization without boundaries. Now, what is happening is, in the past, there was a physical boundary. There was an infrastructural boundary that got created by the devices that were provided by the organization. Today, with bring your own devices, you access the organization infrastructure through your laptop provided by the company, or a bring your own device that you have, which you have linked and attached to the organization, or you even access the company resources from a mobile phone. So I should not have the same rights when I access from a PC given by office compared to when I use a own PC that I have from home. I should not be able to download specific information when I'm accessing from a non-organizational managed resource. So this is quite simplistically what an endpoint is. But then how do I then allow a person to access their identity? Just like how a physical badge, we used to go tap it in the entrance and we gain access. Even after you have gained access, when you go to this data center room, all of us don't have access to the data center room. There are only a specific set of people who go there. So that is privileged access. So ultimately, every stage of access is determined by your identity. The badge was the physical identity. The login is your digital identity. How do you use that to provide authentication and access to the resources? So identity today has become the new perimeter. Identity, the endpoint devices, and then talking about the network flow, the data flow, the persistent threats that are there, the denial of service kind of issues that could happen is another important aspect when you consider the network element. The various threat sources, the ability to detect the threats, the ability to first respond, remediate the risk that has emerged today, and not only do you stop with remediating the risk today, but how do you provide the tools and resources so that you are able to automate in the event the attack repeats tomorrow? Are you well prepared? That is the true determining aspect for how well prepared are you for a cybersecurity attack. So, and then becomes the most important thing is around data. How would you have the data security related challenges addressed? And today we are talking about data residency norms. Most countries say the data should be resident in country. It cannot leave the country. India is having our own data privacy bill. This has meant that not just do you have CIOs and CISOs, you also have multiple other designations like a chief data officer, a chief privacy officer, etc. Another important aspect that is coming up is consent. Many of you would have read about PII, personally identifiable information. So the personal information that you have, to be able to access it by an external resource, to access your Aadhaar, they have created an OTP. That's a multi-factor authentication solution. So taking a consent of the user before accessing their personal information is becoming very, very important. So as you can see, with the spread of infrastructure across your physical and the virtual tools, and with the access of people and your larger ecosystem, both employees as well as your alliances organization, today the threat, the canvas that you created for the threat perception is so very high. And because of that, you've got to secure every single point of occurrence, every single point of potential vulnerability. And hence, building, scaling, and sustaining secure virtual workplaces is an extremely important priority for organizations. I talked about how you build the agile digital foundation. The next part is about how do you embed digital into every part of the value chain. And most important, ubiquitous security. Anytime, anywhere, any device, any length of time connectivity is what is expected, which means every single any that I spoke about needs to be secured. So how do you build that security is the practical challenge. So what are the challenges that they face? Applications. Where are the applications resident? You're talking about application, whether it is on the server, or is it serverless, or is it on a container? Is every part of it secure? Data residency, compliance norms, and the governance around that becomes extremely important. Endpoint. Every endpoint is a point of a threat vulnerability. So how do you secure the endpoints? How do you detect the threats that are there at the endpoint and build an automated mechanism by which you respond? And lastly, identity. The moment you say identity becomes the authentication for the person to use the organizational resources, identity itself could be compromised. Misconfigurations, wrong configurations, and maybe anomalous behavior of a particular ID. There is today user entity behavior analytics available, whereby spurious responses or non-standard behavior, anomalous behavior observed from the same user. Sridhar is a user in Tata Communications. They know that the person uses in a certain particular manner. But an anomalous behavior from the same user trying to access resources that he or she is not approved to use automatically triggers an alert that maybe this identity is compromised. And when you have resource access associated to identity, automatically this behavior analytics becomes extremely important, and hence identity protection. And also this could be intentional. It could not just be an external attack. It could be a malicious insider. The insider threat is one of the most important threats. So everything around authentication and identity becomes important. So these four pillars of challenges that the users, that the CISOs face, are something that need to be addressed on a war footing. Earlier, we used to have trust and verify. Trust the person, allow the person inside, and then verify who they are. Today, there is no trust. There is only zero trust, because you access resources that are physically resident in your organization. You access resources that are in some part of the cloud. You use an Office 365, which is a SaaS application loaded somewhere. You use Zoom resources, which utilize some servers for authenticating you from somewhere else. So how do you ensure that this entire spectrum of resources that you touch are secure for the organization and you don't end up compromising? So employees, as you see at the bottom here, employees and the contractors, they have the identity and they are authenticated. And this is a very, very important word, context-based authentication. In the context of what they are attempting to do, they need to be approved, not a generic random blanket approval. Then the managed and unmanaged devices, I talked about the endpoints. The device posture and compliance of each and every device is important. I talked about behavior analytics and threat intelligence. That is another vector. Threat detection. Gone are the days when we could say intrusion detection and prevention, intrusion detection and response, or intrusion prevention and response. We have moved to threat management, to threat detection, to threat intelligence. How do you gather threat intelligence from various sources? We have, for example, as an organization, various scrubbing farms for looking at the denial of service as well as the internet flow, because about 25 to 28% of the global internet passes through our pipes. So we are members of various international bodies, and the ability to look at all the data and filter the threat intelligence and build a response and remediation mechanism for our customers determines the extent of security envelope that we create for our customers. And that manifests itself into access rights, privilege rights, encryption, data at rest, data in motion, data in use, and the data at different devices that you have needs to be protected. So that across various different platforms becomes important. So this in one slide shows you exactly the secure access enabled by the zero trust model. So as an organization, we have created a portfolio like this, which takes into account everything from network to the cloud to the security, and enabling security across all the parameters, starting from your physical network to the physical infrastructure to the cloud infrastructure to all the cyber threat vectors across the entire spectrum. And there is also a necessity to keep them all under a whole range of compliance parameters. We are a MATI certified cloud provider. We are also a certified penetration testing partner for them. So we do a lot of penetration, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing for customers, and we are authorized to certify by CERT-In, which is a government body. So similarly, there is GDPR, which is known. Likewise, very soon we are going to have India data privacy related certifications. So then there are industry related certifications like your PCI DSS or your HIPAA, which is for healthcare, etc. And there are a host of management certifications. So the governance is extremely important. Net, what I'm trying to say is building the visibility across all the elements, from the application to the device to the identity to every piece of the infrastructure that you have, is very, very important. Second, building the governance and operational framework around this and keeping it in strong operational security framework is important. And lastly, getting the compliances and monitoring them, being able to consistently man what is happening through cybersecurity posture management is extremely important. So by doing all this, we have been awarded as an organization various awards around cloud and security. So when you look for support from providers, nobody is complete. Nobody will have all the solutions that you want, because security is never a destination and forever a journey. But in the process of doing the journey, would you be able to pick up all the elements together, and would you be able to secure yourself at every point on the way is extremely important. And for that, choosing a credible partner is important, because generally technology is ahead. Skills are always going to play catch up with technology, because technology is moving at such a fast pace. So skill shortage will forever be there. Just that certain organizations are better placed to attract the skills. Certain organizations are better placed to be able to respond faster than certain other organizations. And the collaboration across all of these and the ability to look at all the information from various threat vectors is what determines how you can bring the assurance and the security required for your cloud posture. So with that, I'll stop my presentation. If at all we have time, madam, I can take a few questions, or if not, I'm always available and I'm on LinkedIn and various platforms, so you can reach me. Back to you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. If participants are having a question, they can put it into the chat box, and otherwise we would be sharing the questions with you, sir, via mail also, sir.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful learning session and sharing your experience and knowledge with us. It is always nice to listen to you, sir. Your depth insight of your ideas will be source of light for all of us, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Before concluding technical session, now I request Director IT, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for concluding remarks and vote of thanks to guests, sir. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Umang ji. In fact, when Sridhar sir speaks, it seems that he keep continuing his speaking and sharing his perspective, and we keep listening and learning. Thank you so much, sir. In fact, this session was, as it started with that with the background, that initial first two sessions were focused on broadly bringing out this perspective of cybersecurity, that where that risk lies, what is happening in and around, what kind of challenges are in existence, and how to deal with those challenges. There were presentations with hardcore mathematical principles. Then there were experience sharing on the technology background is specific to defense sector. And this session was, as I already mentioned in the beginning, that objective of this session was to bring out certain research issues, certain challenges which academia and industry is facing. Like Professor Lobial sir, in his address, he nicely brought out the different dimensions that where this cybersecurity is really a matter of concern, which needs to our immediate attention. And we cannot now leave all these things just on the industry or on the research organization, but there is a sensitization that educating people is also equally important. Dr. Seema Sharma ji was in her talk, she mentioned that in spite of all technology involved into creating this cyberspace and then establishing communication and resource sharing, whether it is data, whether it is hardware resource sharing, whatever it is, but ultimately at the back of it, individuals are going to target and individuals are going to be targeted. So this is a human to human threat which exists, and in somehow how these human to human threats could be eliminated to make sure that we have a competent, secure, and safe infrastructure for communication, for resource sharing, for information sharing, for everything. It needs to be looked into. Professor Islam, of course, gaming is something which is picking up very fast, and it's a huge scope. Lots of research is going on, lots of work is going on in this gaming, because gaming is something which is creating simulated, gaming is something which is creating the environment, the platform where all these risk factors are studied in a simulated environment, their effects, their impacts are noted down, analyzed, and then a kind of solution which can effectively put on ground could be created. Then Sridhar sir saying anything will be like something like to show stars to the sun, and he's the person who actually practices what we study here. Very nicely, he brought out the fact that especially during this pandemic COVID-19, I was reading a paper where, and I was in discussion with some of the people, those who are actively involved into the research, and most of the people are saying that this 1 year of pandemic COVID-19 during this lockdown has created the kind of awareness, the reach of ICT infrastructure and facilities, and adoption of technology that would have taken a decade even to sensitize people, to sensitize the masses. So this 1 year, it has laid the foundation for massive adoption of technology, at least making people realize that how technology can help them in their work, in their businesses. And people, those even who used to criticize the technology, in academics, we all know that if you talk to a professor before 22nd March, that this is what the video conferencing setup, and if you have to teach your subject like Hindi or history or psychology through video conferencing, probably he would have been the last person to accept that challenge. But now this is truth, that all such subjects have been taught in online mode. So at least the people have started appreciating the technology. People have started relooking at it. And this massive adoption of technology, the massive availability of people on this platform, ICT platform, has attracted the people, those who have malified intention, to get into and to crack into the system. And that's where the biggest challenge lies. And no industry, irrespective of in which vertical or domain that industry is operating into, or even we as an individual are facing every day different kind of challenges. We at our institute also, when we meet for last few days, we have been discussing on different issues which we are countering every day to trap us. So that during this pandemic 19, as very rightly mentioned by Sridhar sir, that in campus, that in premises infrastructure, now people have started migrating to take it outside the premises. Now, if things are going outside, whether it is data, resource, or whatever it is, now somehow, somewhere you are giving control of your own resources to the people, those who are not part of the organization. Though all the efforts have been made to make sure that the things are secure, but still that trust deficit exists. Now, if that has to be built, and that's why probably Sridhar sir mentioned that zero trust model. Now you are accessing your resource within your organization while you are in organization, but you never know where those resources are kept in. Now, so it is very important that and also that 60% increase in cyber attacks, which is related to the pandemic, it itself speaks the kind of volume cyber crimes we are, cyber security breaches we are seeing. The ransomware attacks are increasing every day. We are coming. There are organizations those who do not share, even if their security is compromised, because rightly mentioned by one of the speakers that if because of that fear that if I share my information about data breaches or something like trapped into ransomware, my brand value goes down, the trust of my client goes down, and because of that, those people with malified intentions are succeeding. Many a times it has been observed that these attacks could have been prevented if proper care and awareness would have been made. There have been OS patches by different vendors, but many times it happens that we as user, we do not follow those things. So there are certain things which needs to be followed at our end. There are certain things which needs to be looked into at different level, and a strong need of identifying and collecting these building blocks to create a robust, secure system where all the stakeholders could feel safe, secure, and transact the way they want. And probably this is what Sridhar sir was referring to. This need, this intent to be safe and secure are posing extra pressure, extra stress on CIOs, on CTOs, on CISOs, on CSOs to frame the policy, to create framework, to create an ecosystem where all these factors could be taken into account and a safer, secure, and transparent system could be in place. I'm sure this session had provided a different insight of the topic, of the subject, and all of us now, at least I feel much more enriched what I was in the morning before 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much, Sridhar sir, for accepting our invite. Yesterday till night you were on call. Then you took that pain to call to get in touch in night to understand what actually the session is going to be, and it has always been so nice that before coming to the screen, the kind of background work you do, probably only people those who interact with you can understand. Thank you so much, sir, on behalf of Institute, on behalf of entire organizing team. I once again, I'm really thankful to you, sir, for accepting our invite and request. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is true, sir. We are privileged to have Sridhar sir among us. That's how we conclude the technical session and will proceed for the next session at 2:30 p.m. Please keep us connected and don't be disconnected from this meeting room. Be active at 2:25 p.m. Feedback link is shared with you, will be shared with you in chat box in the technical session 3. Please note that certificate of participation, for certificate of participation, it is mandatory to attend 4 sessions, as well as you need to fill the feedback form. We look forward to have you in technical session 3 in couple of minutes, which would be started at 2:30 p.m. So be active. Within 5 minutes, you can take your e-water, right? We can provide you e-water only. So be connected, be active. Thank you. And we would be coming up within 5 minutes to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. क्या हुआ?
Good afternoon, Rahul sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible, sir. We would be starting the session within a couple of minutes. We just
All right.
wait for other speakers also. Then
All
we will
right,
start
okay.
it within a minute, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Mumbai.
Can you proceed, sir?
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I think
Shivraj Singh sir has also joined.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you hear us, sir? हेलो उमंग जी देखा सर का माइक सर को को-होस्ट बना
Okay, sir.
हाँ एक बार जस्ट चेक करें सर को को-होस्ट
गुड इवनिंग सर, मैं सुन रहा हूँ आपको।
सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर डॉक्टर उमंग जी we can
Yes,
start.
sir.
We can start.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Respected Director IT and UG Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir. Today's eminent guest, Shri Shivraj Singh, sir, Superintendent of Police Gonda. Mr. Rahul Mishra ji, Advisor Cyber Security UP Police. Mr. Rizwan Sheikh, renowned cyber security expert and ethical hacker Mumbai. Mr. R.G. Jackson, Senior Director and Head of IT and Security in Seed Inclusive. Invited delegates from various institutions in this summit from nation and abroad, faculty colleagues and dear students. Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Umang, welcome you all in technical session 3 of today's event on theme Surge in Cyber Crimes, How to be Safe in Cyberspace, case studies. As cyber attacks grows in number and sophistication, and states as well as non-state actors such as private hackers and organized criminals appear to be becoming involved, the threat is increasingly perceived as a problem in both our national and international security context. To understand the urgent need for awareness on cyber etiquettes and also to highlight the increasing cases of cyber violations, the urgency for more robust and comprehensive cybersecurity measure, this technical session 3 is planned. Now I request Director IT sir to welcome our eminent guest. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Umang ji. In fact, this is the session which is specifically kept because we as common man, we as a citizen, many a times it happens we are not even aware of what is happening around us, how things starts. And suddenly we come to know that we are trapped in a situation where we find it really difficult to come out of it. Things are happening. About 2 to 3 days back, I was going through Mishra ji's communication, where a case was reported at Lucknow, which is under investigation, that a person who received a call, a WhatsApp call, and suddenly he didn't know what to do. And within 20-25 seconds, 30 seconds, a video was prepared. And by the time he could realize what has happened, and he disconnected the call, he was done. And then what happened thereafter was not only humiliation for him and not a financial loss, but a situation probably throughout his life, he will go through under that trauma. How it happens, why it happens, I think most of the people, they do not realize, even they can't think that this is something which can happen, because we have a tendency to receive friend requests, to respond, to start interaction, and then subsequently we get flow, and then suddenly we realize that we have got trapped in a situation, that we are left with no choice but then offering ourselves to be trapped in the situation which we never would like to be. So as a common man, as a person of this society, we all know to understand those fundamentals, those basic things. We need to educate ourselves that the way technology has been adopted, that the way technology is now being used from our conventional society, our conventional space, we are moving into the cyber space where we are talking to the people, we are interacting with the people, where we are sharing the information with the people with whom we might not be even met ever. In a conventional society, we have at least that privilege to meet with the people, to interact with the people, to decide whether we will continue with our relationship or not. But in cyberspace, all these things are not existing. And still we start believing on that non-existing person. We never know whether the person with whom we are chatting is he or she. And then rest is the history which we all will have to face throughout our life. And this is what the people, those who are in panel, have been tackling on day-to-day basis. We have Shivraj Singh sir, and whenever any of us get trapped into a situation, many times it happens that due to that shyness, due to being exposed, we never counter that, we never report those things. But then this is not a solution. But at the same time, if we understand those fundamentals, those basics, if we take care of those things, if we keep ourselves educating with the usage of technology, how to be safe in cyberspace, probably it will help all of us to be much more safer, secure, and to live a dignified life, which is on stake today. So we have Shri Shivraj Singh sir, who has already joined, and in fact, I'm really thankful to you, sir, that we can understand the kind of schedule, the kind of work pressure, the kind of responsibility you are carrying. But in spite of all that, you have been part of the previous session also, and even now, because you knew that that this session is going to start at 2:30. But in spite of all that, you joined earlier, and it was really inspiring for all of us. Rahul Mishra sir, you have always been a great support to all of us, and I know that you, and along with the support of such eminent people, because now this is what changing the perception of people. The way you have been working to create this awareness among society, among masses about cyber concern, it is really playing very important role. And now whenever we try to create such forum, not only we, but any competent person, if he tries to create a forum, he touches the base of Rahul Mishra ji, because he is the best person to speak this. And of course, to connect with sirs like Shivraj Singh sir, Vishal Vikram Singh sir, who have always been sharing their perspective and guiding and helping others to be safe and secure. This is very important session, and for all of us, for as an individual, I know there are a number of case studies will be discussed. The issues which are going to be discussed here are not theory, are not the issues which industry is looking for. This is something which is related to each of us as an individual. I'm sure that this will help all of us to understand the gravity of the situation, and those small points which, if we take care, probably we can keep ourselves safe and secure. Sir, on behalf of Institute, of course, later on, Mr. R.K. Jackson, he would be joining, Mr. Rizwan Sheikh would be joining. On behalf of ITS Mohannagar Ghaziabad and organizing team of this event, Shivraj Singh sir and Rahul Mishra ji, I welcome you, and I'm really indebted for your presence to address the participant. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Umang ji.
Thank you so much, sir. And it is our honor to have with us, our respected distinguished guest speaker, Shri Shivraj Singh sir. Let me take an opportunity to introduce our speaker. Sir, you hardly need any introduction. You have made all of us proud of your distinguished work in numerous capacities. Shivraj Singh sir is Superintendent of Police at Place Gonda. Sir has completed BE in Civil Engineering and has vast experience in critical lead role in operational policing for major or critical events or incidents, planning and directing the activities in real cases. Now I take an opportunity to invite our guest, Mr. Shivraj Singh sir, for his address to gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Respected Director sir, VC sir, eminent professors, speakers, my dear participants. I am thankful to Rahul Mishra, sir, he is my friend, and Director sir, to give me opportunity to be with you. It's a great opportunity for me to attend this wonderful session. Myself, Shivraj, Additional SP, Uttar Pradesh Police, posted at Gonda District, Uttar Pradesh, a techno postgraduate from MNIT Allahabad, has performed MS Cyber Law and Information Security from NLU Jodhpur, and completed MS Cyber Security and Risk Management from IIM Raipur, and also completed Executive MBA course in Artificial Intelligence and Cloud Computing. As a police officer, we are in direct touch with the public. What we are seeing in this cyberspace area, the people are coming with so many problems. The biggest challenge with us that how to protect common man with these cyber criminal activities. We are facing day by day. We are hopeless, helpless, what to do. When somebody is coming that I am a pensioner, somebody has called me, what is your account number has been changed, I am calling from this bank, but he is just giving his number, and the rest thing is with us that his account money has been paid off. So many cases we have taken it and work out it, but what we are lacking that we are not able to protect common man from these cyber challenges. Many times we are in plethora of the condition that what to do. For this purpose, we have decided that at least we have to educate and engage the community for these issues, how to educate and how to engage the community to protect our common man. This is the biggest problem with us. The next thing is that if somebody is under threat or somebody has a victim of cyber criminal activity, then we have to enforce the law and punish the criminals. The last one is that how to our industry, our professors and other experts, how to cooperate, how to take cooperation from them to protect this whole cyber system. We are saying that pollution in atmosphere is going on, pollution in water resources is going on, pollution is everywhere going on. But what as a cyber expert, everybody is saying the cyber space is the biggest polluted with criminal activities. How can we wash out these criminal activities from the cyberspace? This is the biggest concern for us. Everybody is using computer, internet, mobile, everything is there. If we go the definition of computer, our IT Act 2000 is sorry. Our IT Act 2000 clearly define what is computer. If we go for in the definition of computer, every machine what we are using with electronic gadgetry is a computer. Then mobile phone is the biggest populated criminal electronic gadgetry. What we are seeing that use of mobile phone is user friendly. Everybody is using mobile phone, but he know nothing about that vulnerability. The vulnerability, all people are vulnerable. Nobody can say that I am cyber expert, I am not vulnerable. Any the social engineering attacks are increasing day by day. Anybody can be victim of social engineering attacks. So what I think that the soul of the communication system is our section 11, 12 and 13 of IT Act 2000. If you are knowing section 11, 12, 13 of IT Act and go in depth for that, we will understand the communication system of the cyberspace. Another point is that section 10A of IT Act, electronic contract, e-contracts. And the basic points is electronic records and electronic documents. What are electronic documents? What are electronic records? How they are communicated? And when criminals use such type of activities for gaining any financial gain or defamation or cyber stalking or for any other criminal activity, what to do? The first is let us speaking about investigation. What investigation process is that whenever any person, any victim comes with us, we are registering the crime in appropriate sections of IPC and IT Act. Then we are investigating the case, prosecution, punishment. These are what are the basic objective of our investigation? Basic objective of our investigation to track back the originator. Track back the originator. From originator, a message for mischievous activities has come to the victim, and victim has done as per his wish, and ultimately the cyber crime has done. When he has come to us, he is saying, sir, what should we do? The biggest problem is that the police is saying go to bank, bank is saying go to police. The victim is wandering here and there. There is no ultimate solution or any SOP for that. Although Government of India and our government is working very well for these solutions, but not up to standard. The people are all today, till today, they are suffering from this type of activity. What should we do? We should register each and every type of cyber crimes which we have, which anybody inform us. This is the first requirement. As a academic institutions, as experts, as professors, as industries, you are having such a expectation with us. We are ready for us, but some problems is that we are not getting such 100% result from that side. We are trying to register each and every case in any matter, whatever it is coming. Another point is the investigation. The IT Act is defining this two types of crimes. One is civil nature, another is criminal nature. Civil contradiction are described in section 43. All civil contradictions, 10 types contradiction, normal civil contradiction without any criminal intention. When the criminal intention is there, section 43 converts to section 66 IT Act. These 10 types of civil contradiction, when done with criminal intent or fraudulent actions, that is section 66 IT Act. Another issue is that other 66A that has been dropped, 66B, 66C, D, E, F, 67, 67A and B. These are criminal activities particularly defined in IT Act. These are various, for various crimes, particularly defined. What the problem is that our police system, the age of IT Act is around 21 years. Is mature enough, but our police system are not knowing which one is the exact section for this type of crime. This is the problem. We are training our personals so that there should be no problem. Another issue is that investigation is dedicated to some experts. Earlier it was Deputy SP level investigation, now it is inspector level. If everybody using Android phone, everybody using this technology, nobody has no problem, then why a specialized investigation? No, everybody can do investigation. So in our thoughts, our suggestion is that normal investigation, IT Act investigation should be normal in nature. Some inspector can do it. Well, if we need some expert opinion, Rahul Misra sir with us, he will provide any type of any type of expertness. Then the complication is that investigation will be done by such a persons that should be bring down. Another issue of prosecution, evidence collection. Evidence collection is another specialized part. That in this evidence collection steps, the need of expertise is required at each and every part. Our police system is totally computerized. VPR&D New Delhi is already taking a step to modernize police systems. CCTNS, ICJS, system in such a matter that every work of the police is being done by computer. Crime and criminal tracking network systems are interoperable. Criminal justice system. These are such good projects of government of India that we are doing well. But in case of cyber space, cyber crime, security breaches, unauthorized access, other type of cyber security concerns, we are some time helpless. But I am thankful to industries and academic institutions. Whenever we need, they have supported us. But ultimately, what is our concern is that we have to educate our common people. How to educate our common people? It's a need of time. Industry, academicians, schools, colleges, and police. Everybody should have come forward to educate them. The best example is that the government has launched an Mission Shakti Abhiyan for protection of women and children. This is a massive Abhiyan of 6-month period, but this is quite successful. On the people demand, on the student demand, on the public demand, we have launched a massive cyber crime campaign wherever we are posting. On the demand of public, I am thinking that most of the resources of cyber crimes and in English language. The people are saying that we are not knowing, our police personnel are not knowing English. They are just hesitating to study English. Then on the demand of these people, I have written a book, Social Media ke Cyber Aparadh. And that book has been equally important for police, judiciary, advocate, students. They all are using it. And what Rahul Misra sir and we have planned a cyber crime awareness campaign that is quite successful. But it's a good job of Rahul Misra. He's wandering whole of the state, even other state also, for this cyber crime campaign. Ultimately, we are going down to the basic points of cyberspace. IT Act 2000 has defined that any document of cyberspace is electronic document, as defined in Section 29 IPC. And also one amendment Section 29 AIPC. Any document, electronic document. Electronic document is same as normal document. This document is any type of cheating. Suppose you just take example, a certificate of high school. This is original document, normal document. Photo state of that, secondary document. This is a primary document, original mark sheet. If anybody correcting it, forging this document, this is a false document. And this is the IPC, this is the crime of Section 419, 420, 467, 468, 471 IPC. What do you think about a web page? A person is making website, or he is putting information not matching. Or suppose one person is making a Facebook page of any unknown person or any woman, putting the photo of that woman and putting the information of that one made by other person. This Facebook page is a forged document, forged electronic document, and the offense is 419, 420, 467, 468, 471 IPC. And the punishment more than 10 years. The one important case is that while I was posted in Ottawa 2015, a male has come to one lady of a local village. She was so enthusiastic, I have won the lottery, or I have to send 25,000 rupees and I will gain so much money. She has just gone to the nearest state bank. The manager has warned him, no ma'am, this is not good, ye farji hai. But she has not listened and just deposit 25,000 rupees. And after 2-3 days, she has come to me and says, कि वो sorry sir, ऐसा हो गया वैसा हो गया. मैंने उससे कहा just sit down please. What we have registered the crime, taken initiative, we start investigation. We have taken details of email, whatever calling is there. We have taken call detail report of IP address, and after that we have gone to the originator. The section 2TA, section 2ZA IT Act. Originator is the main person whom we are searching here and there. Originator who attribute the electronic document, the original electronic document. So that attributor needed us. We have gone to Delhi, Okhla. One place is there. We have searched him, we have arrested him, and we have sent him jail. Not in IT Act. IT Act's sections are lesser in punishment. We have 419, 420, 467, 468, 478, 471 IPC. Till today, he is in jail. After 6 years of investigation, completing of investigation, till today he is in jail. He is going to be convicted. Thus, it is the need of time. What should we do? We have to aware that lady, which enthusiastic कि हमको ये आ गया, हम लॉटरी जीत गए. Another system is that we have to educate our police कि आपको ये करना है. I have to go to DJ sir and I have to explain him that this is the person who has done this crime. After my explanation, that conviction was there. So we have to strengthen our system, and expert advice or expert opinion, expertise need. There are so many persons. Rahul Misra is one of them. My 4 and 5 friends are there. We are doing many international cases also. One case from Germany, another Kerala. We are doing. Another point is that for this cyber crime awareness campaign, I have also operating a cyber crime helpline UP Police. If you are just putting cyber crime helpline UP Police, then one Facebook page will appear and you call. If you call, the phone will ring with me. I have to answer that problem. I am doing this since 2010. Since last 11 years, I am doing this helpline. Many people are benefiting with this, but ultimately that is not too much. We have to protect our common citizens. Vulnerability with women and children also in cyberspace. Safe and secure cyberspace is the need of time. Cyber ethics is the need of time. Another point is that cyber space is a public space, not a personal space. If anybody is thinking about nobody is seeing me, then change your mindset. Cyber space is a public space. Everybody can see you. Another point is that don't be in such a dilemma that nobody is seeing me. You are being watched, tracked, seen everywhere, every time. Such type of vulnerability is appearing. I urge to academicians, I urge to industries and other institutions, infrastructural factors, please cooperate the police, be with police. We are not alien. We are for you. We are for the society. हम आपका के साथ काम करना चाहते हैं. We are helping the victims, but somewhere we are lacking. Where our grey point is there, please come forward with us or enrich our police. I am thankful to Rahul Misra. KNIT Sultanpur has asked us if we are doing work with police. We have organized a seminar of 7 days workshop for cyber crime. I'm thankful to VC sir, AKTU Lucknow. He is quite helpful for us. It's a very good decision. We will train the police. I'm asking all of you, please help the police. We are able enough, but your help may be beneficial for the society. I'm thankful that we have this time has been allotted to me. There are many more case studies, but the time frame is that we have to stop here. This is a very good session. I have enjoyed Dr. Seema sir, Sarma ma'am, Sridhar sir, और पहले भी जो speaker थे, I have enjoyed a lot and I have learned a lot. I am a learner of this system. I am police officer, but as a academicians also, I am very you just enjoying these sessions. So I will request you whenever you need me, just my number with Rahul sir is there. You just you can give me time. I will at least I help any victim. This is my profession, that I want to help all the cyber victims of any region beyond boundary of our state. We are for each and every victim. First of all, no victim should be there. कोई परेशान ना हो. अगर कोई परेशान हो गया है तो उसकी हम मदद करें. ये हमारा मोटो है और इसी शुभकामना के साथ कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपने हमको मौका दिया. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for knowledge sharing ideas along with the realistic examples. You are rightly said that cyberspace is public, not a private space. And sir, we feel safe and secure as we have support of knowledge experts like you. It is always nice to listen from a person who has a wide exposure in dealing with cases related with anti-corruption, vigilance, economic offenses, and cyber crimes. We are sure that all participants have immensely relished your talk. It is our pleasure to hear your knowledge sharing thoughts. We are grateful you took the time out of your busy schedule to address the gathering on this virtual forum, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we are proceeding further, and we are happy and pleased to share that next dignitary to honor us with the presence of Shri Rahul Mishra, sir. Rahul Mishra, sir, is currently working as a cyber security advisor of UP Police. He is also working as a cyber consultant with Innovative Ideas Infotech, which is the largest NGO of the country working on the eradication of cybercrime by spreading awareness among students and citizens. Mr. Mishra, sir, has completed his BTech in IIT department and cyber forensics from IIT Delhi. Mr. Mishra has solved multiple cybercrime cases of UP Police, including the case of former CM of UP, in which 35 lakh rupees were demanded from DIG Meerut using the number of CM cell phone spoofing. Besides that, he has been a speaker in various workshops on cybersecurity organized by IIT Kanpur, IIIT Allahabad, MNIT Allahabad, CBI Academy, CII, IIA, CSI, SBI, and various other leading institutions across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to take your much time. We are fortunate to have you among us, sir, on this virtual summit forum, and it is always nice to listen your enriching knowledge along with the real life cases from you, sir. May I request and invite Mr. Rahul Mishra, sir, to address the gathering. Please, sir, over to you.
Dr. Umangji, just to share with you that Mr. Rijwan Sheikh sir and Mr. R.K. Jackson sir, they have also joined. Thank you. Mishra ji.
Thank you.
Welcome to Rijwan Sheikh sir and R.K. Jackson sir. And now our eminent speaker, Rahul Mishra sir, would be addressing the gathering. Please, sir, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected ASP Bonda Shivraj sir, Sunil Pandey sir, and various other faculty members, speakers, and audience present over here. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it was indeed a pleasure listening to Shivraj sir after a year probably. We met last time in Sultanpur in the conference, and I'm very much impressed with the work of Shivraj sir, because he has been working in the field of cyber security from the last 11 years. And apart from handling his job, that is of ASP Gonda, he is in fact operating that particular page through which hundreds of complaints he gets, and he personally attends those calls and responds to whoever the victim is, whether he is from UP, whether he is from MP, whether he is from any part of the country. If he is going to get such calls, he is always ready to help them out. That is indeed a noble cause that he's doing for the society, and we do need such officers who can do such things. In this manner, we can definitely help in eradicating the cyber crimes. As sir was discussing that apart from training the police officials, we also need to train the judiciary, because until unless judiciary will be trained, proper action can't be taken against the cyber criminals. Because even if police is going to catch the cyber criminals and whoever the SPOs are, because if the SPO is not able to present that particular case in a good manner in the court, then we can't give the punishment to the person who has committed the crime. So definitely such things are required. Whatever sir suggested, that those things should be taken into force. And beyond that, we are getting multiple cases nowadays. Firstly, I would start with the case that sir was discussing. 3 or 4 days back, I got a case in which an employee of Lucknow Development Authority was there. His age was 57 years. He got a call on his number. He got a video call on his number. And when he attended the call, a new lady was there on the other side. Then he was surprised what happened. As soon as he tried to disconnect the call, what happened? The lady took a screenshot of the screen. And after taking the screenshot, she started sending WhatsApp messages that if you don't give me 50,000 rupees, I'll just post this image on your Facebook and I will send it to many of your contacts, because she has already searched the Facebook profile of the person by his number. And when she threatened him in this manner, what he did, he thought, let's give 50,000 rupees and then he will be safe. He deposited 50,000 rupees in the account, whatever was asked from the lady. And later on, she demanded more money. She demanded 50,000 more. The person said that I'm not having much money, so I can't give you much. Then she again threatened that if you don't give it to me within 24 hours, I'm going to post it on the social media sites and your friends will come to know about it. Then again, he said, okay, I have got 37,000 rupees right now in my account. I'm going to deposit that. Again, he deposited 37,000 rupees. Then again, what happened? After 1 or 2 days, again, he got a call and that lady demanded 50,000 more. Then he was left with no option. Finally, he contacted one of my friend, and then it came into my knowledge, and we just asked him to get a FIR done. As soon as FIR was made, police was into action, and we are in the process. And within 1 or 2 days, whoever the criminal is, he or she will be nabbed. There is a group of people who are doing such tasks on a regular basis. So as Sunil Pandey sir was telling initially, that in virtual world, you never know to whom you are talking. Because in real world, if you make friendship with someone, you judge the person, you meet him, you understand him, and then you have friendship with someone. If we talk about the virtual world, in virtual world, friendship is in quite a different way. If you get a friend request in which you see 20 mutual friends are there, you just confirm the request without knowing that those 20 mutual friends, you have never met that person, but still you accept the request. and after accepting the request, you start interacting with the people. So there is a trend on the social media that is going on. It is going on Facebook and Instagram both, that you will get a request from a model. When you will accept that request on Facebook, then what will happen? The lady will start interacting with you and she will ask for a WhatsApp number. The same case happened 3 or 4 months back. It was related to Noida only. What happened? There was an advocate, and he's a very renowned advocate of Noida. He charges 2 lakh rupees per hearing. He got request of a model on his Facebook account. He accepted the request. Later on, what happened? The model asked him to share the WhatsApp number. They started having conversation on WhatsApp, and then what happened? That model asked him to get nude over the video call. He went nude over the video call, and she recorded the entire video call. Often people think that if we are talking over WhatsApp, we are talking over Telegram, in such a case, our video call can't be recorded. It's not like that. There are many softwares available. Easily your video call can be recorded, your audio calls can be recorded. And what happens after recording the call, what the lady did, she morphed her image, and in the video, the advocate's video was there only. Then what she did, she made a fake profile parallelly while she was interacting with the advocate. And then what she did, she warned that person that I have made a fake profile of yours. This is the link of the fake profile. And in your fake profile, more than 50 friends are added. If you don't give me 5 lakh rupees within a day, this video is going to get viral. He instantly deposited 5 lakh rupees. Then 10 lakh rupees were demanded. Again, he deposited 10 lakh rupees. In this manner, he deposited 30 lakh rupees. After 30 lakh rupees were deposited, we got a complaint through a special task force of UP police. Through STF, a complaint was made by him through someone. And finally, we tracked the case, and who were the people who were doing all this? There was a group of 5 people in which 3 females and 2 males were there. There was a group of 5 people, and they were doing this particular thing continuously. And by just threatening various people, what they used to do, what was the modus operandi of these people? These people used to search for the profiles of the people who have got good dignity in the society and who are rich enough. How they used to understand the person is rich, they used to see the various photographs of the people in which if they are having some premium cars, their house is premium, or they are sitting in some premium hotel. They just came to know that this is the person whom we can target. Then what they used to do, they used to send friend requests, and then in this manner, they used to perform such activities. So these are the crimes that are going on nowadays, and this is getting very common, unfortunately. So in such a case, we must be aware, we must be alert. You should not accept any such requests from unknown people. First of all, avoid accepting such requests. In case you're getting such requests, then what you do, you just can block it, or you just can ignore that request. And if you have accepted the request, you don't know who the person is, don't interact too much. If a person is getting too friendly, you should use your mind why the person is getting so friendly. And in case you'll be using your brain, you won't be trapped into such things. Otherwise, such cases are continuously going on. I want to tell you that I have, in last 5 or 6 months, I have got more than 40 cases of similar type. And it is such a situation in which the person thinks of doing suicide. I want to tell you that advocate, he just goes in the court and he just defends many people, but he was thinking of doing suicide. He was going through such a situation that if the video gets viral, what will happen? So all of you must be aware that such things are going on social media, and you must be alert with these things. Beside that, if we talk, many other cyber crimes are going on. If we talk about financial frauds, many financial frauds are going on. Let me tell you about a case that I got today only, before the session only. I got a call from the cyber crime cell of Lucknow. One case was there. Let me tell you what the case was. A person got a call from a bank employee saying that I'm calling from SBI, and by mistake, we have deposited 8 lakh rupees in your account. It was a transfer that was done by mistake. So what you do, you just return that transaction. I'm calling from SBI and your account number is this, your name is this, your father's name is this, your address is this. He told each and everything. And then the person asked, okay, let me check. When he checked the balance on the SBI YONO app, he found that 8 lakh rupees were indeed credited to his account. He thought, okay, if it is done by mistake, not a problem. I will just refund it to the account you want. He said, you just do one thing. You just refund it to, you just do one thing. I'm sending you the OTP through which you return this money in the account I want. Then what happened? He sent an OTP of 1 lakh rupees. Again, one OTP was there for 90,000 rupees. When 1,90,000 rupees got transferred, the person thought, if 8 lakh rupees have come to my account, why is he not asking to transfer the entire 8 lakh rupees? Why is he saying to transfer the amount in such installments? The reason is that, the reason why he was doing like that, because he could not transfer 8 lakh rupees in a single shot. For that, pay has to be added, it has to be approved, and through app, limited amount of transfer can be done. For example, through UPI, you can transfer maximum 1 lakh rupees. Through IMPS, you can transfer maximum 50,000 rupees. Through another mode, NEFT, if the payee is added within a few hours, you can transfer a limited amount. So he was getting the amount transferred in bits, so that maximum amount he can get. In this manner, when he was, the person got confused, why is he asking me to get the transfer done in such a manner? Then what happened? The person lodged a complaint that such and such thing happened. He just called the customer care. When he called the customer care, he came to know that 8 lakh rupees that came into his account, that was not a transfer made by mistake. It was a loan that was taken in his name. Means what happened? There are some pre-approved loan in our accounts. Suppose you are having good civil score, you will be having some kind of pre-approved loan. So before a few days, a person just gave a call and he asked him to use YONO app, and he just made the process of that pre-approved loan. And that pre-approved loan got approved in 2 or 3 days, and finally the money was in his account. And the person who gave a call, he just informed the person in a different way that this and this has happened. So many frauds are going on like that. There are many people who are doing like that. And what is we are still into investigation of the case. In this, some bank employees are also involved. Who the bank employees are? There many private employees are there in banks. Those who perform the loanings and all, they are private people. And the bank shares the data of the customers to those private people to convince the people to take loan. So in this case, the investigation is being done, and probably some people who are on contract basis working with the bank are responsible for this particular task. And as soon as we find out who is involved into these cases, definitely people will be punished. This is the case that I discussed, that I recently got today only. Still, we have to look into the technicalities of the things, because this is what was being told by the victim and by the bank officials. Still, I have not seen what exactly has happened. So I have yet to see this particular case, but these things are happening nowadays. In case somebody is going to give you a call and going to talk to you confidently, don't get trapped into it. Because one such case, one case was there 1 month back. 1 month back, the school in which I studied, its principal got trapped into some sort of fraud. What the fraud was? He just lodged a complaint. 4,000 rupees were debited from his credit card, and he lodged a complaint to SBI that 4,000 rupees have been debited from my account, from my credit card. Then after 2-3 days, he got a call, and a lady called him, and she said that, sir, you have lodged a complaint 2-3 days back, and our customer care team will give you a call. And when you get a call from the number 1800, you will get a call from the number that is written on the back of your card. As to only entertain that call, except that if you get any call, do not entertain that. He said, all right. When he got a call, the number that was being displayed to him was 1800. It was the number that was written on the back of the card. He received the call, and then the person said, I'm calling from SBI, sir. You had lodged a complaint and you told us that 4,000 rupees of yours were debited. He said, yes, I lodged a complaint. He said, okay, sir, not an issue. I'm going to refund you the amount. Just before I process your refund, I need to confirm a few details. Your card number is this? He said, yes, my card number is this. Then the person told, okay, sir, one more thing I want to know. You just take out your card. He took out his card. And then he said, tell me the expiry date and CVV of your card. My principal was educated enough. He told that bank never asks about the expiry date and this CVV. So I'm not going to tell you this. Then he said, sir, please check the number that is written on the back of your card and see the number from which you are getting the card. The number is same. He checked the number and said, yes, the number is same. Then he said, sir, I'm calling from bank only. So this number is same. So you can trust me, there is no such problem. And I'm calling from bank. I can show you the ringtone of SBI. I'm going to hold a call. He held the call for nearly 10 seconds and ringtone of SBI was there. Then he said, okay, all right. He said, I'm just confirming this just to make sure that I'm talking to the original person. Then he said, not an issue. He told the details of the expiry date, CVV, then OTP was there. Then he used social engineering. He said, sir, I have sent a code to confirm that you are the original user. Send me, just verify me what the code you have received. When he just whatever the OTP was received, as soon as he told the OTP, 1 lakh rupees was spent from his card. So such cases are continuously going on. In this, what happened? When a person is going to talk to you so confidently, when the person will tell you your card number, your name, your address, then you will be sure that the person is originally from the bank. So this is what is happening nowadays. We need not to trust these people because somehow they manage to get the database, and through that database they often do such frauds. So all of you must be aware that bank is never going to ask for such details. In this case, what happened, let me tell you, this is called call spoofing. Call spoofing is a technique in which you can use any of the number. There are many softwares available in which you can use any number. Even the number of bank can be used. You can show someone that you're calling from 1800-180-2222. Means you will be sure that this is the call from the bank. But that is not the call from the bank. That is a fake call. This is called call spoofing. This technique is used to force the calls, in which you can means a person can call from any number. So you must be aware, if you're going to get any such call, never trust on that, because never a bank is going to ask such things. And when people ask for OTP, they're going to ask you to download any software. They're going to ask you to download Quick Support, AnyDesk, or any such software. Never download any such application, because you will give the complete access of your phone to someone else. So there are many such frauds that are going on, and we get numerous cases of similar type. Some security measures you need to take is, when you get any such call, do not entertain such calls, because in case you require any number. One more thing, one more crime is going on by searching fake customer care numbers. When you search for customer care numbers on Google, you're going to get many fake numbers, because these fraudsters have done SEO of many pages and many fake numbers appear on the Google. So what you have to do is take care of one thing. Whenever you have to search any customer care number of your bank, do call the number written on the back of your card, or go on the official website and from there search the numbers. Otherwise, you're going to get trapped. On a daily basis, I'm getting more than 30-40 calls from UP. And in most of the cases are related to financial fraud. So all of you have to take care of it. And I think I have taken all my time. So this is all for the day. It was a great pleasure to be here, and I'm very thankful to Sunil Pandey sir for inviting me. And I'm thankful to Shivraj sir that he joined from his busy schedule on my invitation and on the invitation of Sunil sir. Thank you so much. It was a great pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul sir, for providing us depth insight of cyber security cases. It is always proud moment to listen thoughts from knowledge expert like you, Rahul Mishra sir, who is having excel of close observation of identifying of unusual activities, as well as having exposure to create new defensive systems and protocols as a solution with existing real life applications. Thank you so much, Rahul Mishra sir, for being with us today's National Summit, and we look forward to your support in our future endeavors too. Thank you so much, sir. Proceeding further, I'm having one question. Is hacking legal? Is ethical hacking illegal? So, participants, we are having knowledge of eminence of this session, Mr. Rizwan Sheikh sir. Mr. Rizwan Sheikh is a prominent information security researcher and cybercrime consultant with more than 11 years of experience in the meadow of ethical hacking and information security in cyber laws as well. So he would be the right person to telling us about us. Mr. Sheikh has trained more than 30,000 individuals in colleges, corporates, and government departments. His corporate clients include some of the most prestigious companies like Accenture, Wipro, Capgemini, Micro, TCS, HCL, and many others in the list. His areas of expertise includes vulnerability assessment, information security audits, penetration testing, source code reviews, computer forensics, ethical hacking, cyber laws, etc. At present, Rizwan Sheikh sir is the founder of Pristine Info Solutions, a cybersecurity company headquartered in Mumbai, India, specializing in providing training and services for cybercrime investigations, cyber law consulting, ethical hacking, and information security. We welcome you, sir, to this online national summit. Rizwan sir, can you hear us? I think there is some technical point.
Singh ji,
yes.
Please make him co-host.
Yes.
He might not be able to. KP Singh ji, can you hear me? Hi, please.
Now, dear participants, we welcome our next speaker, Mr. Rizwan Sheikh sir, at this online national summit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I request you, sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. And thank you very much for making me the co-host, because I couldn't unmute myself and I was feeling like I am behind the bar somewhere. So, okay, thanks again. It's really nice to speak on such a platform and share the knowledge. I am so sorry, I'm sitting somewhere outside, out of my office reach, but I am in a comfortable location where I can actually deliver the talk as well as display the demonstration in the shortest period of time which is being allotted right now. So I was just hearing the last talk where Rahul was actually talking about certain case studies where how a fraud can happen with regards to individual, with regards to the corporate network environment or so on. Just taking it one way ahead, I would, rather than just discussing the case studies about the recent trends of crimes and that we are facing, especially in the regions of Mumbai, Thane and Pune regions where I am actually working on some of the cases, I would like to display some of the real-time demonstrations on how these things works with the perspective of any unethical hacker. Now let's imagine a scenario where an unethical hacker is actually trying to inject you, hack you, or get access to your data. So what exactly he's going to do and what kind of access he gets. So let's be on the other side let's think with the mindset of a criminal, what exactly he gets the access, so that we understand the countermeasure and the precautionary measure in a much better way. So here I am displaying you a thing where I taking the perspective of the last discussion that we were having, where suppose someone is actually trying to inject your cell phone or your laptop or your system by sending you a software or something. I have a cell phone in my hand right now. It's one of the latest cell phone with the most updated operating system of Android. Now I'm just opening this cell phone and installing a very simple 12 KB file in it. Now this file is self-made by me. I will come to the point where how any fraudulent person can actually force you to install this file in your cell phone. Now I'm just running this file once in my cell phone and the file is running now. Now you might have seen like it hardly took 12 KB file download maximum of 5 seconds, and it took around 3 to 4 seconds to install, press next and agree terms and finish it. Once the file is installed, it is installed in the background. Now the hacker who forced me to install this file would be having entire access of my cell phone remotely. Now how this access will be granted remotely, let me show you that. At the moment I am going to share my screen with you. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
So here we have prepared a demonstration about the software that I myself installed in my cell phone. So this software is known as the Pristine Spy software, since we have made it in our company. I'll just log into this software credentials in order to show you how exactly this works. Now, upon login, you can see the dashboard over here on my screen. This is actually displaying the cell phone's data remotely. The cell phone is in my hand. No matter where it is, the moment it is connected to internet, entire data is remotely being transferred over the internet on this particular portal. You can see, just to route you to the portal in next 1 minute, the first option we see over here is call logs. If I click on the call logs button, I will get entire CDR record kind of analysis over here of all dial, receive and missed calls data, along with date, time and duration of each and every call made from and to. Same happens is not just the call logs, but there is an option with the name call recordings. Now this particular option allows me to hear the call audios as well. So it's not just the call logs, but entire audio can be recorded. So we have messages, we have contact groups, we have certain other features. For example, mic recorder. Now this is the feature which usually many of the malwares has. Now this particular option allows me to trigger the command to switch on cell phone's microphone. No matter where your cell phone is kept, you can actually remotely trigger the command to start the mic of the cell phone and start the recording. So nothing will be displayed on the screen. Even if your cell phone is off as in it's on, but no call is on, the cell phone might be in your pocket, it might be on the desk. Someone can trigger the command to switch on the microphone and can hear the surrounding. So no matter you are in an important meeting or some confidential talk is on, but someone can actually spy on you. Same happens with location tracking, where you can actually fetch the live GPS location. We have so many other options over here as well, including some of the chatting messages which are plainly in single format, decrypted, and easily the logs are delivered over there. So this is what a small APK file can do. Now what we have seen in the past is there are some genuine softwares, and even we have made for research and development some of the softwares. For example, there is a software named Scientific Calculator. I have made that software. It has all the features of a calculator. You know, the scientific calculator has sine, cos, theta, and all those things in it. Now, this scientific calculator is designed as an application for the Android cell phone. Now, I have aimed the Trojan application, which I'm displaying to you right now on the screen, in the genuine scientific calculator application. So anyone installing the scientific calculator application, the genuine app, is indirectly installing the Trojan, and their data is coming in this fashion to me. Right now, this is done for the research and development purpose. But yes, state-sponsored hackers, state-sponsored hackers are basically the hackers who are funded by certain governments to attack the disputed nations. Right? Even India is facing a lot of attacks from neighboring nations, also from China, and it's not just in the name of genuine applications, but there have been some reputed applications on Google Play Store uploaded, which are also somewhere down the line stealing our data in some or the other fashion. You might be wondering, there can be a question to every one of you, especially the participants, why India recently suspended or banned many of the Chinese applications. It is not because of the Indo-China border dispute, right? Because those applications were somewhere down the line stealing the data from the background. And in the name of genuine software, those were the actual softwares which were actually stealing your data, right? So this was just an example of one small thing which I displayed. I created a file, I installed it manually, but there are many ways which people comes up with to get it remotely installed in many of the cell phones. So be careful. One single countermeasure for every one of you, whether you are a corporate person or you are an individual. Never click on any link and never install any software which is received from unknown source from untrusted person. And that's the best countermeasure I would suggest, because precaution is better than cure. Of course, once you are compromised, once you are hacked, then different steps comes into picture to remove it and cure it, and also the investigation method comes into picture. So I have seen a big trend. We have been receiving so many cases. Many of the cases do go unreported, especially in the law enforcement, to save companies' reputation. Many of the corporations do not file the case, but the major case which we have seen, apart from the ransomware infection, is something where data is stolen from the corporate organization. And this is majorly happening because many of the employees are working from home, and their security configurations are not good enough so that the access of the server and company portals from home network, which is granted to the employee, is not always completely well secured. Now, in this scenario, the hack attacks have increased, and attack surface for the unethical hackers is wide. Now, when the attack surface is wide, so they have multiple options to run the attack and perform in multiple different ways. Just to have a understanding, basically we do vulnerability assessment penetration testing in order to make any company's network or website or application hack proof. The same way which unethical hackers or any fraudulent person will be applying in order to attack, the same methodology we apply in order to make it hack proof. Now let's think with the hacker's perspective. In order to hack into anyone's corporate organization or any particular server, all he's going to do is, number one, find a loophole, find a vulnerability. Now this vulnerability can be found either in the website, either in the application or in the network environment. He may try to run some of the exploits which are already available in the market. He may try to find the vulnerability, a kind of zero-day attack which is recently launched, and if that particular hardware or software being used in the corporate, so definitely that can act as a gateway or an entry point for the hacker. Alternatively, the last step which any unethical hacker may try is to compromise the employee, any one particular employee who is present inside the network or who has the access to the network. Now, this is the most easiest way usually. Imagine a scenario where if an unethical hacker can compromise one particular computer system of any employee who is connected to the network or who accesses the server, there might be huge possibility that inside the network, the malware may replicate, and there may be a possibility he may get the access to the entire network through that one particular system. So in any corporate organization, it should be the responsibility of the corporate organization to make sure not to secure only the server level environment, but to make sure that their employees are also well trained. They are quite well aware about the basic cyber security hygiene policies. And also at the same time, they must be aware that they have to protect their users or their employees as well. Because if employees get compromised, indirectly their company is also going to get compromised. So it's somewhere down the line very well connected. Countermeasures, especially for the corporate level environment, every organization who has computer systems in their company must undergo a VAPT check. It should be mandatory being done. VAPT should be done on almost everything that can be hacked to make it hack proof. So your website, if you own a website of your company, you have database on your website, you do something online, make sure you undergo website VAPT service. For the corporate who has the network environment, you should undergo the network VAPT. For mobile applications, if you have an application in the cell phone, you must do mobile applications VAPT service. There are IoT VAPT service as well in the picture, especially for the technical organization. There are OT security services, operation technology, which deals with SCADA and all those things. So VAPT is the main answer to this. Once your corporate organization is well secured and a proper audit is being done, the second step any corporate organization must take is make sure to upgrade the knowledge of each and every individual that is a part of your company. I'm not telling that you should make everyone a certified hacker or something, but the basic cyber hygiene awareness knowledge is must even for the non-technical employees who are working in the company. Now, once these two things are done, I am pretty sure the attack surface will be reduced to a very smaller extent, and indirectly the number of hackers who are targeting you will be minimal and the number of attacks will be reduced. And I hope in a pretty short duration, this was pretty much to be shared. And any queries, any questions, I'm definitely available. You are free to ask me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for raising attention and providing us awareness through practical demonstration in our 15-minute session and telling us cybersecurity hygiene is remarkable. Your talk with motivational anecdotes that illustrated the power of hacking. Sir, you have well pointed out one of the most on-demand technology in the field of cybersecurity along with the hacker perspective. We sincerely thanks to your consideration for accepting our request and spending time regarding this event, sir. Thanks for making this session so cognizant, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Proceeding further, we are happy to have Senior Director and Head of Information Technology and Information Security in Seed Company, Mr. Archie Jackson, sir. I profusely elected to take an opportunity to introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Archie Jackson, sir, who is passionate towards cybersecurity and having capability to design competent and secure architectures and having peer management skills. He is having very strong IT service management implementation capabilities, client relationship management, and negotiation skills. Mr. Jackson has received numerous global and national recognition, including Top 20 Cybersecurity Influencer in India by CISO Platform, CIO Award APEC by CIO Magazine, CIO 100 Honorary by CIO Asia Magazine, and International Data Corp IDG, and having accreditation and professional certification of corporate finance from IIM and certified global cloud certified security, quantum machine learning, University of Toronto, and many more. On behalf of team, I welcome you in online National Summit, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Oman. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And may I take an opportunity to invite and request you for your deliberation with the gathering, sir? Please.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much, and really delighted to be part of ITS discussion today again. Really appreciate Dr. Pandey's effort, diligent effort, which I've been watching over the years, engaging industry leaders, people from every nook and corners, so that the students gain the maximum amount of it. I mean, this is one of the colleges that I have observed, which is very, very actively participating in such events. Very few does engage in such events to get the to give the best current edge to the students. And really hats off to all the efforts of the entire faculty under the guidance of Dr. Pandey. So I'll quickly start upon, and the previous sessions I've been listening to CyberCorp Rahul and Mr. Rizwan. So let me, so most of the important and critical stuff is already discussed, how things get hacked, what are the different ways to spoof, and a lot of stuff. A lot of interesting stuff have already been talked about. But let me take the opportunity to talk about the other tangent part. And by tangent part, I mean for all the students and all the faculty members, what exactly they should do. Because let's say being aware about what's happening in the market, or what's happening in the cybersecurity, the cyber crime, cyber warfare, all of that is happening around. It's good to be aware of. It's good to prevent ourselves as a citizen, as a professional, as a human being. But since the audience today, majority of the audience are students, so a very important aspect about what they should incline in their learning, so that when they move on to either into masters or they move into some job or get into entrepreneurship, what that important aspect should be carried forward. So very important point that was talked about by Mr. Rizwan was, irrespective of your field, irrespective if you are from hotel management, medicines, engineering, it's very important for all of us to be aware about the very basics. And for that, the very first thing is to have a critical mindset. By critical mindset is questioning what you see in the surroundings. So for example, if you're getting, I won't name the product, but if you're getting a lot of advertisement, if you're seeing a lot of advertisements of pizzas with a lot of cheese and a lot of carbonated drinks and all, you're seeing those advertisements because that is being marketed for them to be sold to you. They may be even having some jingles, they may be celebrities endorsing those. It's actually to sell that. So we get usually carried away with such stuff and buy those products, which may or may not be good for our health. And that's something on the similar lines. These are something which tackles with our human behavior. And that's what social engineering means. And by social engineering, anything that exploits the human behavior of empathy, fear, greed, such behaviors, or urgency, that your application, you won't be able to use WhatsApp tomorrow, just click that link and check your product, or you're getting a tax refund, click here. So we might get greedy and click those links. A lot of things, and that's the core where people get compromised. So now first is everybody irrespective of our streams, we should be having a critical mindset to question our surroundings. It's not about being too much critical or being too much negative about it, because these things have been there since many years and it's continued to happen, right? And it's only being aware about what's there around in our surroundings. Second point that I wanted to importantly mention is, let's say, you're checking into a hotel. The person who is at the reception, they'll get your ID proof, they'll take a photocopy and all of that. So that personal information that is out there, it's important for whenever I check in, I tell them, I usually educate them that such information should be purged or they should be stored in some secure area, because these are privacy, these are related to privacy. Very, very soon, if you're not aware, there are a lot of privacy laws coming in India. And then even we have a draft, and with that you'll find a lot of changes in our technology and businesses that are functioning. So now how you couple that? Now how you couple all of this with your learnings? A very important thing again, which is actually coming from what I've experienced, it's supply and demand. In early days, people used to, whenever there is a large supply, demand gets less. That's the very simple funda. Let's say if we are too much engaged into coding, even White Hat Junior, now we are competing with 5 or 10 years old, because those are being educated in coding. So the level of competition is going downwards. By downward, I mean in the age level. So younger people are getting much more aware about very highly intellectual, or I would say intellect kind of stuff, which was earlier done by some at a particular, after an education of bachelor's or master's or something. But those barriers are now gone. People are exposed to small chunks of learning. So the competition has actually gone very high. And now it's not about to scare you, but so since the competition is there, what you should do so that you still be market saleable, still be at a premium layer while you are competing post your education or learnings or in any of those ventures. Just be very much aware about the current trends that are there in the market and then plan accordingly. Let's say now there are a few trends which I would like to talk about. The first trend is we are moving from fossil fuel to electronic fuel. If you're not reading about Tesla, you should read it, because this year onwards, EVs, electronic vehicles, are coming in the Indian market as well. Technology is transforming. So every transformation we should be aware of, because with those transformations, there is an opportunity of enhancement into, again, a security module, a security area. Very recently, Microsoft partnered with SpaceX. What SpaceX is, if you haven't read that, SpaceX is a private venture, just like NASA. What they're doing, they are deploying satellites as a blanket across the Earth. Now, since those satellites, once those thousands and thousands of satellites cover the entire Earth, internet would be available via satellite. That is already happening in the United States. Starlink is offered in beta version to the United States, and it's expected to have a higher level of internet connectivity. And since Microsoft has partnered with, just imagine just try to understand why Microsoft has partnered with SpaceX, because in cloud, there are point of presence. If my cloud native point of presence is in the US, whenever I access any application or run any application, there would be a latency, there would be challenges. So I need to have a local replica in India. So that's cost. That's again, a lot of additional efforts. This removes that, because when we are connecting via satellite, the entire connectivity it's decentralized from location perspective. Now, what brings into security? Now, interesting part is learning about satellite security, something which would come up. In coming years, satellite security would be coming in, and there would be a lot of challenges that people would experience, because now the nature of connectivity will transform through, instead of those undersea cables, it would go in the air via satellite. Wireless communication, there is a LoRa, LoRaWAN, that is a long range WAN. That's something that is coming up. 5G is coming up. I mean, it's expanding globally. So supply and demand. So there is no way that we would be able to, I mean, it's a myth that we can be secure, but we should always be making sure that we are very much abreast with the technology trends and blend that into the, I mean, let's say tomorrow you get into medicines. Let's say you can, with the help of 5G, with the help of satellite communication, you can do operations and IoT and all of that. You can do various operations sitting in the US or sitting in India and do remote operations with the help of robotics. So now let's say what if there is a cyber breach, and instead of doing some some procedure is done incorrectly. So again, cybersecurity comes in that medicines area as well. On the similar lines, fully self-driving FSD, that chip is designed by Tesla. They have those self-driving cars. What if those AI level of security is spoofed? And that these are known as adversaries that comes up through AI. There may be a signal, there may be a the sensors may be spoofed. There may be a signal which may be a green signal, can be turned into red, and red turned into green. And those collisions can happen. And since future, there is a robo-taxi coming in. By robo-taxi, it means taxis would go up to an elevation and then fly. That's the future. And the best and huge, humongous opportunity comes up from the security aspect. Because every breach can happen. Every technology can be exploited because actually that's human made. Anything that is human made can be exploited. Right. Now, there was a point about VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Those who have interest in application development, there are products being defined. I mean, it's very, I would emphasize that we read, we try to explore what's happening outside in the market. And that's make the opportunity of all such sessions which Dr. Pandey engages for this college, because this is a great opportunity. Now, I'll talk about a product, Contrast Security. This is a product. Go ahead and read about it. What Contrast Security does? This product is something as a revolutionary product for application development. What it does, you deploy this to application into any application. Let's say you're designing let's say a Paytm kind of an application. You deploy it. This would sit inside that particular application and do those internal vulnerability tests. It will continuously do those vulnerability tests. Once it is in use, let's say it's downloaded across the globe, that application will still continue to do those vulnerability tests internally. Any breach, any opportunity of gaps in configuration or any penetration that happens, those generates alerts so that immediately remediation can happen, which means the future of application development can be made much more secure having such applications or such tools. Another very important aspect, there are two mindsets of security. One is control everything or block everything and make the environment completely restricted. I can lock myself in the entire house, I am secure. That used to be a legacy mindset. Nowadays, the business, everything needs to be public. The connectivity is DIA, direct internet access. By direct internet access there are two kinds of internet accesses. One is a controlled internet access, which goes through some lot of filters and other stuff. Now applications are all SaaS based. Most of this stuff is over the cloud. Now, when your stuff, your applications, Office 365, Google, GCP, everything is over the cloud. Imagine that's there and you want to access it through the direct internet access. Now that internet access is all public. We need to make secure that environment. So in the crux, in the nutshell, I'll quickly summarize. Future, the mindset. Second, read about stuff, read about technology. Third is the approach towards security should always be in support of the business, because security is something which would enable the business to grow. It may be an application-based business, it may be a manufacturing, it may be a hotel, it may be anything. The security should not come as a roadblock. So we need to create that environment so that a monitoring-based environment where things can be defended and remediated without obstructing the business. I'll take a pause, and any questions I'll be happy to answer. And it has been a very interesting session. All the speakers who have been there, they have shared a lot of interesting stuff. So I have tried to touch upon specific to your learning, which you can integrate into your growth journey. There are reading about, let's say, dark web. There interesting stuff can happen. You can read about, you can invest your time into being an ethical hacker, a lot of stuff, getting into dark web, finding vulnerabilities, reading about it, that can be done. But as a professional, when you get into any future environment, let's say any progression, any application, any business, any company, this would be a very important aspect. You would be required to understand what security brings on table. For that, read about current affairs, be active over Twitter. Twitter is something which gives a lot of information. So that's in real time, very real time information comes up over Twitter. Follow a lot of interesting groups there. and understand where supply is and where the demand is, and then enhance your learning path, because it's network security, it's cloud security, it's various different aspects. And we cannot jump onto a particular level of security unless and until we have a strong foundation. Great. So that's all about it. And I'll take a pause for any questions. Happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we are having one question from our participant, Mr. Jitendra Kumar. How can we handle security with respect to cloud, especially in secure virtual machine migration?
Okay. So first, I'll take a step back to give a complete picture and even add to it. So there are two cloud aspects nowadays. There is a legacy cloud environment. Now there is a serverless cloud environment. By legacy cloud environment, I mean there are virtual machines, there are compute. You could go on to, let's say, Azure, AWS, GCP, wherever you buy your compute, you buy the RAM, what specification for VM, and execute your application over the cloud. And execute those applications on the cloud. There is another aspect which is about the serverless computing, the cloud computing, which is serverless, where microservices can be picked up. By serverless, I mean there is a server, but you're not aware about what the server, what compute is. You only take that particular chunk from the cloud computing aspect. A very important aspect around cloud computing is understanding the identity and access management. A lot of breaches, or majority, 99% of the cloud breaches happen because of improper identity and access management configuration. We blame cloud service providers for having vulnerabilities or other stuff. Is actually not there. It's how those cloud architectures are designed and configured. There may be permissions to an individual which should not be there. There may be permissions given to a particular application to fetch a particular data, which should not be there. And if you search Google, search for public Git repository, you'll find thousands and thousands of open codes over Google. Public repositories are there. People's code are there. Google, I mean, all free. That's where vulnerability is. People fail to put the right access of identity and access management there. Now, coming into the aspects around enhancement, the second part of it. The future or even the current stage of cloud computing is completely different. It's at a multi-cloud environment. We are gone are the days about cloud environment. It's a multi-cloud environment. By multi-cloud, I mean some portion of my application would be on Azure. Some portion of my application may be on AWS. Some portion of my application may be on-premise. I need the security. I need the functionality. Everything should be there, efficiently functioning across all three environments. This is where Google comes with Anthos. Microsoft comes with another product. Azure, AWS comes with another product. So they have a multi-cloud environment. They couple it with encryption. They couple it with all those security configurations and all, so that on-premise, cloud, different aspects, different applications can be brought all together in one single environment. So two aspects: serverless, VM-based cloud environment, serverless, identity and access management, and the multi-cloud environment. All of these, if you read about it, you'll get a lot of information about how to approach and make a very secure cloud environment. And trust me, people think moving into cloud may be a security concern. From my personal opinion, it's much more better. It's just the matter of mindset again. Whatever I possess in my on-premise, it's safe. It actually is not. You're running at a very critical stage. Instead of putting it into something which is very reliable, very scalable, efficient, it's only about the matter of concerns. the public cloud providers will give you the access, all the keys, encryptions. You can use your own keys, you can use their keys. It's all very easily customizable. It's actually the architecture. So learning about architecture first and then getting into it, it should always be the approach instead of directly spearheading it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. Sir, we can only say that your thoughtfulness is a wonderful gift to us, and we will keep it as a treasure for further strengthening our concepts. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we thoroughly enjoyed learning from this session by you, sir. And now I request our guide and motivator, Director IT, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, to deliver vote of thanks and concluding remarks. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Umangji. In fact, it was really enlightening, and listening R.K. Jackson, sir, it's just what he does. It simply flows and comes out the way everyone wants. So addressing 200 odd people, it seems that he's addressing to everyone a personalized address he gives. Thank you, Dr. Umangji. In fact, it was really a different, this session took us at a different dimension, where it started with live case studies. I initially, in the beginning of this session, I told that this session is kept with a specific focus that to address the concern, address the risk, what we all are into as an individual, as a common man, and how to keep ourselves safer and secure, as rightly mentioned by R.K. Jackson sir, that we have one option, either to restrict ourselves and keep all of us away from the technology and live in silos. The other option is to understand the technology, to understand its darker side and what risk resides, and then take a precautionary measure so that we are safe but is still exploiting all the benefits of technology. In fact, in his address, I'm really thankful to Shivraj ji. We all know the kind of pressure work environment these officials are going through, and being in specifically being in IT, when there is a huge surge of IT, this cyber attacks are taking place. Individuals are more now getting impacted by it. People at least have started coming out and lodging the complaints, engaging these police officers in all such things. This is something which is matter of concern for all of us. Very rightly he mentioned, and I was discussing with some of our colleagues that in last 1 week time, especially, it has started happening. And to all of you, just if you closely observe, you will find number of friend requests coming on Facebook are increasing like anything in last about 1 week to 10 days. And there would be a peculiar pattern that the requests which are coming are from profiles which are locked. And you will see a trend that you will have 1 or 2, maximum 5 common friends. And third, the moment you accept that friend request, because if profile is locked, you can't see anything. So there is always a quest that to know that who actually he or she is. And due to that, once you select, once you click on accept the friend request, immediately a message flashes in your chat box. Hi. And then subsequently that conversation starts. And if you're not, and within just 2 minutes conversation, you will be instigating messages. And if you respond to those messages, you are trapped. And one more thing, if you go through the profile of these things, you will get contents which you would never expect that this profile, the people who owns this profile can have that malified intention. So people are easily getting trapped. And this is high time when in cyberspace, we start following the principle of making friends only when we understand what we follow in our practical life. He mentioned number of cases where the individuals were trapped in different kind of situations, whether it was fraud, whether it was character assassination, whether a ransomware kind of thing. But whatever it is, if someone gets trapped into it, it is very difficult to come out of it. And then as Rahul Mishra ji, who brought out very nicely different cases, and these are live cases. People like us who are living around us, you never know who has already got trapped, but because due to some or other reasons, they are not able to share this. So the only way to keep ourselves safe and secure is to be careful and at least create in yourself the trust on the person, on the people, those who are requesting you to be your friend. Until unless you realize you trust, don't go with that. Because the moment you start doing this, you are getting trapped. Like the case what he referred, that a LDA, Lucknow Development Authority employee, who got a video, who shared his WhatsApp number. The moment he shared, he got a video call and he received that call. And before he could understand what is actually happening, it took 15, 20, 25 seconds. And within those 25 seconds, you know, if you make a video call on WhatsApp to somebody on your mobile phone, his full face, full image will be shown, and yours will be on normally on top right corner. And on the other hand, the person with whom you are speaking to, you are going to be shown on full screen. Now, if that person is recording prominently your face, your actions are going to be recorded. Now, if somebody records it and then the things are over, and then you are trapped in a situation. So if that is the case, we need to be very, very careful. Let us not engage into all those things. Many a times happen knowingly this is happening. In those 2-3 minutes, we get trapped into those situations, and then things become really very difficult. So let's very careful while accepting friend request on Facebook. It is very frequently happening, and in last 15 days, these things have increased like anything. And Rizwan Sheikh, a person, in fact, in the beginning, I mentioned that he's the person who actually into the action. And in just 10-12 minutes, he presented a different insight with a live demonstration that how an app which is not trustworthy, if you install it on your mobile phone entire action, all the things are going to be accessed by somebody else, which you might not be aware of. So this is the time when trust deficit has to be created. We have to start not trusting on these unknown applications, unknown individuals, unknown friends. Because the moment we start doing this, we are getting ourselves trapped into a situation from where it would be very difficult to come out of it. R.K. Jackson sir, nothing to say. In fact, while in his address, Shivraj ji has very nicely brought out several sections of IT Act 2000. He also compared the IT Act along with IPC and CRPC, where he mentioned that a case which was to be registered under the IT Act because of non-awareness or non-clarity, those cases were lost under the IPC. So the awareness is not only required among us, but also to the investigating agencies too, to make sure that these things are taken care of. Now, since morning till evening before R.K. Jackson sir, we discussed different perspectives of cyber security, different dimensions, whether it was defense, whether it was research, whether it was academia, all kind of verticals we covered. But then it was wonderful, and I don't think there would have been a better conclusion of this event, where he touched upon the futuristic developments while referring to the driverless cars, the robo cars, which we are expecting, and now we have started reading in papers that it is also we may witness very soon. Now, if those new things are happening, if different countries now the cables are being laid down below the sea level, now this entire transmission is going to be revolutionized. Now, if these communication channels, these communication mediums are going to be revolutionized, a new form of communication medium we will see. Now, with these new way of communication, with new set of protocols, with new set of network infrastructure, which we are expecting very soon, we will have different kind of challenges which are unforeseen. Now, we have to, as an academician, as a person from research, it is our responsibility to start thinking about those challenges which we are not able to see today. Because if we are able to perceive what could happen in future, probably it would be better. It would be good for all of us to make sure that our preparedness is in the direction where it should be. He talked about R.K. Jackson also mentioned that the AI with upcoming of applications which are based on AI, machine learning, and deep learning. Now people have already started thinking on integrating AI and cybersecurity dimension, where different kind of applications we may expect. The industry has already started talking about it, discussing about it. Recently, we were in a discussion where now AI has been on forefront to make sure the devices which are coming up now, routers, the switches which we are using nowadays, would be equipped with AI and machine learning principles, so that those devices would be capable of identifying the risks which may come while communication and respond appropriately, so that precautionary measures could be taken, or those devices would be on their own, would be able to respond. So things are changing like anything. The only way to keep ourselves secure is to keep ourselves updated every time, to keep close watch what is happening in and around, to keep interacting with such people, those who are present today, to understand what new things are happening, what challenges are expected to be, and how to counter those challenges. And I'm sure this entire day deliberation must have given sufficient input to all of us, and we had a wonderful learning day today. I'm sure that all of us have something to take away with us in terms of enriching our existing knowledge base, and we look forward to have such sessions, such events in future too, and participation of you all. It was really, I'm really happy and thankful to the guests, those who have been here in this session since morning. I could see the people, those who have joined from other countries since morning till now, they all are connected here. People from Malaysia, from United States, from Mauritius, from Morocco, from Nigeria, and Bangladesh. These people have been connected since morning 9:30. When I saw these people were present there, I was just going through the participant list. Those names are still there. It itself tells that how much sensitive people are. It itself speaks that how much people are ready to join hands together, to form collaboration, to make sure that we live in a safer and secure environment. Once again, on behalf of Institute, on behalf of the organizing team of this national online event on cybersecurity, I extend my hearty thanks to all the participants, those who have joined from all across the country and from different places across the world. Thank you so much to everyone. Dr. Umangji.
Thank you so much, sir. That's how we are here to conclude our event. And on behalf of Department of IT, our sincere gratitude to the person under whose able guidance, mentorship, and encouragement we have been able to do what we do, our respected Vice Chairman, sir. We are thankful to Director IT, Dr. Sunil Kumar Pandey, sir, for his motivation, cooperation, and support as always. We are thankful to Vice Principal UG Campus, Professor Nancy Sharma, for support and cooperation as always. We are thankful to all the delegates to be present here and grace the session. All the participants will get the certificate of participation within the 4 working days. Please keep a note. We will get share with you. There is no problem with that. And we must appreciate the concern of students to be so interactive during the session, being a patient listener for making a discussion and being fulfill the objective of the session. We acknowledge the unwavering support received from the faculty colleagues and the staff members. Our thanks also go to all the people who have been given their precious time in organizing this summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks to you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.